here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Holding all of it closely, I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely.
हेलो 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 हेलो, क्या हाल चाल? आवाज़ आ रही है क्या मेरी? एक सेकंड में चेक करूँ पब्लिक। हाँ, सब कुछ ओके है। एक मिनट, मैं कैमरा साफ़ कर दूँ। पहले मैं साफ़ करना भूल गया, कोई नहीं, अभी कर दिया हमने, कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं है उसमें। और सुनाओ, कैसे हो सब? एक सेकंड बस, मैं थोड़ा सा तैयार हो जाऊँ। हाँ बिल्कुल तैयार है। तो आज होने वाली है भाई वॉच पार्टी अपने VCT की। VCT मास्टर चल रहा है अभी, जो लोग देख रहे हैं उनको पता होगा, और जिनको नहीं पता वो आज मेरे साथ बैठ कर देखें। वैसे मैं डेली देख रहा था, पर वॉच पार्टी कभी मतलब करी नहीं थी, तो कभी मेरा प्लान भी नहीं बना। तो मैंने कल जो है, मैं बिंग्स भाई की अपनी वॉच पार्टी देख रहा था, तो वहाँ से मेरे को आइडिया है। मैंने सोचा यार हम भी तो वॉच पार्टी कर सकते हैं, अगर हम पूरे पूरे मतलब मैचेस देख रहे हैं तो हम भी वॉच पार्टी क्यों ना करें। तो मैंने सोचा कि चलो आज हम भी वॉच पार्टी करके देखते हैं कैसा लगता है, क्यों। तो आज हम करने वाले हैं वॉच पार्टी VCT के। अगर मैं चेक कर लूँ कितना टाइम रह गया, 1 सेकेंड। तो अपनी स्ट्रीम तो स्टार्ट हो चुकी है, ऑफिशियल स्ट्रीम मतलब VCT की, पर अभी मैसेज स्टार्ट नहीं हुए हैं। तो थोड़ी सी बातचीत करते हैं, फिर अपना स्क्रीन शेयर मैं आपको करता हूँ, फिर अपन वॉच पार्टी कर देंगे। अपना पॉपकॉर्न्स वगैरह जो भी आपको खाने पीने का लेने बैठना है लेके बैठ जाओ। मैं कुछ नहीं लेके बैठा क्योंकि मैंने अभी खाया पिया है, थोड़ी देर में खा लेंगे हम भी, कोई दिक्कत कोई बात नहीं है उसमें। तो लेकिन जिसने नहीं खाया भाई वो अपना खाना वाना लेके बैठ जाओ। आज होने वाली लंबी स्ट्रीम, आज फुल वॉच पार्टी करेंगे आज हम। 1 सेकेंड में थोड़ा सा कैमरा एडजस्ट कर दूँ। परफेक्ट, यस परफेक्ट। थोड़ा सा बैकग्राउंड को इग्नोर करना भाई, वैसे मैंने ब्लर कर रखा है, इसी वजह से मैंने ब्लर कर रखा है भाई। थोड़ा बैकग्राउंड ऐसा ही रहता है। तुम मेरे पे कॉन्सेंट्रेट करो ना, बैकग्राउंड तुम्हें क्या करना है। बैकग्राउंड को इम्प्रूव कर देंगे, पहले तुम लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कर दो फटाफट। आज की स्ट्रीम में गोल रखेंगे, लाइक्स का गोल रखेंगे हम 100 लाइक्स का। तो 100 लाइक तो यार कोई ज़्यादा नहीं है यार, कर दो 100 लाइक तो, क्यों। 100 लाइक्स का एम रखें, क्या हम 100 लाइक्स हिट कर सकते हैं। आज लंबी स्ट्रीम होने वाली है तो कर दो यार लाइक कर दो यार, कर दो यार लाइक। चलो ठीक है कोई नहीं, लाइक वाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो। तो आज मैचेस हैं T1 वर्सेस TE, और दूसरा मैच है अपना SEN वर्सेस क्या था, 1 सेकेंड में देख लूँ, थोड़ा सा स्किप हो गया मेरे। TL वर्सेस SEN, और पहला मैच है अपना T1 वर्सेस TE का, ठीक है। तो 1 सेकेंड में आपको स्क्रीन शेयर कर दूं, फिर अपन साथ साथ बात भी करते रहेंगे।
The hashtags Valorant Masters and VCT, so we can feature you on the show. For me, my eyes go towards that second match. I really cannot predict at this point if Sentinel have a better chance or if they have a better chance. What do you guys think?
It's hard. I think I'm kind of coping for Sentinels right now, but I thought they were going to be better coming into the tournament with a little more time to work on things. I was looking back to what they were able to accomplish last year, but that first match sort of drained that hope out of me.
Yeah, they got crushed by DRX, but Team Liquid, they had a much closer game, but I think they lost in more
अभी फिलहाल मैच
debilitating
स्टार्ट
fashion.
नहीं
Like
हुए हैं,
it was back
3:30
to
बजे
some
मैच
really
स्टार्ट
big
हैं। उससे
mistakes,
पहले आप अपना
but
खाना
both
वाना
those
जाके
squads bounced
ला
back
सकते हो
recently, so you gotta
और
put some
लेके
faith in
बैठ
them.
जाओ
Yeah, we
अपना
love a
खाना।
clout matchup as well.
आज
That's gonna
अपनी
be a
बड़ी
nice
स्ट्रीम
little
होने
clout
वाली
game
है।
we have a little bit later, but I'm sure you guys have noticed.
लाइक कर
we
दो,
were
लाइक कर दो,
talking
चैट
a
लाइक
lot
कर दो।
about the dawn of the duelist here in Bangkok, and Kakuka sat down with 2 of the best for a quick chat.
Hello everyone, I'm joined by Zekin from Sentinels, Kankan from ADG, and Luna to help with some
Let's go.
translations. And since the
Sentinel.
title for this event is Dawn of the
Zekin.
Duelist, I wanted to get some thoughts on your
Sentinel
perspective
fan,
on some
baby,
things
Sentinel
regarding the
fan.
duelist role. So I'm going to start with you, Zekin.
संगम प्लेज
How
वाइटी
do
ब्रो,
you
वेलकम
think
टू द
the
स्ट्रीम।
meta
क्या
is
हाल
right
चाल है
now,
भाई?
and how do you think it
हेलो ब्रो,
impacts
क्या
you
हाल
as
चाल
a
भाई? बहुत
duelist? Do you
बढ़िया,
feel
अपनी
like you
सुनाओ
can
कैसे हो, क्या
have
हाल
the
है?
same impact that you had in the past?
I think the meta has slowed down a little bit because
Yeah,
Vyze is really
Hal-chal.
popular and they nerfed Neon, but I still think I can have really good impact and be really aggressive.
अभी
How
तो
important
देखो,
do you think it's
अभी
for
अपने प्लेयर्स का
other
इंटरव्यू
teams
चल
to
रहा है,
understand these
मतलब
trends and
अपने प्लेयर्स ही
to some extent follow them?
I think it's pretty
तो
important. I
3:30
think
बजे अपना मैचेस
right now you can't go super fast, can't rush everything.
यहाँ पे देख भी रहा होगा।
So I think it's important to know that, but I think for the most part teams can play
Okay.
pretty similar.
तो
Pretty similar, okay.
मतलब अभी
So kind
25
of a
मिनट
similar
है, तो
questions
इतना
I
हम
want to
कुछ
ask
बातचीत
for
करते हैं। अपना
Kankan,
खाना वाना
since
लेके
they're
आओ
still
इतने
running the
बीच में मत
neon
जाना।
and whatnot that we saw
Cheating हो
so
जाएगी अगर आज
much
तुम
on
बीच
the
में गई तो।
previous year. Do they think that
मैं
maybe
आज
they
बुरा
have
मान
a
जाऊंगा।
disadvantage this event because they haven't implemented
अपना
these
खाना
new
लेके आओ, अपना
tendencies?
पॉपकॉर्न
其
लेके
实
आओ,
没有
कोल्ड
什么
ड्रिंक
影
लेके आओ,
响吧，
अपनी
而
ड्रिंक्स
且我
लेके
们
आओ,
也
मतलब
不
ड्रिंक्स
只是
शॉप
会
ड्रिंक्स
只
लेके आओ
会用霓虹，对吧？所以说我觉得其实都还
और
好，
बैठ जाओ।
只是在一些特定季
चेयर
节
टेबल
我
पे बैठना
去
तुम अपने
使用
कंप्यूटर पर बैठना, अपने फोन पे बैठना, अपने लैपटॉप पे बैठना, वो तुम्हारी मर्जी है। लेकिन आ जाओ बैठ जाओ।
we are not the team that we can only use Neon this agent.
मैं फर्स्ट टाइम वॉच पार्टी ऐसा कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन
like particular maps we need.
मतलब डेडिकेशन से कर रहा हूँ।
And what about, I wanted to ask you, what about the Euro? Do you think it's something that we will see in the future coming from you guys?
एक बार वॉच पार्टी करने का।
Definitely.
Okay, definitely. Okay, I also wanted to ask, since, you know, looking back in the years, you've both been pretty successful as duelists. But if you could go back 2 or 3 years and give yourself some piece of advice that you think will help you even to this day, what do you think it will be? I'm going to start with you, Zekin.
I mean, a few years ago I was playing Initiator, so I'd probably just tell myself to switch to Duelist, but...
Yeah, but in the moment that you swapped to Duelist,
in the moment that I swapped,
what would you have loved to know?
I'd tell myself to be really aggressive, don't be scared, and just fight as much as I can.
अपना लैपटॉप को चार्जिंग पर लगा लो, तो लैपटॉप पर देख रहे हैं। अपने फोन को चार्जिंग पर लगाए लगाए मत देखना है।
Just be myself.
Oh, okay.
अगर चार्जिंग बीच में खत्म हो जाए तो
okay, so
चार्जिंग पर लगा देना, कोई
sent
दिक्कत
Sentinels
नहीं
to
है।
the lower
लेकिन स्ट्रीम
bracket
बननी
in champs. I'm sure
स्ट्रीम
you
बननी
both
चाहिए।
remember that event pretty
स्ट्रीम
well.
चलती रहनी चाहिए मेरी
What
आज
were
तुम्हारे
your
फोन में।
biggest takeaways on the opposing
टाइम
team,
पे
and
बीच में
especially on
चार्जिंग पे
Duelist?
लगाया
Again, I'm
था
going to start with you, Zekin.
I mean, I know Kang is really cracked. I knew that before, but definitely knew it after as well. I think I just needed to play really confidently. Coming from that match, I knew I needed to play more confident in the future. But it was a really fun match.
我觉得说到最大的收获应该是不要畏惧对枪吧。其实，在初一的时候，我们其实挺害怕的，但是自信找到之后，就开始找回自己了。
I think just not be afraid to pick with your opponent. Maybe at map 1 we're a little bit scary, but after that we just find ourselves back.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And lastly, again, since this is Dawn of the Duelist, and we will have a new Duelist when the event is over, what would you like this new agent to have so you can exploit it to the max? Do you want it to be insanely broken? Do you want it to be a little bit more tamed? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'd love for it to be insanely broken. I think if they have cool movement abilities, I'd be really happy. I think those are the 2 things I'd like.
我希望它有位移就行了。
I think it can just like have very flexible movement in the site. I wish it could be that.
I love how we just kind of steered away from the neon and the movement, and everybody just wants the movement back. Well, thank you very much, Luna, for the translation, and best of luck for you guys in the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go.
As you just heard from Kakuka, we will have
Sentinel
a
जीत रही है,
stage on our
Sentinel
stage before the grand finals. Following the reveal, you'll get to see them in action as well during a show match packed with some of your favorite content creators. You'll see Tens here for Team International taking on Team Thailand, which is going to be led by Super Fuss. I am very excited for that show match, of course, with the return of some of our beloved personalities. But there is another agent we need to talk about, the one that every single team seems to have implemented in this tournament. Of course, I'm talking about Yoru.
Wait, is he coming for us?
Let's go.
No, get down, turn the flash.
Wait, is this Martine? Hi, Martine. You made it.
Full sporting चल रही है, full sporting
It
चल
actually
रही है।
blew in my
Sport
vision.
कर लिया।
I tried to turn the flash.
Sport कर लिया, सबको sport कर लिया।
Yeah, we didn't get shorty that time, which is nice. But we do have to talk about the Yoru because, as you mentioned before, Mimi kind of overpowered.
Yeah, this agent is just ridiculous right now. I think what makes him so
भाई
cool
ये
is the
agent
variety of different roles he can fill in a comp. He's a dive agent with the teleports. He's a flash agent who can sub in to comps without other flashes. And on top of that, he has one of the most powerful ultimates in the game that is so strong right now when combined with other agents.
Yeah, the way you can combine that, like you're saying, with a breach stun, with Sobol, you'll see players like body blocking, even in the dimensional drift form, and that can interrupt players so your Sobol can get kills. It's kind of crazy. And honestly, I think Yoru's been this powerful for a very long time. It's just taken pro teams a very long time to actually get to this point. And now that the meta is featuring a lot of agents that combo nicely with it, his power level is just going through the roof.
Yeah, not only does he combo well with, say, the Teo, where you have global utility that you can set up with it. Breach is very common, who also combos well. But he's also a great counter to, say, Vice, where you see the clone is the perfect way to deal with the wall, to deal with her utility. So he's just in an incredible spot right now with great util, one of the best ults in the game, and fitting perfectly into the meta.
And the fact that he has flashes as well means that you can start, you know, not playing as heavy flash initiators. You get to play more things like the Teo. You can run double controllers if you want. You can play a Yoru plus arrays and do some double duelist actions as well. So he's just so incredibly flexible that it's pretty smart that basically every team right now is trying to play as much Yoru as possible.
Yeah, I've loved Human's Yoru so far, but I cannot believe we haven't seen Dirk's Yoru yet.
It's crazy because it was so good in EMEA for him too, but I expect as the tournament continues, even the teams who haven't thus far, we might get to see some more comps coming out with the Yoru, because he's just so strong right now.
They're saving the fake clone strat, you know, they're saving it for a little bit later, but maybe we see Buzz play it because T1 will be in action. But we have to inform you, there has been a roster swap here for this match. Sylvan is back for Carpe, which means Carpe will not be playing today. And Ender, talk me through this, because we have seen this before.
Yeah, it's a bit odd, because Sylvan was starting the kickoff tournament with T1, but then was brought out from the team, and then Carpe comes in. They end up going on to acquiring second place. But it seems to me like maybe T1 just want to get some like confidence back or something, because even once they brought Carpe in, they're only 1-3 as a team in series that they've played since that change happened during kickoff.
But I can't help but worry that it's an overreaction. We've seen this in the past, even I think like DRX when they were doing their roster shuffle with Foxy9, where if you lose confidence in a player and you want to make a change in the middle of the tournament, it puts so much pressure on that player coming in. And the game is in a point right now where so much comes down to the synergy between the team, the micro of your utility integrating into a roster. And so he's played with them before. To me, it just feels weird to react from one loss, make another change when your entire tournament life is on the line.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is it is just one change, or one game that they've seen tape on Carpe to go for this swap. So yeah, it is a little bit odd, and honestly, I think for T1, it's probably more to the fact that they feel like they need to do something drastic to get themselves back in the tournament.
Yeah, a lot of people might be asking, is he better than Carpe? You know, who is more suitable? It doesn't matter, because he has to be better to justify this change. We actually spoke to Sylvan a little bit earlier to get his thoughts ahead of today's elimination match alongside Mika Fabs.
यार क्या स्टेज है यार Really?
Hey guys, Mika and Vera here, and we're with Kai from Trace Esports. Now Kai, the team talked a lot about disappointment, especially with the previous match. I'm wondering how you were able to regroup, especially going into a match right now with such veteran players like Stax, like Meteor, like Buzz. So how is that going to play out?
在上一场失利之后，相信队伍还是比较失望的。回去应该也谈论的比较多。今天即将面对到 T1，像他们拥有像 Meteor、Boss、Stax 这样经验丰富的选手的时候，你们做了哪些准备呢？
我觉得首先我们得专注游戏本身嘛，然后。 今天的准备的话就是送你们回家。
तीन मैप्स आज खेलने वाले T1 और T वो ही बताओ। तुम प्रेडिक्ट करो कि कौन-कौन से मैच हो, मतलब कौन-कौन से मैप हो खेलने वाले।
As for like what we have done, like we're fully prepared to send you home.
Oh wow, that is spicy. Good luck to you.
और यही बताओ T1 जीतेगा या टीम जीतेगा? मैं तो बता दूँ यार मेरे को सब
who is under equal amount of pressure, you know, going to
this elimination. And clearly, Tim, the in-game content matters a lot. So it's all about buying as many skins as possible, kitting up that collection before going on stage.
I don't know if that's what he meant, dog.
You don't think so?
Maybe not. Yeah, and more like the gameplay.
I mean, some of those skins, they just shoot better. I don't know.
Well, the good news is we do have Sylvan, so let's hear from him.
अरे यार.
Hey guys, Mika and Jen here, and we have Sylvan from T1. Now, this is your first match in Masters Bangkok. This is also your time on the global stage, so I'm wondering what thoughts are going through your head, especially since this is a very important match for T1.
실반 선수 오늘 실반 선수에게는 마스터즈 방콕 그리고 어떻게 보면 국제 무대 첫 경기잖아요. 좀 지금 감정이 어떤지 듣고 싶습니다.
일단 제가 첫 국제 대회인데 일단 너무 설레고 재밌을 것 같고 일단 저희가 지금 한 번 지면 큰일 나는 상황인데 일단 그거를 좀 어떻게 좀 잘 좀 해가지고 플레이오프까지 갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Well, yeah, it definitely is my first debut in the international stage and also Masters Bangkok. But we're in a dire situation here, lots at stake. So I'll make sure that I try my best to lead the team into playoffs.
Good luck to you. Thank you so much.
मैच नहीं देख रहा भाई मैच ही देख रहा हूँ Valorant matches VCT India Pakistan.
It's definitely not an ideal situation to come in, but dire situation. What do you make of that?
I mean, lose a game and you're done 0-2, so it seems pretty dire to me.
Yeah, it does, and it's a lot of pressure for this guy. Like he mentioned in the interview, his first time ever appearing on a global stage, and it's coming off of a pretty tough loss for Team 1 to start off this tournament. They showed some good things at the beginning of that fracture against Vitality, but then Durka got an op on the defense side. They couldn't really find out a solution, and the game slipped away from them.
Yeah, it seemed like as Vitality were heating up later into the halves of those maps, Team 1 were getting outmatched on every front, even when, you know, Buzz is bringing an operator into the fray, Dirk is just hard holding him, shutting him down, so a lot of those fights that you'd expect Team 1 to actually have been winning just weren't going their way on today.
There are silver linings to this though, because as you had mentioned, it is that one change, it's somebody they played with already before, but they still have the veteran presence on the team. Players like Buzz, Mimi, that have in the past have dug, you know, some of the other players out of a hole.
Yeah, Buzz, I mean, he's famous. His time with DRX never got grouped at a global event when playing with them. The last time was 2021 on Vision Strikers when that happened.
Really got to roll back the clock for that.
So this is one of those guys that steps up in big games like this. And even in their failure against Team Vitality, I think he still looked pretty solid. Was getting key entries for them on the race, still looked confident, was playing well with the team. If there was a silver lining from that match, I think it was Buzz.
Yeah, and I think going into this matchup against Trace as well, right? Like, you're going to be going up against a little bit less of the structure that we saw from Vitality bringing it against them, so definitely more chances for your duelist player to sort of unlock himself in the server.
And again, he doesn't have a choice, he has to step up here. We actually had a chat with Buzz as well after their debut here on stage. In this moment, in this Omen even, player moment.
आज तो भारी मैच है.
안녕하세요. 현재 T1에서 활동 중인 버즈 유경철입니다. 일단은 지게 돼서 너무 아쉽고요. 저희가 이길 수 있는 기회도 많았고 저희 발에 넘어진 느낌이라 그래서 더 아쉬운 것 같습니다. 더 좋은 성적, 더 좋은 결과 낼 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다. 그냥 이런 팀에서 플레이하게 돼서 너무 기쁜 마음뿐이에요. T1들과 함께 우승까지 해보고 싶습니다.
1v3 pressured.
ये किसको याद है? ये किसको याद है ये बताओ?
One player remains. Upgrade obtained. Flash over the top.
ये किसने देखा था? स्ट्रीम. भाई ये इसने क्या रिफ्लेक्स मारा था भाई इस टाइप से?
우리 홈그라운드 중 하나라 굉장히 자신 있다고 얘기했었는데 그래서 그런지 저희 한국 소리가 더 컸었던 것 같고 졌을 때는 사실 홈그라운드든 아니든 그거에 상관없이 그냥 모든 팬분들한테 굉장히 죄송하다는 생각이 드는 것 같고 그냥 뭐 그런 거 상관없이 그냥 이겼을 때의 기쁨이 더 큰 것 같아요. 홈그라운드에서 항상 응원해주셔서 감사하고 실망스러운 모습을 보여드렸지만 다시 돌아올 거라고 약속.
Despite a defeat against Team Vitality, it was still a pretty good showing.
कौन सी टीम की तरफ हो भाई पहले मैच में मैं हूँ T1 की तरफ और दूसरे में obviously SEN की तरफ. SEN तो मेरी फेवरेट टीम है. SEN की तरफ हूँ मैं हमेशा. अरे यार वही जीतने वाली है मुझे तो पता है. मैं तो 100% प्रेडिक्शन वाला स्ट्रीमर हूँ मुझे सब पता है. वही जीतेगी भाई SEN और T1. ग्रैंड मास्टर क्या बोल रहा हूँ.
Absolutely, and I think you're talking a lot about a lot of the coordinated plays between T1 and the side are working very nicely. I also want to put a highlight on Easy, because I thought what he was doing, controlling Dish very consistently, and frequently in mid-round, throwing it out, realizing, hey, there's no one on the north side. He was constantly getting a lot of these flanks, and that gave almost perfect information for T1 to be able to stack on the right side of the map.
Yeah, you had some really good rounds from the anchors too. Carpe actually stepping up with the judge in quite a few of those moments.
Can't wait to see that again today.
Yeah.
Oh no, Christy, no. But what I would like to see though is Meteor on ISO. How is it possible we still haven't seen it? Yeah, and I'm so sad that they didn't choose to go to Lotus last time.
I think it was a big miss in their map to not pick into the Lotus. It was open first round. For those that didn't watch Pacific, they played this map 3 times. They played an incredibly unique Raise ISO comp, which on paper kind of looks to you like a ranked comp, but it's actually really strong. The way you can fight a rubble control with the ISO shield, the combo plays they have set up with the ISO decay as well.
ये तो लोग फिर भी बहुत पीछे खेल रहे हैं. कुछ लोग तो पता है ऐसा खेल सकते हैं ऐसा खेल.
I mean, truthfully, I hope we see them dip into it today because, like you're saying, I do think that these more like solo queue G2 agents can have a place on Lotus, primarily because the map sort of devolves into a lot of just these opening sort of like team fight angles, whether it's over mound or over rubble space. So having that shield to just sort of be able to brawl with, even the vulnerable to apply with your teammates, can be really effective.
T1, they look their best when they can play these double duelist comps, when they lean into the team fighting, when they lean into some of that chaos, and I didn't feel like they did that enough in that last series.
Yeah, and I'm going to be devastated if they somehow get eliminated without showing the Meteor ISO. We need to see it at least once. But on the other side of this matchup, of course, will be Trace. We saw a little bit of shakiness coming out of them. Their coach Destroyer even admitted that on map 1, they were indeed just very nervous.
Yeah, it was really rough on this first map. It wasn't just players whiffing and looking shaky, but a lot of the team decisions that they ended up making, I think showed that maybe the comms were not at their finest in that first map, right? Players not swinging off each other and getting picked apart by a G2 who looked in peak form, but the second map was a lot less close.
Yeah, it completely slipped away from them. And I have no doubt that the players were maybe a little bit jittery getting onto the stage, but I think the issue went a little bit deeper for Trace in the sense of their macro. I think it was very readable. Even their Lotus, they were playing the exact same way they've been playing back in China, where every single round on defense, you're going to see them heavy fighting over rubble control. They've got one anchor over towards the C side. And I think G2 gave a really good example on how to beat that from a macro sense. And I hope that if we see Trace showing up on these maps again, that they've actually gone back and tried to work and create some more variance in their holds.
And I think they also on that second map struggled a lot with playing against the Ice, or excuse me, the Yoru on Jojimo. G2 had a lot of set plays where they were either fast rotating or having combo plays with the ult off of that, and it felt like when they saw those weird plays, Trace was getting kind of stun locked by those setups in a lot of rounds.
Yeah, speaking of that, we do have the comps here as well. How do we feel about these changes?
I mean, the truth is, where's the Yoru? Where's the Vise? You know, like, I mean, we've got the Vise on Lotus, but like on Abyss, they're going for the double smokes, which is better. I do think that the Abyss comp, I think, is an improvement on what they had been playing previously, but I really wish they would implement the Yoru. It's been so powerful.
When I was thinking about this team ahead of the tournament, the biggest strength I thought they had was their prep ahead of time. They're a very nerdy team, they like coming up with gimmick comps, and they didn't really show us any of that in the G2 series. They had a month off after VCT. Obviously, a big part of that was the Chinese New Year celebration, so they weren't scrimming the whole time. But I was hoping to see more changes out of this team, because the interesting one-off comps is what the thing they're running China to me.
I feel like that's what I think we can focus on, right, when it comes to the positives, because they can do things to catch people off guard. They have this identity, which Ender, maybe this is the time and place for them to really show it and come out and show us why they were one of the teams who were excited about coming to this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to talk about excitement, like, this team was farming eco rounds versus G2, right? It seemed like they struggled a lot in their actual rifle rounds against G2, but when they were in these positions where they're allowed to take a little bit more risk, when they got to dip into some more creative strategies that they're either dipping way down deep into the Valo plant or coming up with on the day, that was when they were actually looking at their best in the series.
And in China, it's easy to be a doomer about a team after one match at a Masters tournament where they don't play super well. But this was a team that beat EDG 13-4 in back-to-back maps. They made it to the final of SEN and looked like the favorite going into that before losing their one series to EDG. So no matter how rough they looked to start things off, this is a team that has the talent to take down some of the world's strongest teams, but they really have to rally back. The team play has to look better today. The players have to look more confident on that stage, and they have to channel some of the energy they had last Champions when they were upsetting top teams.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the last time we saw them, because we have been talking about the MVP race here at Masters Bangkok, and today is one of those days that we need to see some MVP-esque performances out of these players, and I want to just throw BNK's name into there. He is somebody, like you said, the last time we saw him a chance, performed, you know, he's always there leading his team, he's there on the scoreboard as well, the util is on point, also behind some of the more creative things, the ecos we've seen. So if there's anybody that I feel like has the experience and who shouldn't be shaky anymore on this stage, and I feel like if he could somehow lead them to a win over T1, I mean, it might even be an MVP contender.
Yeah, I mean, even in the series they lost, I thought he was one of the better performing players on the team. Like, it was very clear the guy can still shoot.
Yeah, and like I said, for me, they need somebody to be their MVP, and I'm looking forward to seeing maybe he has what it takes. But on the other side of T1, I think there's a lot of names you can throw in there. But maybe we start with Stacks.
Yeah, I want to go with Stacks, and primarily, well, we saw like the insane clutch clip just a few moments ago when he's on Bind, but he had a lot of really standout rounds in their match up against Vitality. And I also think that he's going to be a really pivotal figure in T1 because they're down in the lower bracket as the leader on the team trying to bring a sub back into the mix for an international debut. He's going to be having to keep this team calm. He's going to be having to call these rounds and also put up stellar performances like these clutch rounds. Like, that's MVP to me.
Absolutely. This clutch was incredible from Stacks yesterday. And I think what you're saying is even more true when they're subbing Sylvan back into the roster. Having a guy making his debut, a rookie player, under a lot of pressure, you need a veteran like Stacks to keep him in the game. But he's not the only veteran on the team.
No, they've got a couple, and Meteor, I think, is the other.
Yeah, he's the guy I want to big-time sell, because Meteor had kind of a rough start. I think people have critiqued the Vise for good reason. He is dying first in a lot of these rounds. He's making some mistakes. But on Gen G last year, Meteor was a monster. He is so good at finding the right risks to take, at fighting forward on defense and taking those opportunities, at giving you those big lurk rounds on the attacking side as well. And in a big game like this, when the pressure is on for his team, I think you need to see Meteor digging deep and finding his form from last year that impressed so many people when he was on Gen G. Him joining T1 is one of the biggest reasons why people were saying this is a super team.
Anything to add, Christy?
Honestly, just the fact that I think that for T1 to win the series, I want both Meteor and Stacks to show up, right? I think the sub situation coming in isn't meant to put up insane numbers. That's not what Sylvan meant to this team. It's just a different piece coming in, and while you try to adjust with that, you need the longer standing members to show up in a big way.
Yeah, and they've been here before. We're talking about players that have been in these situations before that also come out on top when they've been in these situations. But I want to know what you guys at home thought, because it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team you think will survive in elimination, and you guys have voted as Sentinels followed by T1. What do you guys think about this?
I think we're sliding Trace in a big way. Honestly, like my predictions, I think Sentinels are moving through in that second series, although it'll be very close. But honestly, I think that people are overreacting to the Trace loss against G2. This team, like people were saying, were the favorites in China going from the upper bracket until they lost in the finals. They're way better than 6.4%. Come on.
Yeah, I also feel the same way about the ratio on Team Liquid there. Like, they had some really bad rounds in their last game, but this is a team that's great in these lower bracket positions. Their rookies already looked amazing in their debut games. So it's definitely going to be
SEN vote for SEN, yes, by +1 +1.
It was against G2, right? It's losing against G2, I feel like is what normally happens to teams that play against G2.
Yeah, no one's beaten G2 except for
former world champions, you know?
That's what it takes. That's what it takes to be able to beat G2. Liquid, I'm also a little bit surprised, or maybe people think Liquid could, because this is their comfort zone, you know? They have to look a little bit messy at first, and then they get the groove going, and then they're good.
I feel like everyone's just like a major Liquid doubters, though, right? Because it started off a little bit slow in EMEA, and they started moving forward.
That's how they win, yeah.
Mimi is the ultimate Liquid doubter, right?
Yeah, but that's
Do you believe yet today? Nope. Well,
yes,
there you go.
Well, credit Sentinels.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the predictions since we are talking about this, and it looks like there's a couple of us out there that are Liquid and Trace believers. I'm surprised that Sideshow going for Liquid. I'm very, very, very surprised.
I think it's crazy that me and Yuyinsu, we're tied 4-2, but we have opposite predictions, say, in both series.
Yeah, this is gonna separate the winner, right? We'll see what happens.
Wait, did I say T1? I think I
predicted
Trace.
Did you do that before you knew Carpe was out?
No, I predicted Trace. I swear I predicted Trace.
Not according to that graphic. You didn't.
I guess I'm a Trace doubter. What can I say?
So why is T1 gonna win today then?
because they're going to seize the day. They might not have Carpe, but...
Wow.
That's awful.
They also don't have DM either. They don't have either of those
No, he
things.
doesn't even play Valorant.
They don't have
They didn't
either
come
of
over
those
together.
things. But go on, since Christy gave his bid, what about you?
Trace had got to bounce back. They were so good at Champions. They were a favorite back in China. This team is better than what they showed. And I think the map pool feels pretty good for them in this series as well.
Well, we'll see about the map pool in just a moment. But for now, it is all about elimination. It's elimination day. Today, 4 teams are at risk of an early exit here from the tournament. It's time to get excited and get ready for T1 versus Trace, Liquid versus Sentinels, because day 4 of Masters Bangkok starts right now.
Riot Games. VCT Bangkok. Masters. Valorant Masters. Let's go, it's time.
Close out their opening series 2-0 over Sentinels.
We're not out yet. Tournaments happen like this all the time where they start and they finish before you know it. There's so many scenarios that could happen, you just have to take it each day.
Second.
Everyone is going to come 100% for the next match. We'll show our best and we'll see how that best is going to go. We just need to accept what happens.
Nice!
The number one thing for me to focus on would just be our team play and comms. It's a team game, so you can almost never solo carry. So that's a very important thing for me to help the team focus on.
No matter what, we are not going to give up.
Team Liquid, sucks for you. We're coming.
저희 멘탈리티 서로 원팀으로 서로 잘 잡고 이길 수 있다는 위닝 멘탈리티만 갖고 있으면 진짜 실수 없이 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
我想的就是上次8强，这次就是再进一步，因为最后一次机会的话，我们会好好珍惜，然后回去。
우리가 첫 경기에서 약한 모습을 보여줬지만 그게 진짜 저희의 모습이 아니라는 점을 다음 경기에서 저희가 똑똑히 보여드리겠습니다.
我觉得我对我的团队肯定是100%信心，然后我们只需要调整好状态，然后迎接下一场就可以。
긴장하세요.
Let's go. Team Center.
It's the first elimination game of the tournament, and it comes down to Trace and T1. After all of the hard work both teams have put in just to make it to Bangkok, nobody wants to be the first one to go home.
T1 was heralded as a super team from Korea when their roster was picked up in this offseason. Now they have to prove how deep that talent goes when the pressure's on the line.
And look, this place, the bass is absolutely thumping right now. It's loud, you can feel it. And these teams, these players, right, they've got to be able to calm down quickly. Trace, they talked about being nervous in their opening series. And Sylvan here in his debut has to be good from the first round.
And I wonder what maps we're going to get, because as you said, Mimi, there were some maybe mistakes both of these teams made in their previous game when it came to the veto.
Yeah, T1 elected not to pick into their Lotus, which has looked very strong. But that's a shared map that both these teams really love playing. So I expect to see it, but I'm really wondering who picks into it. And
here
if
we
Trace
go. There you
still
go.
feels confident after that loss, and they do. They'll select that map. And I almost feel like this skews things a bit heavily towards T1, seeing them get Lotus and Haven to start the series.
Yeah, that's definitely a great spot to be in. I really think that for Trace eyeing into this series, you've got to know that Lotus is going to be on the cards. They just suffered a defeat on that on the other day. Surely they come in with some new ideas here to try and disrupt the wall.
But also, surely you know exactly what T1 like to do on both of these maps.
Sure, they've played it a ton back in Pacific. Haven will be interesting. It's an ISO Yoru from T1 against a Neon composition for Trace, which is something that really only the Chinese teams have been playing in 2025, so very excited for that one. But we're starting off on Lotus, and honestly, the ISO raise, it's such a cool, unique comp. I was waiting for T1 to play this.
But the thing is, there's no guarantees that they're locking it in.
They're doing it, they're doing it.
You think so?
I've been praying in my hotel room for Meteor ISO, and we're gonna get it twice today.
So when you look at them playing this comp on defense, watch for the way they're fighting for A lobby control. The ISO shield paired with the raise nade is surprisingly strong to take that space.
Absolutely right. It's all about these early opening brawl fights. You use the Sova too to re-clear it and slow down the round in between that as well. Whereas Trace on the other side, they're sticking to their tried and true. Every round, I'm telling you on defense, they're putting 3 players into those Rebel fights. I really think that second half is going to come all down to that control.
But on attack, they're playing double smokes with the Sentinel. They have a very slow, controlled comp. They're going to have to look to slow this raise in ISO down, feel that aggression, and find the gaps off of it.
Yeah, and Sylvan playing on that Omen. This is something that he has done before. Nothing super new. He's just going to slot right back into this roster.
Yeah, at least when you're subbing him back and forth with Carpe, they both play the same roles.
So much pressure on him, though. It is lose and you're gone.
It is indeed. We're all set for map 1, so let's throw this over to your casters. And back by popular demand, me, it's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Map 1.
If we have one fan, Yinzu is one of them, I guess. Anyway, thank you very much for that. But hello, Achilles and Paper Thin back again to take us through the series. T1 versus Trace elimination on the line here, Paper Thin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams definitely going to be coming into this with something to prove. Their outings weren't stellar in their openers. No other way to say it. And here today, they've got to turn things around. We know that both of these teams are capable of doing some serious damage. Just going to come down to some of the execution. Of course, this A Rubble fight is going to be really challenging for Trace Esports. Like the desk was talking about, you have to find your timings to contest it, because if you get hit by any of that ISO util combo, you're dead.
Like Trace may be doing their research here. Expecting there's going to be a heavy stack over towards this A side of the map. Instead, they go ahead and push forward in towards B. Contact coming through. Hey, able to find the first kill. They not get the second. Still some damage dealt. Zizu falls down to 52. Tap of the plant. They want to flood back. Wrap around, get through this connector over towards stacks. Quickly, quietly backpedaling. A little bit deeper into the site, still gonna be out of the open, but nails the first shot.
Nice shot.
A leg hit there on the Feng Feng. It goes down to 79, but a 3v3 now.
They're watching for this
push.
Feng Feng trying to get forward here, trying to sell. And Kai is not waiting around the corner, but it's gonna be Meteor wrapping in from Water, who now goes ahead and spoils the plan. Kai's still gonna be able to find one. Last pack tossed, Izu now pinching. As Feng Feng knows that he is isolated and alone, is able to find one. Meteor pushes forward and gets shut down. Red Bull Clutch gets Trace the pistol.
Well, and this is something Trace is going to need big time today. Feng Feng was really struggling in their last outing. He just wasn't that player that I'm used to seeing when I watch their VODs in China. He is absolutely electric at times. He's really aggressive. He's going to push space really nicely. And here the whole time, doing a great job locking down the back of the site of C, making sure that Team 1 can't really get that flank going the way that they want to, and is able to read both those positions very, very nicely. But overall, it's a good game plan from TE from the get-go. Avoid that A-Rubble fight, work the map, really nice stuff from them.
Out into the open, here goes Feng Feng Buzz, however, able to just dance around some of those shots, finds the headshot and puts him down. Weapon not going to be recoverable here for the moment, but the TP for from looking. Very ill-advised. Immediately, gun scooped up. 2-player advantage here for the side of T1. They look to win out this eco, something that they were damn good at doing over in Kickoff in Pacific.
Meteor still thinks he's playing Sentinel. Hiding behind the box over here.
Again, waiting for any kind of noise. There's a push for the right click. Finds it! And he gets a transfer onto Kai! Oh, this round! It's all T1! As we go from Red Bull Clutch into MasterCard Thrifty and tie things up 1-1.
I mean, Trace just feeling like they could take that fight at long range, and you should be able to, but Feng Feng sung his praises from the previous round. This round with the Bulldog gets one shot to land, and that's it. And then they're going to try to contest this gun. They're going to try to protect it. to keep it away from T1's hands. Buzz is standing up. He's fired up.
He is jazzed off the rip. We often talk about angry Buzz. It seems like he's starting things off like that.
He's been talking a lot, saying that his team is better than what they showed in their opener.
He's going forward, looking able to get in behind. Gets a couple taps there, but cannot take down Meteor. That shield doing wonders for him. As Buzz mows down two more. The pitch, red. Stacks able to go ahead and get the ping out. Goes for the push, gets the headshot. As T1 look for a flawless, and they will find it.
Well, this is just an attempt here by TE to see if they can find ways around this smothering A-Robo control that you're able to generate with the ISO in particular because of the walls and the vulnerables that you're able to send flying through. A lot of times it's hard to deal with that, so they try to TP past it to see if they can maybe confuse them enough, but with the double tap available for Meteor, excuse me, it was just a little difficult. Of course, the weaker weaponry not helping anything there. Now you've got mostly even guns, a couple bulldogs for a few players of T1. TE now make an aggressive push towards C. Pressure going to be put down on the Izu.
Dancing around the cage, the Boombot not scouting, and now he's striking. Kai is get taken down. Fung quick to reply. Brings it back to parity, but now Bianc pulled into the netherworld as Meteor looks to maintain dominance here, but it's going to be Bianc snappy. Gets a double headshot across, takes him down in the meantime. Fung does get lost. 3v3, the Guardian shot's not quite connecting. Bianc able to safely get the spike planted. T1 for now. Slowing up the action, reaching their way forward. Shock Dart, minor little connection going to be found there. On, gets a double reveal, and Bianc plays off it beautifully. Shot the Sylvan Buzz, trying to push forward, low on HP, has to tuck back. That much more on Stax' shoulders. Trying to swing this round, but he's going to be the first one to falls. It looks like the call is going to be with Phantom in hand to potentially drift out of here. Buzz likely feeling like he's going to be committed, wants to try to make this as costly as possible. Keep them in the sight, that could be value. As all three players damn nearby, but Bianc will be able to find a four-piece, tie things up at 2-2.
Yeah, this is just a nice timing hit from Trace Esports. They just say, let's push the tempo a little bit, let's test Izu, let's see what he's made of. Not too often we see Meteor losing in those kill contracts, at least over in Pacific. Really damn good. Like 17-6 or something like that throughout the entirety of the kickoff stage, and winning that is a huge boon. They're able to keep Bianc alive, and he was their top fragger on this map the last time they played it. So now he's got a Nightfall to boot. T1 still has enough to buy guns. They're gonna maintain this split, but they're gonna shift over really quickly. They're reacting. Trace was thinking about trying to take this site.
Two going to be noted, goes into the camp, but the dart not connecting. Oh, no, does get a slight little reveal. There's looking up over the top, trying to just dance around and find him, but as he plants his feet, will be able to finally take down Izu. Bit of a back and forth here. 2 for 2 overall. As the Thorns go out, Shock Dart into the corner. Down even lower. Bianc gets away with that one unscathed.
Yeah, it was an attempt by T1 to delay this, but the trades were good for both sides. It's an even fight. Spike down. A little bit of util left. Still have the paranoia from Sylvan. Here it goes. I don't think it catches anybody.
I believe it does. Was able to catch a headshot. Sylvan similarly finding Hebei.
Easy.
The 1v2. Kai trying to find it. Cannot divide and conquer. Defuse will come in. T1 reestablishing a slight lead.
This is just a tempo call here from T1. They're sensing that it worked in the previous round for Trace, so they might just try the same kind of thing again. A pacey hit towards the C site. Let's rotate a few players over a little bit faster. You get Stax and Meteor over there. You're able to get those trades. You're able to set yourself up for this retake. Cover these angles nicely. Yeah, it was good. Agree, Stax. They needed that one. The Nightfall was invested for Trace in that round. You've got a bunch of ults for T1. Got the Showstopper, got the Hunter's Fury.
5 downs here on the side of Trace. 3 rivals coming through. Okay, Buzz. Knocked out by the classic of all things, so able to find that kill. Stacks. Hunter's Fury opened up. Hey, Fung on the floor.
Nice.
2 quick kills to suddenly just give T1 the advantage.
Nice.
And now that is capitalized upon as Sylvan finds Low King. Bianc cannot steady the spray. Meteor cuts him down to size, and now Kai just tucked here, waiting, ready. Just find one. But Widely needs to try to just hold on to this weapon. Still though is drifting ever closer towards the spike, towards the 2-player stack.
Everybody's a little weak. It's an opportunity here for Kai. That tight angle, so difficult.
Anticipates it, finds the first one. Meteor taken even lower, suddenly in with a shout. The wall comes up. Izu out on the flank, however. Needed the headshot there, cannot find it. Izu keeps his teammate alive. Keeps T1 in the lead.
This is just fast and furious for Trace Esports. There's no pulling off of the gas pedal for them. And he gets the reveal there at the door of A. Catches 2 players with it. Huge from Stacks. There's that wall. It's difficult to figure out exactly what's going on. Well timed between Meteor and Izu to make sure that they could clean up that kill without any further damage. Timeout for Trace. Gotta rethink this. This is tough. I mean, what I'd like to see Trace do is, frankly, slow the pace down. I mean, that's something that can give T1 problems. They're happy to scrap with you. That's APAC, baby. And I know that, in China it's quite similar, honestly, but that's something that T1 can thrive in, especially on this map. They're so good with the reactions, particularly Meteor, throwing out the vulnerables. You'll see some combos with Stacks with the shock darts even that are just off the cuff, and they're just nailing them. And it's really impressive the way that T1 can function on this map with this comp. It's a very scary thing to try to get breakthrough.
Yeah. 2025 Stacks on Sova, very different from the previous iterations.
Oh, poor
No, not poor Stacks. He finally figured it out.
That's true. He has improved a lot on Sova.
Learned how to play it. But I fully agree with you. When you have that ISO on the opposite side, being able to slow down the pace, avoid these undercuts where you're just storming out in towards Rubble, in towards Mound, wherever it may be.
Yep.
Suddenly you're vulnerable, and that shock dart can tear you apart. That one shot to the chest can really shatter your team.
Or you get hit by a raise nade. There's a bunch of crazy combos that they can pull off with this, and the contingency is a real problem for dealing with Rubble control. And then the vulnerables, they have all these great angles because you can send it through the walls, so you're able to catch people out of place where they think they're safe and they're actually not. Looks like it's going to be another attempt at C, but T1 kind of ahead of the curve here.
Oh, showstopper to open things up. That's going to be Buzz and Sylvan both taken down. It's a trade onto 1, but double casualty. Certainly not something that T1 were looking for.
Where does that land? Buzz was on the box. Sylvan, I thought, was underneath him. Nice shot, though, from Fung Fung.
Splash just to be able to take them both down either way. Best opener the Trace has had in a while. Undercut forcing Kai back. Meteor pushing forward, instantly finding the headshot. Gets the reset here on the shield. Double tap in play. As the double swing comes through, Bianc will be able to take him down. A 2v3 now. Izu going to be noted to getting the reveal.
Nice.
Gets the one tap. What is that transfer? Izu! That should be outlawed! That should be illegal!
What is this? I mean, this is such a good round, I thought, from Trace. I love the way they played this. Oh, the showstopper hits right next to the box. What a shot. And then they do a great job making sure that the double tap of Meteor isn't going to be effective. They're going to line a couple players up and make sure they can't do anything about it. And then Izu just does that. It's unfair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever. They're frozen because they're frozen in awe. They don't know how to react. Unbelievable. And for Trace, it's just such a kick at the gut.
There's that combo. Maybe now Trace, I think, can take a bit of a pause and then maybe make another attempt at taking A Rubble. The problem is that T1 loves to get aggressive off this. They love to push deeper towards A main and take control and really force you to the other side of the map. Force you into these combos. I mean, you're going to see Meteor and Stacks playing together a lot on this map. There it is right there. They're going for that vulnerable shock dart combo. Not going to be able to connect. He dodges it.
Sees here on the Izu. Prowler on the chase. The ping reveal though, and Fung going to be dead through the box.
Nice try, nice try.
King able to push forward into the cage. Finds a headshot with the Sheriff. Weapon can be recovered as Sylvan now TPing across the map over towards the CT side. Will show the rest is clear. But Meteor, he has the kill contract. He knows a lot of them have weaker weaponry.
Showstopper as well.
He's just going to look to try to send this here. But for now, Thorn sent. And there's the grab. Does have a Vandal in hand, but can he win out the fight? The answer is going to be no. In the meantime, Buzz off camera, able to find Hebe, able to find Kai. And that's T1 finding a 6th round win.
And this is the other layer to this T1 comp, and you're going to see it on Haven as well, that you can set up for retake so nicely. You can set up for execute so nicely, because you're going to be feeding alt orbs. You're going to be feeding charges into Meteor as best as you can. And he's going to be able to eliminate a player from the equation. Everybody else can flood in off the back of it. That's a great ping out there.
Nice.
That really bailed Izu out, because he looked like dead to rights to me. Meteor there, quick one tap for the win.
Nice.
And another good reveal from Stacks. So some good Sova utility, really getting some value for the IGL of T1.
For Trace, having already committed a timeout, pulling the trigger on that second one in the same half. Continues to be one of the most difficult things for coach to be able to do, but if T1 continues to snowball after this purchase here from Trace, their economy down to the dumps once again, might just have to be the last-ditch effort. Entry coming across here towards Rebel. Sylvan just going to be dropping down. Kai able to find one as Meteor hits the floor. Sylvan swinging out into the corner, still going to be good for one, but then gets traded back by Hebe. Once again, player advantage here for the side of Trace. As rotations have since begun. Buzz for now tucked in behind the box, spots out a leg, swings out, finds one, but Hebe able to collect Izu from behind. Stacks now last one standing, but it's an immense amount of damage there.
They should know exactly where he's coming from. Let the dart, and they're going to even use the Nightfall here just to guarantee it. I mean, you can see how desperately they want to win this.
He's looking for the timing, almost does get it. The Kai will be able to plant feet, find the kill. Trace break the round win streak here from T1 and get their 3rd on the board.
Yeah, this is an interesting round because T1 actually saves their util off the rip. They don't go for that aggressive contingency into paranoia, into paint shells combo that we see a lot. They held on to a lot of that util, and Sylvan was able to hit a paranoia, but was in a bad spot off the back of it. Meteor just losing a lurk duel out on B. Good recognition by Trace Esports. That's something Meteor has been trying to push for his team. Able to shut it down that time. Now we're going back to the typical Rebel control. Hebe does get vulnerable. The paint shells are in his face, but able to back off just fine. Now you can see Stacks, Meteor, and Buzz all lining up to try to make an aggressive move.
Reporter not spotted by the Prowler there. It tucks in underneath. Now is still going to be standing as they're trying to pressure out Kai. Breaks the shield, but Buzz there with that covering fire. They're locked in from the sheer wall, but nobody else really wants to try to challenge as you would suspect. But okay, it looks like Bianca is going to be able to task. Supersim finds one, but now Sylvan taking space outside of A lobby. He continues to cycle the spike down to the floor.
Easy round.
Does he read this forward? He does not. T1 will ensure that Trace cannot get any consecutive round wins.
I mean, T1 is just so aggressive on this map because of that A-Rebel control that they can take. And this time they say, all right, let's throw the util at A, and then we're going to immediately shift over to B. 3-man push it, use that shield to gain a little bit of an advantage. They got the spot onto Kai with the drone. He had no backup. Stacks knew it. They're able to punish that and really just break TE apart piece by piece. Now coming into this round, got that usual combo. Try to take A-Rebel control. Buzz playing pretty far back though. Nade splashes a little bit of damage into Fung Fung. Going for the spray to try to see if they could find a little bit more, but it's a weaker buy. It's a half buy for Trace Esports into this round.
And I like the passive passivity here from T1. Is that a word? I don't know. Either way.
It is.
Okay, there you go. Nailed it. Inadvertently, which is also a word. But I like the passivity here, just pulling back, anticipating there's going to be a bit more aggression given the economy here from the side of Trace. Under a little bit of space control.
Yeah, and this is one of the things you have to do against this T1 comp, is you have to make T1 guess when they can dump that util. And make it difficult for them to connect, because if they connect on it, it's basically round over GG. But T1 here has completely abandoned the side. Hebe and Kai are going on a bit of an exploration, looking to see find that open space. Tripwire right at the door, camera above. Hebe. Here's the camera, trying to find the angle to clear it. Does.
Back in position. You're also rotating off of this, though. Well, that opens up the safe side a little bit more. Still 3 players here. Zach's tucked in behind the connector door. They're going to break, they're going to prowl. As it immediately gets a catch. Strafes across, Paranoia just going to be holding it down, but he's close enough to spot out the lifetime back. Gets the 180 onto Looking. And now the spike is stranded. No, Stacks looks for an ace. Kai's so very low, but he just can't quite give it to him. Sylvan will be the finisher in the round. As T1 stretch it now by 5, 8-3. Last round of the half coming up.
And this is a huge play by Stacks. He does such a great job in the heat of the moment here. Works that Paranoia, so the nearsightedness gives him a clear view of who's going to be coming through that wall. He's able to reposition off the back of the Prowler so nicely. Find a huge 4K. Saw a glimpse of the beast on Bind. Are we going to see more from the IGL of T1? That classic clutch king that he used to be. Hebe here. He's going to be keeping eyes on the util, but it's pretty typical for T1. Throw the vulnerable. Send Meteor back over to B. Stacks leaning heavily towards C, really thinking that this is going to be where they're going to go. It helps when you have full A rubble control, and you know that they're not putting any pressure in that direction. Cameron's going to be out at Mound this time, so they're going to maybe get a bit of an earlier read on it as well. Gets cleared. Orb going to be, yep.
Hunter's Fury just off the orb contact. Izu just swings out, finds beyond K. The Hunter's Fury confirms that no one else is pushed forward in towards that smoke at the entryway. Sylvan, well, he's certainly been spotted, but he just challenges for the fight and wins it. Huge. Stacks will get dropped here at B. That being the call to pivot, but looks like it's going to be Kai wrapping back around to try to join in with the rest of the team. They still have this showstopper in play.
4v3.
Last round of the half. No point in not using it, but Hebe dying means that they don't have that pit. They never get to invest that ultimate to try to secure a post plant.
Izu hasn't played this position before.
It is a bit of a change-up. Double blast pack still available. Showstopper out and over. Can't see a damn thing. And Izu now ready to strike. Transfers once again onto 3.
क्या चल रहा है
भाई क्या चल रहा है T1 a 9-3 half.
This is clinical from T1. Playing the map the way they want to. Then they had their way in this first half.
Retrace still needing to wake up. Let's see if they can do it. A bit reprieve here. We take a break for the halftime.
Next level. बहुत बढ़िया half. Nice half.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all 3 on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm back. WW. बहुत बड़ी half.
Alrighty, we are back and about to go into the second half here on Lotus. Desk was highlighting it. This map draft seemingly so good for the side of T1, but maybe Trace will come alive after getting over some of the stage jitters. The coach talking about how nervous the players kind of were getting back onto this international stage. That hasn't quite been the case here. Everything that T1 has thrown at them, Trace have really struggled to get a grasp of it.
Absolutely. And, you know, you've got some of the most experienced players ever in Valorant esports history on the other side across the stage from you. It is very tough. I will say this was, in my estimation, Trace's better side of the map. On their defender side, they like to play a lot of flood retake. They do a really good job of intentionally giving up space and setting up to counterpunch you. And I think trying to take a lot of space early, that almost got Fung.
Tucks back, still making plenty of noise as he tucks through those cyber cages. But Izu is going to start the wrap around with the rest of the squad here. Hi, Hebe, the ones asked to try to hold the line here is Thorns. Open up in front of this C entrance. T1 collectively will drift away.
Yep. Weren't able to find the wall, but a little bit of ice utility might make you think it's there anyway. No Yoru here to make it a little easier to get past some of that Vice utility for the side of T1. So they're going to have to be really diligent, something that G2 was so good at on their attacker side. Was identifying the Vice util, baiting it out early, and then working the map a little bit more off the back of that. Still though, Trace had really good reactions. They were really well coordinated as a team. The comms looked good to me on this half. They played G2 on their defender side, so gonna need a little bit more of that. Is it just gonna be a full read? I love this from Stax. You got a little bit of util baited out. Now you can try and go back to that side of the map. Made a little bit of noise, let Meteor lurk. See if you can break through to the C site.
Trying to nail the timing here. If they can get the strike going on C, get those rotations beginning, and then have Meteor gain the back lines. This could be absolutely devastating. There goes the paint shell. Contact about to come through. He hears the footsteps and Meteor able to collect it there with the final shot through the corner. Buzz does get taken down. Hebe. Slide for just the one kill. Sylvan now cycling this smoke. Run the clock down, but they still get the spike planted here in time. And Kai swinging out will be able to get Sylvan, but Izu's there from behind to shut him down. Stax now just swinging around the corner. BNK cannot make it happen. Stax will with two will get T1 their first pistol win as they get up to double digits.
Gotta tip my cap to Stax on this round in a couple different ways. The IGLing so good. His movement there, that micro movement at the end to not give himself up easily to BNK. Really, really good. Meteor coming up huge on the lurk. This is a great round from T1. One of the best I've seen from them on a pistol this year. This is a really smart game plan. They saw some of the things that were working for G2, implemented it here against Trace. Hebe was having a really tough time on that C site. If you can divert attention and just leave Hebe on an island on C as the Viper, he gets beat up, to be honest. And he really struggled against G2.
A side clear है, A पे कोई नहीं है.
Vandal in hand, Sylvan with a Guardian.
A पे घुस गए.
Otherwise, two Ghosts and a Spectre. A side pretty much completely opened up here for them. T1 going to be getting a very fast plant. The spray, that's a headshot. And I think he might have caught a glimpse there. Yeah, BNK now desperately backpedaling, trying to get away out towards safety. Keeps himself alive here for the moment. As Shockdart into the corner, that's going to be his demise. Stax claims the first, Buzz gets the second. Swings in, looks for a little bit more. And is rewarded.
Just look at the way they were scattering that utility. Buzz finds 3. One left here for Trace, just Kai. Okay.
He'll die, but Buzz, I think he'll be happy to take that. He has so many charges towards that showstopper. Given the number of rounds that are likely left in this map, and being able to build up a showstopper to potentially close it, that could be the final nail in the coffin.
Absolutely right. This is just great post-plant aggression here. The way that they combo this with the boom bot into the paint shell, into the shock dart to make sure that everything behind this wall is going to at least take some damage. And Buzz is able to swing off of it nicely, find 3 kills. So far, so good for T1. Now you got a big-time bonus coming up for Trace. They are going to invest in an Odin. Try to get BNK rolling with this thing. Oh, a bit of damage done to just Stax, it looks like.
Tiny little bit there. Lets him know. Yep, I'm still here. Still spraying. Sylvan needs a hell of a lot more as he gets whittled away down to 45. Clear on the haunt though. More to be spotted. Takes a pause, goes for the reload.
One-sided मार रहे हैं यार.
Here.
अबे क्या चल रहा है? प्रणव भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो. हेलो भाई क्या हालचाल? भाई बहुत बढ़िया.
Undercut going to be sent through towards Tree, but
nice.
Pushes forward, is able to find one, and Buzz is not going to be passed up to punish. Paint shell out, Meteor trying to charge in, does end up getting taken down, but Izu.
कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो भाई? T1 इस मतलब पहले मैच में और दूसरे में SEN और
3v3 with weapons upgraded.
T1 इसमें T1
first to arrive here at upper.
T1 जीत रहा है.
They let Buzz to watch the flank.
Shot's going to be sent.
3v3 है, 3v3 है.
Not going deep enough, doesn't get a notice there.
Look at Luo King, he's lost. He's trying to figure out where Izu went.
He knows it all. He's just being so passive, so cautious.
Wide pick
In the meantime, the spike has been ticking. Stacks planting his feet. Finding Kai, Luo King now finally arriving. Gets that one final bullet across to put down T1's IGL, but the time is just not on his side. Paint shells to further delay.
Nice nade.
And at this point, he has to know the round is basically over. Needs to pull up some absolute heroics, but Izu doesn't skip a beat. Swoops in right when he was needed. That's T1 now up to map point.
Match point है.
This is quite an interesting round. I thought Trace playing this pretty nicely. This combo with the Razor Vines in the walls completely bamboozles T1, but only Sylvan pays the price for it. Buzz is quick to react, to get up on top of the box, to provide some cover fire, and then back right off. Take that trade and get out. Stacks here winning a tough fight. Kai just a little bit off the mark. Seems like Trace fairly rattled.
2-0
going to try one last desperate timeout to see if they can string some rounds together. Again, even if you're not winning this map, it's so crucial to find some round wins, to get yourself back in the game, to get yourself mentally more into things, to get that confidence flowing again that Trace so desperately needs.
And we saw it from that outset, that opening pistol, but how quickly was that flame snuffed as T1 pull off an eco round. And the second hit was just brutal, and it feels like Trace has not been able to recover since then.
Truly. And to be fair, some of the moments have just been straight up hero plays from T1, but you're going to have that, and you're not having your heroes step up for Trace Esports. Kai's having an okay map, but Fung has been widely shut down. He's had a few impressive moments, a cool showstopper. Yankee, who was your top fragger against G2, has been widely kept in check. Heibei struggling, Luo King in particular. Having a real hard time on that Omen, not something you see very often. Usually Luo King is very consistent.
किस टाइप का खाना तुझे पॉपकॉर्न वगैरह है ढंगा वो छ
Chekhov's showstopper previously mentioned 2 rounds ago is now online and ready to go. He's going to send it off the rib. Chasing forward in towards that connector. You hear the footsteps. He knows that they are just sprinting in fear. Where does he send it? Does he choose correctly? Oh my god, he has. Not knowing what hit him.
This
is the beginning of the end here on Lotus. 4v5, Spike already planted some players nearby. Bianchi with 1. There's that close right, but now there's a shorty waiting for him, but he won't even get the meat at Sylvan. Takes his head clean off, and there you have it. The blink of an eye, it all comes tumbling down. 13-3, T1.
That is
off this series in such a huge way.
That is a statement game from T1. Definitely not going out quietly. They have punched back in a big way.
That they do. Trace now needing to recover once again with Haven. T1 on the horizon. We'll see you guys after the break.
तो नीचे से कॉफी बना लियो.
यही काम रह गया मेरे को. मक्कर लग रहा हूँ.
वो निकल जाएगा. कुछ ले आइए ना फिर. क्या ले आऊँ? This match prediction 2-1. नहीं 2-0 होने वाला 2-0 होने वाला 2-0 होने वाला. T1 जीत रहा है. पागल हो गया. अरे कुछ कोल्ड ड्रिंक लिया, जूस लिया। हाँ। Let's go भाई देखो 2-1 तो नहीं हो रहा, 2-0 होने वाला है। T1 जीत रहा है वन साइडेड जीत रहा है। एक मैच तो हो गया। मतलब तुम 2 किसका कह रहे हो, T1 का या TE का? ये बताओ। T1 2 किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो पहले बताओ? T1 अभी तो लिया, फिर शाम वाले मैं दे दूंगा।
तो शाम वाले तू दे देगा?
हाँ।
अच्छा अभी मैं ले आऊँ?
हाँ।
अपनी 200 रुपए ले गया। कहाँ गई? अरे नहीं रे, ये थी
कहाँ गई? बढ़िया ना?
200 रुपए वापस ले मेरे।
T1 को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ तो भाई T1 भाई 2-0 होने वाला है भाई। 2-1 कुछ नहीं होता,
200 रुपए वापस ले भाई। मेरे लीड लाके दीजिए इसको, पता है ना?
सुमित शर्मा भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। कितने बजे तक करोगे भैया लाइव स्ट्रीम? भाई जब तक मैचेस चल रहे हैं तो लाइव स्ट्रीम चलने वाली है। नॉन स्टॉप लाइव स्ट्रीम होगी आज, जब तक मैचेस चल रहे हैं। 9 बजे तक लाइव स्ट्रीम होने वाला है। लेट्स गो। अभी इसके बाद यार सेन का ही मैच है भाई, सेन का मैच देखना जरूरी है। हैवी मैचेस हैं, हैवी मैचेस। बंदा रहा था अरे बड़ा कुछ नहीं है। अरे कितना 1500
Hey guys, Jen and Mika here, and we have Autumn of T1. Now, Autumn, can you give us some insight as to the switch over to Silva? What does he bring to the table?
감독님 오늘 실반 선수가 선발로 뛰게 됐는데요. 특별한 이유가 어떤 걸까요?
사실 뭐 자세한 이야기는 나중에 기회가 되면은 해드릴 수 있을 것 같고, 일단 저희가 할 수 있는 말은 선수들 모두 그리고 T1에 있는 모든 사람들이 이기기 위해서 최선을 다하고 있기 때문에 그런 결정을 생각해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
Hopefully we get to talk about this and I tell you the real answer later on into the tournament. But for now, what I can say at the moment would be the fact that we're trying everything, our best to make sure that we win and perform very well.
Well, looking forward to that. Congratulations on that first map and best of luck.
It's a great start for T1 in this elimination match. They lead dominantly 1-0. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here once again with Mimi and Ender. It's crazy how dominant that was because I don't even feel like we got to see, we even got into the map properly and T1 all of a sudden won.
Yeah, from the get-go, T1 are feeling absolutely on top of the world. I mean, this is a team that needed some energy to be reinvigorated for them. And you can see in the reaction right here, they're feeling great next to each other. Izu in the server as well was completely dominating round and round.
Yeah, absolutely lights out from him. T1 looked so confident this game. They played the comp that I'm shocked they didn't pick into this map last time they played because they were dominating A lobby every time. They were winning every retake. The rounds they built off the odds. It just all looked excellent from T1.
I'm glad you mentioned Izu because let's take a look at this HyperX reflex moment of the day.
Oh, this is so good.
Yeah, there was a few very, very nice ones, but this in particular, Ender seems to have impressed me.
Yeah, I mean, he drops back into Baby here. It's a 2v3, and Soba's nowhere near in this fight. Gets that first kill, and then dodges the paranoia. Double headshot when they swing like that.
How does he get two? Like, he is full running, lucks his way into the first headshot, And
it's just literally 3 bullets,
wait,
3
it
headshots.
literally was a flick.
Yeah, it was a transfer.
I thought he was moving.
Yeah.
That's how fast it was.
He's actually
like
just
he was moving.
insane. And that,
Do you think he meant that?
No, that was real.
No, when I watched this, I thought it was an accident. I watched it slow down. I think that was legit.
I mean, look at this guy. 300 ACS on the Cypher. By the way, that wasn't his only multi-frag. He had a 4K over towards the C site on defense too. Like, it's crazy.
This to me is like T1 finally living up to the Korean super team conceit, showing us rounds like that.
Yeah, and also not just the individuals, but Mimi, the team play, the ultimate usage are all great.
Yeah, they have this really interesting comp. We talked about how it helps them fight for a lobby control, but what they also have is a lot of these ultimates that do such a good job of supporting the team from across the map. In this round, the Rumble fight goes wrong. They lose the opening fight, but then Stax is popping his ult, combined with the decay coming in from that Yoru, and there was another cool one here.
The Vuln from the ISO. But
the
same
Yoru,
thing.
Blue Agents, the decay, thank you.
It's all good, it's all good. But honestly, yeah, then you have like Meteor pulling players off the site when it comes to retakes. All of those combos just coming into really excellent effect for sure.
This is one of the reasons why you guys were so scared for Trace, right? The map just looks so good for T1 because Haven is up next.
Yeah, I mean, and look, T1 are playing a similar comp over on Haven with even more ways to be able to combo ultimates because they've got a Yoru into the mix as well. So that also ends up dominating with the Soval pairing.
Yeah, and that was Trace's map choice. They chose to go into this Abyss, or oh my gosh, excuse me, that Lotus is map number 1, and you can't help but feel like that has gone very, very wrong, losing in such dominant fashion. Now going into another stronghold for T1 where they play into these double duelist comps. It's a real tough spot for China's number 2.
I wonder if they're also just still a little bit nervous, you know? They were playing a very similar way as we saw against G2, but this is the thing about the comp that T1 run. Everyone knows that they do this. Many teams run this comp as well, and there has to be an answer that Trace can pull out for the ISO Yoru stuff.
I think it has to come with unlocking Feng a little bit. Like, he was 1 in 5 in opening fights in that last map, right? Like, Trace are playing from a deficit nearly every single round. Like, if you can't start finding some of these opening kills, you're just not going to put yourself out.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see what Coach Destroyer has to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, Mika and Vera here, and we have Destroyer of Trace Esports. So Destroyer, I wanted to ask about Haven. That's coming up, and it's a map that you have avoided. So why did you feel it was the right decision today to let it through?
今天图二即将来到影视搜索，那这是一张之前在SEN赛区似乎替会避免去打的一张图。那你们是怎么看的这张图？准备来打这张图？
我们到这里就做了一些就是专项的一些训练嘛，然后把它放出来，也想看一下这个效果。
Like, to be honest, since we come here, we made a lot of practice on this map. Like, we did some specific training, so we just to test the result.
Well, okay, thank you very much and good luck.
I wonder if that specific training has anything to do with maybe moving away from the Neon?
I don't know. I actually liked the Neon comp when they were running it regionally. I think it is something that is a little off-kilter. It enables some of their players individually, but a lot's viable on Haven right now. You have comps like T1s, you have even like KO ideas on this map, you have Yoru ideas on this map, and they are a team that's known to cook stuff up.
Yeah, and truthfully, they've had a lot of time, but we haven't seen Trace really making large changes outside of like the 1 agent here or there over on Abyss when they added in the second smoke. So I'm kind of unsure whether or not they're going to be making larger shifts.
But this is a really brutal position for Trace to be in. This is the team that really took Champions by storm, made big upsets there, went on a run to defeat EDG and now with their life on their line, they have something new.
You say something new. This is the oldest comp in the book on
but
this map. Just about. That's very true. That's very true, and we'll see. I mean, they do love Kai to have him over on the jet for them, so I'd like to see him maybe get a little bit more involved. I think he's going to have a real tough challenge against him because the Yoru ISO comps are all about isolating the duels and fighting them, especially once you move over to Trace on the defensive side.
And we finally get to see Buzz on that Yoru. He hasn't really had an opportunity to play it yet, and for people that haven't seen him play on this map before, it is fantastic.
Yeah, he's incredible. His coordination with Meteor is on point, but this all comes down to Trace. They've only won 14 rounds this tournament. They got to show us who they are.
They do, and if they want to avoid elimination, Achilles and Paperthin, they have to win out this map right here, right now.
have to win out this one, have to take this to 30, and then win from there. The odds stacked against them. We'll see though if that training that Trace's coach was talking about can be brought to light, can be brought to the surface. Or T1 are just going to storm their way through a very breezy 2-0.
Yeah, this has been a tough map for Trace Esports and somewhat tough for T1. They lost to Gen G pretty handily in the lower finals on this map. Should have beaten DRX in the upper finals on it, but were it not for some heroics from Flashback, they would have secured it. But Trace widely been avoiding this map. They played Billy Billy, lost to them. And of course, you never want to play this map against EDG.
Oh, the spot out. Meteor puts up the shield, tucks back, stun does come across, smoke there to obfuscate. King Howard blind too, but now Buzz reaching in from long, finds one. Spike just going to be swarming its way down through sewer, cut off from the rest of his team. Beyond K, stuck here, looking, trying to come back to the rescue. 3K here for Buzz, and that's going to be a full piece. Dimensional trip not far off. His team
and you're going to see some similar ideas on this map to what T1 was doing on Lotus, where you can use the ISO to really bully space. Get that shield up quickly, and then make it a lot more difficult for your opponents because they have to double stack often to try to take you down. Or swing an angle that's going to be dangerous to catch Meteor off guard. And in this case, Buzz is in prime position to capitalize off of Trace having to try to deal with those players. Good work there by T1 as well to keep themselves hidden from that crossfire angle. That's a tricky one. They made it look pretty easy. Now we go over to Sylvan. Locking down Garage. Trace Esports. I guess thinking about B, actually. Just trying to get a little bit of info.
Can they do what T1 just did to them in the previous map?
B clear.
Entry from Kai, gets himself forward past B, but the approach through Garage. Paranoia at the ready, gonna be sent through. At the same time, able to find Fung Fung. It's that kill over. Nice. Cuts down Kai. Everybody else widely just come out here into the Garage. Not many places left to go because right at the moment, Buzz drifting in from behind.
Round.
Himself over towards A lobby.
One sliding from
out of window. Just be able to gun them all down.
अपन तो enjoy कर रहे हैं, watch party कर रहे हैं अपन.
Up. Partial shots now, starting to ring through, just fishing here with a hip fire. Easy's gonna be able to find a third.
Nice.
King.
अरे क्या मार रहे भाई, पागल हो गए क्या?
One for Buzz, one for
कैसा खेल रहे हैं भाई?
Yeah, I love this bend but don't break style from T1. They give up some space intentionally.
कैसे क्लच कर रहे हैं? पहला राउंड क्लच किया, दूसरा राउंड क्लच किया, ऐसे कैसे चलेगा? और भी लोग हैं भाई मारने वाले, कोई मार रहे हो ना?
Instead, finding those moments to step in with those bulldogs. Sylvan in particular finding a great opener. He looks really sharp to me here today.
ठीक है, कोई नहीं, round है.
Obviously, probably has something to prove coming back in for this T1 team.
Round तो है.
You know, you and I know what Sylvan can be like at his best. He's a very, very good player. Back on those WGS teams where he was a clutch machine. Haven't really seen it at the tier 1 level yet.
Yeah, I'm talking, 3-4 years ago, that era, Sylvan was looking like the 3rd best controller player in Korea. It was Mako, Zumba, him.
Yep.
This year,
full split खेल रहा है, spike कौन उठाएगा? हम
consistency,
मैं उठा लेता हूँ
the
spike.
comfort hasn't come through. It seems like he has been chomping at the bit here to get back on stage because so far, rock steady performance in that first map.
मैं अपने सिर पे spike रख लेता हूँ, एक काम करता हूँ.
Little we've seen of Haven so far.
Sylvan tucked around the corner in Garage here, setting up for the Paranoia. He's got some help from Izu. This is dangerous for the...
भाई मारेगा.
Swings out. He already got a through the box. Spots on the feet.
Nice blind.
Able to find one. Looking, able to go ahead and take down Meteor. Trying to hold his ground and will do so. Not a 4K this time, but another 3-piece for Izu. T1 convert the bonus.
This just feels like a hard read from T1.
Nice
Expecting
round,
Garage pressure.
nice round.
Haven't really
बहुत
felt a
प्यारा
lot
मारा
of
है,
it
बहुत अच्छा combo
so
था.
far in this map.
Blind साथ में
Thought,
cage
well, this
डाला
is the
वहाँ
way
पे,
that they try
cage
to
खोला
punish
और
on
खत्म
their
टाटा बाय बाय.
anti-bonus, and
यहाँ से इसने distract किया,
it's just
nice.
so good. It's great timing, great coordination there.
क्या बात है.
That's something T1 has looked a lot sharper with today. Obviously, the individual skill starting to shine for this Korean squad. With the one-way up on top of the door. Again, B being thought about. Yeah.
Double tap shield.
Nice.
Meteor gets the headshot, gets the reset. Now it's a little bit more aggressive.
Cage खोला
Pushing down, swinging the corner, finds it, resets again, gets another. Hebe corralled into the corner. The Stinger able to find one.
कोई नहीं Stinger है
Just doesn't know which way he needs to look.
Nice try
Damn near
by
flawless.
Nice try. But
T1 continue on their merry
ये
way.
one-sided होने वाला है मेरे को लग रहा है.
And this is one of these things about the ISO
था लेकिन ये भी one-sided होने वाला है.
obviously Meteor, a tremendously talented player. We know that. He's won a master. We've seen what he can do at his best. But he's so accurate. He's so quick to reset. And against an eco as well. That's a really powerful thing to have, that extra shield. You know, even against the Stingers.
ये क्या है?
Very tricky. There's a wry smile from the face of Sylvan.
Knife wipe करो ना.
Meanwhile, Trace Esports
Knife कर सकता है लेकिन
looking like they are without answers. It's feeling like that same Trace we saw in Abyss against G2, where they just don't have any answers for what their opponent is doing. They just don't have the confidence. They don't have the micro, the macro, all of it seemingly leaving them.
I can only wonder what's being discussed at the moment. After the opening map, after the start here on Haven, how do you rally a team back to get them geared up to be able to play against a T1 that is just looking this clean?
You're looking at your big stars. You're looking at Fung Fung, you're looking at Kai, especially Kai on that jet, having the opportunity to switch over to Duelist again on an agent he is extremely talented at. I have seen him take over maps. He's very good with the op, he's very good with the Blade Storm. He can get into those situations. He can do some real damage. The concern I have here for Trace is you're going up against two difficult ults that T1 is going to have in their back pocket. You're going to have the neural theft. You're going to have the kill contract. So T1 can play that bend but don't break style again, like we saw a few rounds ago, where they're able to just kind of peek around the map, get the info, and then maybe play for retake off the back of those ultimates. Find that pick, get the neural theft, take a player out of the equation with the kill contract, work from there. But Izu, 8-0 right now, has been absolutely electric on that Cypher, locking down that C site. They're going to make a try at A. This is Buzz territory. Him and Stax work really well in coordination with that utility. Kind of keep track of all the movements.
Stax, clutch, Stax.
Onto the A side. Buzz looking for the swing in, gets the headshot on the Kai, but Anthem will not kill Kai. Does go ahead and answer one's back. Stax now just tucked away here at Sewers. Sylvan offering up some smoke to try to stem the flood.
Nice.
Stax does manage to find one here on the lurk.
Expected था लेकिन ये वाली position पे बैठा Stax.
That's huge.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
Here comes the grab.
Meteor ने उठाया को.
अबे चक्कू पे लेके. In play. Second shot finds it.
Nice one.
Repops the double tap. Spike now planted. The push down Stax. Unaware of this coming his way. Ends up falling. Able to find one. Now it all comes down to Meteor.
Meteor
over into the corner. The shield still at the ready.
Clutch है.
Forced away by the aftershock.
बताओ clutch है कि नहीं है. जल्दी बताओ.
Great smoke.
Just for the drop down and just can't quite line it up. Lil King will find it. Trace get themselves online here in round number 5.
It just feels like
margin
kind of a call to just go A. Try to see if you can exploit a Buzz and Stax over there a little bit, overwhelm them, and it just barely works. And it's a good re-clear space by Lil King to come around this backside and catch Stax off guard. That really breaks things open. That reduces the angles that those players on site have to worry about. They know where the last couple are. Especially Meteor, since he had used that kill contract. Makes it way easier. Then the aftershock into that smoke to make sure that the double tap timing runs out. Really nice stuff from Trace Esports in that round. Buzz has an op though.
So does Kai. Buzz has been noted.
They're going to hold that angle. He's got a TP available.
Trying to see if he can spot anything, and as he swings out, they can confirm the operator and confirm that Buzz is dead. Great opening kills here for the side of Trace.
See if Meteor can find a timing. That shield up and absorb one of those shots.
Swing into it.
Nice shot.
Kai puts him down. Operator getting an immense amount of value thus far. 2-player advantage now. Stax just trying to go for the wide swing out. And Kai just a little bit faster than he had anticipated. Fantastic shots coming out here from the jet. Trace very well poised to get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, this is just exactly what you needed from Kai. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Trace Esports. Needed that hero to step up. He has answered the call in spades.
30 seconds left.
Gonna get a little info from the cam.
Little info?
But looks like
it's confirming we don't want to go over there.
Yeah, well, they've already grabbed the op, so at this point it should just be a save for the last two members of T1. And I think for T1, see what Stacks and company have in order for this next coming round. They've got some time to talk about it, of course, so
yeah,
take a little bit of a timeout. Got to figure out how to deal with that op. Maybe go back to something we saw like early in the pistol round where you're throwing some of that util up into A lobby to try to contest that position. You know, if he wants to come long, that's fine. You know, Izu can use his util to kind of get a better read on the positions as they make their way through. But really, that op battle comes down to that long A fight, being able to control that territory. Just a really nice read from Trace Esports. Get the spot on the Buzz and just lock him out. Buzz never really got the feel that there would be a counter op on the other side of him. So, not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Nice surprise play working and Trace getting their first back-to-back round victories so far in the series. How many more do they have? That's going to be the question. For now, economy still going to be quite strong as this shot is just disgusting.
Filthy.
Right through the corner. Looks like they will be able to force up another operator here.
Nice,
a bit more in reserve. Still.
अभी भी जीत रहे हैं यार, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. 2-0 है, 2-0 है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
They're just gonna kind of leave this area open. They'd send a vulnerable to try to just put some pressure. Fake showing a little bit of presence there towards long A. They're not gonna challenge it. Kai, so aggressive. This is China Valorant in a nutshell.
Scoring forward, we'll just go ahead. Clears out that trip.
दो ult है. T1 के पास, योरू के पास ult है. सारी info ले सकता है एक side का.
Getting set up to attack this A site where, for the moment, it's only Stacks on its lonesome. Reinforcement's going to be a world away, but they're about to get a hell of a lot of information as Buzz puts the mask on. Dimensional drift now in play.
सारा info दे दिया, सारा info दे दिया, सारा info दे दिया.
Damn near everyone.
अबे सब info दे दिया.
Where does he exit? He's running out of time. Gets himself around the corner.
सब info दे दिया. Blind नहीं किया लेकिन.
The hit onto the A side, gets ready to come to the Kai, up and over, gets revealed, takes a lot of damage. Tail wins over towards Suicide. Oh, pushes forward. Gets a headshot. That must have been one hell of a flick. There's another play right here in front of him. Double peeks back in with a shorty in hand. And we'll be able to just
अबे पागल हो गया क्या? अबे बस भाई पागल हो गए हो क्या? क्या चल रहा है? Right now सही बात है, सही बात है. रिप्ले दिखाएं. बस का POV दिखाएं. पहले वाले
shot. Dimensional drift into the play. There's a vulnerable that comes out. He sends the fake out in front of him. That is a ridiculous shot. He had flashed around that angle. Insane stuff from Buzz. Yeah, poor Bianca trying to find Buzz. Buzz sends out another beautiful flash. Tremendous play on that Yoru.
On his feet once again. Started off the series that way. Seems like he wants to end it that way as well. What a round from Buzz.
That's a heartbreaker. Takes the op away from Trace.
Up and over they come. It's Kai to be hunting a target. Sylvan blinded up. TP's in the corner. Ends up getting shut down. Izu trying to find his way out of the corner. Flat cannot do so. Ends up falling into the aftershock, and suddenly we're into a 2v3. Stacks and Buzz. Eternal duo.
Nice.
Crashes right there in front of Plat. Now going to be cleared out. Same with the recon. Nothing spotted.
Nice.
Out into the
open.
Stacks.
One even.
Find Hebe.
Long है.
Sova showdown. Just drones available on either side. Hunter's Fury as well. Which gives Bianca a massive advantage.
Stacks has to push.
Gonna have to tap this and try to at least bait some of the util out as he sees the drone. I'll give him all the info that he needs. And I think Stacks is now assessing whether or not it's worth trying to play this one out. Could just double back, go for the operator, but will at least get a consolation prize. As the Hunter's Fury comes through. He wants to kill, he wants to try to take everything from them. He will be able to do so. Gets the elimination, gets rid of the ultimate, but cannot get the win. Trace, they hold on.
Yeah, just not much that Stacks can do in that situation. No opportunity. Really push that space. Great diligence by Bianca. Using that drone first to get the spot, to get the info. Buzz had a nice shot, but had to gate crash out as things were falling apart really quickly. Good aftershock again. Very impressed with Hebe on this breach. He's had a couple really nice moments, especially with those aftershocks. Do some damage in these rounds. Sylvan, though, is left on a bit of an island. Tries to tuck into the corner. Gets dealt with quickly by Kai. Back into the op for Kai. Smoke's going to bloom in his face, though. Buzz as well, challenging this angle. It's going to be advantage for T1 on that long A fight. So now they should be able to lean a little bit heavier over towards the other side of the map. And already Meteor out of his normal position over in the garage. So changing things up just a bit.
Oh! Just a hair off, maybe a minor amount of movement there. What a fantastic shot from Fung Fung.
That is phenomenal from him.
Now getting the ping out. Identifying that Stacks widely alone. As Meteor sets up the shield. Gun comes out. Still getting pinged.
No distraction.
Meteor trying to fight his way out of this position here. It's the grab, wall falls, gets the headshot, looking going to be taken down, double tap, refreshed. Everybody else disconnected now, away from this B site. The defuse getting started, the ping revealing. I'm not sure if they noticed this, but Kai's still able to find one. Bianca finding another. The defuse, however, is just being held. It gets away from them. Trace start running it back. But Izu just sticks to it. Gets T1 a 6th round win.
That is such a gut punch for Trace. They play this round really, really nicely. They create a ton of space. They win a huge opening battle against the operator. Fung Fung then starts lurking all over the map. It looks like they have a great opportunity. But in the midst of the kill contract, chaos ensues. And somehow, some way, T1's able to just get onto the spike and stick it. The Hunter Fury probably creating some space there, sure. Not exactly.
Got it to half, got off, and then got back on it.
Not sure what happened. Yeah.
Getting lost in all of the confusion and all of the chaos. It feels like Trace should have been just 1 round away.
That corner he's in. That is such an annoying position.
He's tucked in with a Vandal drone. However, we'll identify roll that are now going to be crashing through. Actually, TP's into it. Kai just massacres the rest. Thanks to Meteor could not get out. Kai just tears them apart. Buzz at the ready, sending the flash, dropping down, catches them on a timing. Not much more to be done here, it would seem, as Izu now in a 1v4. Kai ready to greet just around the corner. Spots the first, finds it, Izu. 3 swings in, and this time will not be allowed to perform miracles. Trace continue to rally back, keep it contentious. 2 rounds separating now, with 2 more to be played.
That really looked like to me that T1 had a read on the Rolling Thunder. Just a spacing mishap. Oh, the catch. Ooh. And the updraft onto the box. Bianca's util caught him as they were trying to escape. Insane coordination there from Trace Esports.
Nice.
That's basically round over. It's going to be a timeout from T1 now. Try to stabilize. They already got 6 on this defender's side. Would love to eke out a few more. Some ults to talk about, another dimensional drift from Buzz, but I mean, this is just coming down to who can catch who off guard, who's got that better read on that round. With a couple combos of the util, knock a few players out. It seems like that's the round over for one side or the other.
First timeout call of the series so far here from T1. Haven't had much need or want to have to intervene, but clearly Autumn not enjoying how some of these rounds have both gotten away from them and how they've gotten some of those rounds, because a hero stick, not necessarily something you want to be relying on.
Somehow we've seen quite a few of those this event.
Yeah, DRX pulling off quite a many few of them.
I think Leaf had one on Pearl. It's
yeah.
Has been one of those events, but now you're on a weaker bye for the first time here at T1. Ash is finally running dry as 4 out of the last 6 have gone to Trace Esports. Pretty curious what they want to do. You know, you can see some of the ideas both sides coming to fruition. Some good change-ups, good map awareness. Buzz is going to try to get way ahead of this push. There's going to be a tripwire for him to contend with. Could potentially just gate crash past it. See how he wants to navigate this.
I have to burn the other one. He has set up outside a garage, but there you go. Send him over towards long.
Not going to try to take space. They're going to play for A control, but seemingly a B hit.
Save rounder.
That's what Trace is thinking about.
Betting a tripwire here. Nothing to be found. Fault line sent. Kai goes up and over the top. Izu is at the ready, but does get recon pinged out. Now Liu Kang TPing into the back of sight. He find the headshot. Finds himself a second. Stacks will fall. You're forced away, forced to reroute. Now so very low, just 20 HP remaining, as Sylvan will also get dropped.
Save round था, एक round था, चलेगा.
Buzz now clearing out the trip. They're well aware of this position. With the high-low, near impossible for him. Pot shots, goes for a little bit of a wide swing out, but Young K planted, finds that kill. Meteor now, last one to fall. Timeout call here from T1. Not going to be delivering an eco win. Trace will get one round away from tying things up as they look for a 6-6 half.
Yeah, these slightly delayed util dumps from the Sova on Trace Esports has caught T1 off guard a couple rounds now. It's a little bit late with the drone. They're going to drive up behind it. And then Lil King immediately TPs. That's a cool little set play from Trace Esports. Taking a page out of Mako's book from what we've seen in this event there. TP up on the box, TP back. Use that Sova drone to give you that info. It's going to be another op for Buzz in this final round. Has a dimensional drift as well. This time though, him and Izu in garage. And they're just leaving the C site to the Cypher util. And it's fast, and they catch both trips.
Yep. Clear it out. Cam getting a tag on the one. Cyber Cage is now popped. Izu just kind of dancing around, re-peeks it. Meteor, however, going to be taken down. Izu now striking, finding one. Okay, noted there, back plat. Still alive, however. As Buzz sends out the dimensional drift. The plant getting ready to come through. One player going to be spotted out. Backs pinging, noting them both. Oh, goes for such
nice timing.
Close timing and is able to find it.
Timing है.
Moments before looking. His weapon drawn back out. Was now holding the corner, but Kai can find a headshot. The knife is absolutely instant. Red Bull clutch from Kai. Gives us tied up 6-6 in the half.
Absolute madness from Kai. 13-8 now. He has been a huge impact in these last couple rounds.
Absolutely has. Was present there on Lotus where the rest of the team is not. My God, Kai on a heater once again. We'll see you guys on the other side of this halftime break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay. कोई नहीं चलेगा हाफ राउंड कोई ना नाइस हाफ हाफ तो है
Far cry from what we were witnessing on that first map. We are now tied up 6-6 at the half. Trace rallying back, coming alive. Can they start this half off right? Can they get that pistol and take us over to that final map?
It's going to be tough. This is generally the better side of the map for T1. with this comp. Went 8-4 against Talon, 7-5 against DRX, 5-7 against Gen G, but then they went 0-6 on their defender side, so it didn't go so good there, but
6-6.
But this is generally where they're going to be doing their damage, where they're going to be finding those combos, where they're going to be able to TP in the site, hit you with a bunch of util, hit you with some timings that make things really, really challenging. Obviously with that double tap leading the way, sometimes makes it so hard for opponents to know when they can challenge a fight and when they can't. Things like that really come into play here, but Trace Esports, they started to come alive. A lot of it is on the back of Kai. Once he gets that off and those blades in his hands, he is lights out. Stack's gonna eat a stun. I don't think much will become of that. He's got a Sheriff in hand, but isn't gonna challenge the long A angle. Instead, gonna try to push his way through short. Meanwhile, it's a B hit for T1.
Smoke into that C connector, double peek over towards A, but Fung going for a timing, he's able to find one. Sylvan fights back, finds a kill, Stacks trying to go on this lurk. Heybei right around the corner. There's, oh, does he go for it? Oh, Stacks. This is the first shot, but he covers. He's all right. That would have been devastating to the mental state had he missed that one, but now moving forward, dash forward, I should say. Kai able to find one, but
round there.
Sat here on top of the box in the corner. Mo's down 2. T1 get themselves a 3rd pistol win in the series.
Tremendous patience from Stacks. Maybe a little too much there at the end, but it worked. It's fine. It's still a great idea. The way he plays that off the rip. Gets the stun, sticks in the smoke, 3 pushes down.
It wasn't an Ascent A lobby moment. You know. Don't call anybody out. Didn't quite get that bad.
Nice round.
But for a second, there was some scares.
And Sylvan played that really nicely there, trading immediately off the first kill, and then being a bit of a bait for Izu and Meteor, who are on the other side of the site. Just gonna make a quick push in towards C. B, though, has a camera to check for this push out in towards the ramp, but it's going to be a fallback here for Trace Esports. See if they try to push the tempo a bit.
She is one player that has a weapon that can do a little bit of damage. This guy's still going to be working his way across the map. Buzz does get taken down. Maybe just scraping forward into the smoke. Gives himself a 3rd as Sylvan runs out of bullets. Recovered Vandal. Stacks is dead. Heybei coming up with 3, and Kai still hasn't even arrived.
1v2.
The spike is dropped. Izu swooping around will know, should know, but this just leaves the garage. 45 seconds, some time to play with. He could reroute. Just a Sheriff in hand. Odds certainly stacked against him as trying to jump up into the window, but it's going to be Heybei getting himself a 4-piece as Trace doing a T1 what T1 did to them at the start of Lotus.
Absolutely, this is kind of Trace Esports calling card. They're really good in ecos. They have been for a long time. And not just against EDG, who is notorious for throwing against ecos, but they're very, very good in these scenarios. And it's the timing that they use here to push through to the site. And they catch T1 a bit off guard. T1's pushing into smokes when they really shouldn't be. You know that they're going to have close range utility there, or at the, they're right-clicking with classics. They just kind of walk into those smokes and pay the price. Great stuff by TE, though, to get ahead of that plant, to never even let it come through. A couple Sheriffs and a Guardian. The only buy-ups for T1 on this round. Meanwhile, even Outlaw for Kai. Assault rifles the rest of the way through. A bit of a, yeah, I was going to say, Stacks in trouble. Meteor.
Flush down Meteor, able to find one. Double tap. Available, forced away there by the fault line. Buzz making some noise. Paranoia going to be sent his way. Jumps across the opposite side. Looking, spawning up with these players. Dodges the Paranoia, steadies the aim. Find one to Buzz with that Sheriff. Puts him down, picks up the gun. T1 can't just do it again. Right back to him.
Ooh, fantastic coordination, though. Again, Sylvan leading the charge. Buzz able to tuck into the other side.
2 players with just basically no HP here. Stiff breeze would knock Buzz and Meteor down to the floor.
Got those upgrades.
3v3 है क्या है अरे स्टिक कर रहा है भाई
Flank is scoop in the headshot gonna be
हाफ
down
हो गया
Meteor.
यार
Tucks back around the corner, sends out the wall, rushes, sees one on the right, swoop in Kai, that second shot able to connect. Buzz's position, but Izu's gotten rid of Hebei. The jump in, the shorty will get the connection, but the time is just not really there. Kai, oh, he'll just play for the kill, but he's not gonna have it.
कोई नहीं round है
The Thrifty coming through from T1 off the back of getting Thriftied. I feel like I'm casting Genji from last year.
This is just a wild back and forth on this map. You can sense some of the discomfort for both these teams in a way. I mean, this map hasn't been horrible for T1, but it hasn't been great. It has been widely avoided by Trace Esports. It's just some great teamwork that gets him over the line. It's some really good individual play. Meteor there, getting the kill and then backing off immediately. Izu found a great time. Step in, find a kill. But it's that pick they find early to get a rifle into hand. Being able to carry those into that site.
Oh, but Kai nice. A walkabout trying to find somebody caught unawares, but T1 right now are dialed in.
Shadows traveling.
Looking like he's going to try to do the same, but Sylvan has his sights turned back over towards the garage. He fully anticipates, reads it beautifully. The kill comes in, the shock dart not deep enough. Meteor pushes up into smoke, finds Bianchi.
Easy.
That just leaves Fung Fung on his lonesome. Now position is confirmed. Swing out. That's going to be a flawless here for T1. Once again, separating themselves away from Trace. Up by 2 rounds. Looking to hit double digits.
Great anticipation here. Expecting Kai to get aggressive. Meteor's right there, ready and waiting. Double tap available. They're just doing a great job pushing and pulling together here. Sylvan watching the flanks. Just good comms, good coordination. For T1, sometimes it's just the fundamental things that they really need to do well to kind of beat their opponent. There's so much talent, there's so much firepower on this squad. If they're just kind of in sync, generally it's going well. A lot of what they do isn't necessarily based on big set executes or things like that. Sure, they've got that on Lotus to control that space, but it's like the combo plays, the two-player plays that really set T1 apart. That's something they've been doing pretty well here, especially on this map so far. It's been a lot of the coordination that's been getting them some of these rounds. You know, Trace has punched back as best they can. Kai has been heating up, but still, T1 is resilient. They're hanging in there.
Now, one away from hitting that double-digit figure. You mentioned it. Deadly this attacker side can be for T1. I mean, at a glance, makes a hell of a lot of sense. Look at the 2 people at the top of the boards. It's double duelist. This is where they're going to thrive.
Exactly. And now you've got a kill contract. So now you can kind of take your time, work out the map a little bit, see if you can find that target, isolate that player on C is kind of generally what T1 likes to do with this kill contract. They want to isolate whoever's anchoring that site, and then just try to get the free plant and get the long distance post plant set up.
He's gotten it, but Hammer didn't take, so has to just improvise a little bit. Sends him backpedaling, giving up quite a bit of space here on the site. Ham cleared out. Double tap shield about to be reset as there's the grab on the Fung Fung. Walls falling, Fung Fung wins it out. That's a huge kill for him to find. Hasn't been the cleanest map for him so far, but that kill is huge, as are those. Bianchi coming away with 2, Sylvan Buzz both going to be taken down, Spike planted, but Stacks now. In the sight is Izu. Tries to lurk forward. Smoke dissipating, catches a glimpse, but Fung Fung arrives from garage and absolutely dominates the round start to finish.
It's such an important win there in that kill contract. Completely changes the dynamic of that. And Bianchi finds 2 on the backside. Nice work with that Phantom. Just spraying through, Saw the spam, went forward himself, and then Fung Fung on the lurk. I mean, this is just a brawl.
Yeah.
It's who can outdo who. You know, Trace Esports has kind of just said, let's just go at him. Let's just throw him everything we've got. Our tournament life is on the line. Let's go out with a bang if we're gonna go out.
cleared on both sides. Dimensional drift now coming through. Buzz just chasing forward. Which is a glimpse of one. Wants to make sure that that sewer is going to be cleared here. Drone now coming out. Oh, he's just going to jump out right in front of him with a shorty in hand. Bianca cannot react fast enough. Kai now arriving. Updrafts over top of the trip. Camera here in sewer. Should be able to catch a glimpse, provided that Izu's actually toggling it, but now Buzz is finding another one. I'm going to be taken down. Side to side here with the camera. There's the ping reveal. Stacks. Not a lot of time to try to react to it. Kai comes away with that elimination. Meteor going to be taken down off screen as well as Lil King able to find one. Paranoia going to be sent through. Sylvan at hell tucks back, but Buzz is taking over. Not going to be rewarded with an ace. Tries to bail it out, but he doesn't know Izu's position. No one had caught a glimpse. And he is there to save T1 in this round. Once again, up by 2.
And just the little things there for Trace Esports. That early pick on the Bianca, thought he was safe, thought he was far enough back that he could drone. The whole time they're playing to give up sight and play for retake. And you can see the retake is good, the timing, the coordination there. Kai is just a step ahead of where T1 expects him to be when they check that cam. And Stax is already too far down the ramp where he's in a bad spot. He gets caught out. Back over to Kai, who's got knocked out. We're going to be able to check it with the drone. Good piece of work there. Buzz has to TP out.
He's just going to have Meteor refill that space. The aggression. It's catching them off guard. Kid Crash now coming through into the back. The Paranoia there. Buzz take the TP forward. Hunter's Fury gets the ping reveal. Opened up dueling Hunter's Furies. BMK is going to be able to find one, but Stacks will equalize as he finds Fung at the same time. And now Buzz planted here at back plat. Gets with Heyday. Izu holds down Garage. And then it's all on BMK. Snappy headshot to get himself a third, but it'd have to be an ace clutch to get them this round win. Both players full HP, full shields. He's down to 46. Gonna have to effectively just be headshots the whole way through. Has some isolated fights if he can swing this corner, win the first one here. Izu has just been on the money here today.
On that one, I really thought Bianca was going to have a shot with T1 giving him the isolated fights like you mentioned. Literally what I was just thinking, what a creative play there to use the TP to bait for Meteor. You can just walk in to double tap activated. And Buzz holding the back line there, even though he goes down to Bianca. This one right here, ooh, that's good. Ooh, that's good. Right, set up positions, yeah, Sai. You can feel the pressure mounting for Trace.
That's kind of the problem is that this map here, so many of these rounds in the previous two, close but no cigar, just can't quite get through that last player or two. Dimensional drift already online here for Buzz. Spotting out a hell of a lot here now, just keeping in behind over at Hell. Kai up over the top, however, with the knives, able to go ahead and shut him down, stems the bleeding. Keeps him in with a shout. The jump peek.
Oh.
Paranoid out.
Micro movement here, so good from Kai.
Okay, able to find that one. Needs to flick here on a Meteor. Meteor able to find two.
Nice.
MK still alive, still dancing around the box.
Nice.
Meteor and Izu keep them afloat, and they get T1.
Oh, that would have been such a good round for Trace. Feel confident with Kai, blades in hand. But Buzz, great TP there, great reaction from Kai. And I love the movement to move around that smoke, to dodge the entry from T1. They even get a kill off the back of it, and they can't find Meteor. Meteor just starts breaking him apart. 3K for him. Izu there to clean up. Great aggression off the back of that dimensional drift, and Buzz is fired up, man.
And he is. Now, Trace needing 4 rounds in a row to take this to overtime. Double tap pop, Buzz leading the charge. It's a kill contract about to come through. It's going to be a grab here on the BNK. It's a weapon out, looks for it, finds it, refreshes the shield, and is right back in along Kai here. He's trying to slow things down, tucks it behind the box, able to find one. It's a hell of a lot more, but Buzz finds him. And that's just going to be a firing squad opening up here in the blink of an eye. 13-8, T1 persevere. They send Trace home. They send him packing. It's been 1,174 days since the duel of Stacks and Buzz. missed out on a playoff when they got eliminated in the group stage. And they say it will not be happening again on this day.
Unbelievable stuff today from T1. The coordination, the execution, the aim, much more on point than we saw them against Vitality. And Trace really did put up a much better fight on Haven. Obviously, Lotus was all T1 the whole way. And for Trace here, a big round of applause, well-deserved. A team that can do damage. T1, though, this team that was put together to win championships, to win trophies, trying to find their form, trying to find their footing, and this could be the first step towards something even greater.
Oh, I wonder what the sign says.
I don't know. Is it gonna
what
be?
Could it be?
Is it gonna be?
Man,
T1 का कोई चांस नहीं, लेकिन दूसरे मैच में T ने बहुत अच्छा ट्राई किया.
We won't know.
अच्छा ट्राई था.
Let's just bow.
क्लोज आ गया था एक बार.
I want to celebrate.
Wait, guys, try again. We've gotta get the bundle. Get the bundle. There it is.
Okay.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
I'm shocked.
Who could have guessed?
Powered by T1.
So save it for the photo op. Let's get the bow in front of the fans first. But they managed to sort themselves out. Fortunately for T1, the coordination in-game was a lot better than it was trying to get the banner. Nice. For the fans here, quite a bit of relief. Neither of these teams today wanted to come into the tournament and walk away winless. Unfortunately for Trace, that is the circumstance. Commiserations to them for their performances. This was a lot better of a rally back compared to what we had seen. They did have
SEN will win with 2
in that first series versus G2. But we know that this is not their level. We
SEN
know
को तो
that
ऐसे
they
ही
play
भेजना
above what they
चाहिए.
have put on display.
उनको बोलना चाहिए भाई तुम जाओ ऐसे ही.
Trace back at
हमारे
Toronto,
मैचेस नहीं हो रहे.
where
तुम
they
जीत के
can really
पहले.
take that tournament by storm.
Really,
SEN
I mean,
जीता.
I don't think this is the
SEN की
Trace that
trophy
we'll
आएगी,
be
SEN
seeing
की
in the
trophy
future.
आएगी.
I think Fung Fung in particular just did not have a good tournament, and that's unusual for him.
कोई
He's
ना,
usually a
कोई ना.
really
SEN
solid
OP.
player. Was so good in China and kickoff. Just can never
SEN
find his
जीतेगा,
form.
SEN जीतेगा.
And Kai had his moment here on the
SEN
jet.
के तो matches भी
But
उनको
widely on
cancel
the
कर
ice,
देनी
he was
चाहिए.
struggling at times. So still feels like with
ऐसे
some of the new
जाओ,
meta
जाओ.
and the new adaptations that are going on globally, that's something that Trace Esports is going to have to look to going into stage 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But for T1, a second lease on life, but the road, it doesn't really get any easier from here. Gonna have to
भाई
play
लेकिन ये वाला
another
काइने बहुत अच्छा
series if
होता
they
है.
want to be able to qualify and
ये वाला
have
round
to sit back and
मतलब ये
wait
ना
to
मैच
see
भी
who
टीम
their
ने बहुत
opponent's
अच्छा
going to
निकाला.
be.
Yeah. No,
निकाला तो नहीं.
it's going to be really
Maybe
difficult for
Phil
T1, but this was a
would
great confidence builder. This was definitely a moment where they could say, these are our maps. This was our draft. We should be winning this, and you did it rather handily.
Yes, absolutely. The question is, are they going to be given this dream scenario again? I think unlikely. So we need to consider this. We need to continue to see some iteration and some development on those other maps, because this was a bit of a gift here
Prediction
for
is
them.
one
Just
match.
Meteor on ISO every match. Just send it.
Yeah, honestly,
just let it go.
The Abyss comes through. I think you probably just want to play it out and maybe just
Let's see.
like we're seeing from Youngman over on DRX.
मुझे तो पता क्या आज तो होने वाला है. लेकिन मैं बताऊंगा नहीं.
Horizon post-match interview, and here
मुझे तो पता क्या स्कोर होने वाला है.
from
मैं नहीं
the IGL
बताऊंगा.
himself, stats.
Prediction तो है. पिछले मैच में मैंने क्या बोला था कि 13-3 होने वाला. 13-3 हुआ पहले मैच में लोटस में.
ขอบคุณมากๆนะครับผม
What an
amazing crowd ตอนนี้นะครับผมก็มาอยู่กับ Stacks นะครับผมซึ่งผมก็มีคำถามอยู่เหมือนเดิมนะครับ2คำถามเริ่มจากคำถามแรกเลยนั่นก็คือว่าผมเนี่ยสงสัยเหลือเกินว่าทำไมถึงต้องเลือกเฮเว่นเนาะเนื่องจากว่าประสบการณ์ในการที่เขาเล่นเฮเว่นมาเนี่ยอาจจะมีความโครงเคลงอยู่บ้างนะครับแต่ว่าวันนี้เขาดูมั่นใจมากขึ้นเลยอยากรู้ว่าไปทำอะไรกันมา Alright, Stacks, first of all, congratulations. I would love to start with the first question. And yeah, the first question is pretty much about the second map. I really want to know, and I think a lot of the players did not expect you guys to, pick Haven as well, given the recent performances. Yeah, could you run me through what was going on through the decision making for picking Haven?
승리 축하드리고요. 사실 많은 사람들 그리고 상대 선수들이 T1이 헤이븐을 픽할 거라고 예상하지 못했던 것 같아요. 최근에 약간 흔들리는 모습을 헤이븐에서 보여주기도 했었잖아요. 그래서 헤이븐 픽의 이유가 궁금합니다.
저희의 퍼스트맵은 항상 헤이븐이라고 생각을 했어서 상대방이 이제 열어준 거에 너무 감사하게 저희가 픽을 당연히 했고요. 저희는 이미 준비가 돼 있었고 그리고 저희는 왜 그렇게 대중들이 생각할지 모르겠지만 저희의 첫 번째 맵은 헤이븐이라고 생각합니다.
제일 강한 게 헤이븐?
네.
We actually think the
Match
Haven
will
is
start
our
at what
strongest
time?
map. I don't know why
Match
people would
start
take that as a
होगा-
surprise. I mean, I do
रुको,
really
मैं बताता
think
हूँ।
and believe in our Haven.
Retro।
And
अरे मैंने उसमें लिखा है ना भाई,
and
रुको।
also for the first map, we thank Trace for picking it too. 'Cause it's one of our strongest maps
โอ้
too.
alright ก็สำหรับคำตอบนะฮะบอกว่าก็งงเหมือนกันฮะว่าทำไมบางคนถึงสงสัยว่าเราถึงเลือกเฮเว่นนะเพราะเนื่องจากว่าเรามั่นใจเฮเว่นมากที่สุดแล้วเนาะเช่นเดียวกับแมปแรกเหมือนกันก็งงว่าทำไมเทรสถึงเลือกเป็นแมปที่เลือกไปนะครับเนื่องจากว่าเราก็มั่นใจในแมปนั้นเหมือนกันว่าง่ายๆก็คือมั่นใจหมดนั่นแหละถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมเลยทีเดียวมาถึงคำถามที่2นะครับผมนั่นก็คือตัวของเขาเองนะสำหรับแซกเองเนี่ยรู้สึกว่าเจอทีมจีนทีไรแล้วมาทุกทีเลยเลยอยากรู้ว่าวันนี้เข้ามาแล้วมันส่งผลหรือเปล่ากับการเจอทีมจีนของเขาถึงเพอร์ฟอร์มได้ดีขนาดนี้นะครับผม Leading to the second question, you have always been known to do very, very well against the team from China. So I really wanted to know, in this case, does facing Trace Esports today, does that have any impact on you?
세크 선수 중국팀한테 안 지잖아요. 오늘 트레이스 e스포츠를 상대할 때 그런 자신감이 좀 많이 도움이 됐을까요?
그렇게 생각해 본 적 없는데 그렇게 얘기를 해서 일단은 처음 알았고요. 그리고 아마도 이제 저를 알고 이제 저희가 스크림에서 많은 이제 이펙트를 많이 줬기 때문에 중국팀 상대로 아마도 거기에서 조금 저희 아우라가 나오는 게 아닐까 생각합니다.
I never actually gave it much thought, but now that I think about it, it comes more from scrimming a lot of Chinese teams and us leaving a lot of impact on them. So maybe they're intimidated by us. So that's why I do well against Chinese teams.
Amazing. ก็บอกเลยว่าเอาจริงๆก็เพิ่งรู้เหมือนกันเนาะว่าแบบมีส่งผลอะไรอย่างนี้ต่อทีมจีนด้วยเหมือนกันแต่ในขณะเดียวกันก็มานั่งคิดดูเขามีการสกรีมหรือการซ้อมกับทีมจีนเนี่ยเยอะมากๆอยู่แล้วนะครับเลยอาจจะฝังลึกลงไปในเหมือนทีมของฝ่ายฝั่งนั้นด้วยเหมือนกันว่าฝั่งเราเนี่ยค่อนข้างน่ากลัว and that would be it for now. Thank you so much, Stacks. Congratulations on the next round. Thank you, Jen, for the translation. And guys, we'll pass it back. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And that is it from the stage.
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
WW सीक्रेट लैब एक चेयर भिजवा दो मेरे को भी एक चेयर भिजवा दो मेरे को प्लीज W in the chat. आओ इतना थोड़ा बेल हो जाए Let's go. SEN हो जाए.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of Masters Bangkok and our second elimination match. It's Team Liquid taking on Sentinels. Both teams bounce back in their kickoff runs, but only one will have the opportunity to do it here. I am your host, Youngster, and I'm joined by Mimi and Ender. Welcome back, you guys. That first elimination match was a little bit one-sided, but we're expecting things to be a little bit closer in this one.
I'm not gonna lie, production is feeding into the fan cam with the edit on.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was a wild first game, though. Incredibly dominant match coming out from T1. Good to see them bounce back.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think it's sad to see Trace go, right? They had so much more hype coming in and to falter at the end.
I mean, it is sad. We're going to have to send one more team home now. It is going to be even more sad, I feel like.
Another one as well.
Yeah, there were so many of these, like, just crazy rounds. I mean, Tichu putting up a fest on him there. But yeah, that's the pull just right on top of the start. It's unfortunate, too, because I thought TL ran a super cool round in that one where they just sent the Yoru in to plant the spike. They're fighting through their Astral up in heaven with a super late flank. And it's just a misplaced start that cost us the round. So it's not like it was just a mess. There was a lot of cool ideas, and sometimes the execution made it slip away.
Yeah, it was the same with Pearl, though, right? Like, they had so many good moments that match, and then they get in the second half, they make a questionable decision to force buy with 3 pistols, and then they lose the chance to close it out.
Well, let's hear what Nats had to say to Mika Fabs ahead of this match.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Nats, the IGL of Team Liquid. Now, Nats, Team Liquid has defied expectations before. Like, you guys did it at the EMEA kickoff. I'm wondering, where does this resiliency come from within the team? And what enables you guys to just pull through such, unexpected matches and, like, defy all expectations?
I think we were just making a good decision after the losses, but overall the rest of the boys like when people is not expecting us to win, but I think they just enjoy around that, but we're just trying our best.
Underdogs can be an advantage, right? Sometimes. Good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, you heard it from Nats. That's the mentality they had back at kickoff in EMEA as well. And they ended up making a final. The good news is the rookies, Kiko and Camo, had a great debut on this stage against
absolutely fantastic, and especially in that first map where they're pushing EDG into multiple overtimes, right? We've seen how good EDG are, so to have these guys come out on the stage, play up against some of Valorant's finest, and absolutely pop off, it's a great sign.
For Kiko especially, it's great to see him thrive on this stage. Won Ascension 2 years ago, played a whole season with Liquid in 24 that didn't go their way, but I feel like he's really found his own on this roster in 2025, and with Camo also stepping up big time, it made you think that they could have won this game, and they very much could have. It was a close OT, it was a split that was only a few rounds away. If they hadn't lost those key rounds we showed earlier, this could have been a scenario where Team Liquid was off in the 1-0 games, going on towards the playoffs, but now instead they have to lock in for this lower bracket.
We have seen this before. This is how they managed to make a final back in EMEA. I think it bodes well for them that the rookies were not nervous. The rookies didn't feel the pressure on stage, especially considering for Kiko, and this is his home crowd. He is the only Thai representation. I'm gonna put a sock in that because we have a very special content segment we're bringing you guys here, because Mimi was joined by Narrate and Kiko for a Thai food taste test. Take a look at this.
Hey there, welcome. I'm Mimi, and I'm here with SEN's Narrate and Team Liquid's Kiko, and we're going to be trying out some Thai food today. Got a couple dishes queued up, and for this one, I know you were talking about being super excited for your first global event, getting to come to Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to be here. I think that, I really like the weather, because in Germany right now, it's snowing, here's really warm, and I've got family coming to watch me, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, you're half Thai, right? So your mom's going to be here, your family's going to come out and get to do that?
Yeah, and my mom's going to be here for the first game, my grandma and her 3 brothers. My mom's 3 brothers. There's going to be a lot of people coming to watch me.
All right, we'll keep talking, but I want to dive right into the food. So we're going to give the first one to you guys. This is a stir-fried chicken dish, which I believe is this one for each of you. You gotten to eat much food here yet? No?
Yeah, I can't remember what we had. I think it was like pad kaprao.
Actually,
but
yeah, dive in.
We've eaten like a little bit of Thai food, but we have a habit of just going to get like Japanese food or something, always for no reason.
To be honest, the Japanese food here is really good too. But that one should be a little spicy. Good, kind of basic stir fry.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I think that when we first landed here, I was like telling my family, like, the first thing we can eat, I know we're gonna eat like some fried chicken. That's not Thai at all. And that's the first thing we did. Went to this Korean place called Bonchon.
अबे क्या ये food show चल रहा है या VCT चल रहा है यहाँ पे?
For some reason, no one wants to eat Thai food. I was like, right, whatever.
Neri, for you, this is your kind of second year coming to global events in Valorant. Last year you were playing against this guy in EMEA. Yeah. Now you're in NA with Sentinels. You guys get second place first ever event. How's it been? What's different playing in NA, playing with Sen versus your year last year with KC?
Well, I mean, obviously the biggest difference is like, location. Berlin is a very cold city, especially like in the winter. It's very just
dark,
desolate.
Sunset at 4 p.m.
Yeah, it's very dark always. NA and LA is just 70 degrees all year round. It's just perfect weather for no reason. Like, it's actually annoying like how perfect the weather is there. But like in terms of like teams and stuff, when I went to EMEA, I didn't know a lot of the players. I just kind of was playing. Whereas in NA, I know all the players. I know how they play. I know like, their tendencies, and even just like I'm fans of them too.
Sure.
So that's the biggest difference is I'm just playing people I know versus people I didn't.
I want to grab the next dish here. We have a spicier one. This one is a yellow curry dish. If you want to just grab it, you can go ahead and dig it. I'll let you guys finish the other dish after. Get that. It looks pretty good.
Actually, looks good, man.
Do you eat a lot of Thai food at home?
Yeah, my mom's a chef.
Your mom's Thai. Does she cook a lot?
Yeah, she's a chef. So she makes a lot of Thai food, a lot of like Asian sort of cuisine. So yeah, I'm pretty used to all the flavors. Like this one, it's like medium spicy, and I don't feel like it's spicy at all. So I hope this one's a bit spicy.
No.
No? Okay. Maybe it'll be a little harder this one.
I don't even know how to eat this. Like I've never eaten something like this, so.
No?
Well, it's like shrimp. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's like prawns in the curry.
Okay. I don't even know how I buy this.
A little bit of a struggle to get through.
No, yeah.
All right, we got a spicy dish.
Closer.
I want to ask you, Neri, you've been known to be a little bit of a trash talker on occasion. Do you have any spicy takes, anything for this event?
Everyone's horrible.
Everyone is horrible.
Yes, including us.
You think he's horrible?
Including us.
Yeah,
I mean, this guy's nice. He's too nice with the rock, but everyone is horrible. We're horrible. I mean, to be honest, all the teams are very new.
Sure.
So, like, the quality of games like this tournament will definitely be a lot lower than later in the year. Just
sure,
because
it's kind of always how it goes. New teams, new meta, big changes to the maps.
And definitely this tournament, there's not a lot of teams that have been, together for a very long time other than like G2 and EDG. So we'll definitely see a lot of like improvement mid-tournament. Like people will like play their first match and then people get a lot better after.
Most overrated team in the tournament?
Overrated team? I'd say EDG.
EDG?
Yeah.
You think they fell off from champs last year?
I think they had a really good run in champs. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do the same. We'll see. Maybe I jinxed it.
We'll see. We'll see. Some spicy stuff for you guys.
We'll see.
Hope you enjoyed the food, and thanks so much for joining me for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you.
I hope you really enjoyed the food as well, Mimi.
Yes, and that EDG take aged like fine wine.
Yeah, they seem to be very overrated right now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of some things that haven't aged super well, Sentinels, their opening game, what did you guys make of that against DRX?
I mean, they got absolutely rocked. This was a shock compared to expectations for both of these teams, but DRX came out with some really good comp changes, and they just rolled Sen, their attack side, on this Lotus. The Yoru was hitting the C site every round, and Sen could not find a solve.
Yeah, and definitely DRX should have been the favored team heading into that matchup, but I think people had a lot more faith there. But for me, I sort of felt like Zekken was absent. The form of Zekken that you'd expect to see from him, especially in that first map, didn't see much. And I feel like he's got to be a player that has to turn it around if this team's going to have a chance.
Yeah, underperformances from him, from Zelsis, from the guys that were so big for them.
And truthfully, it's the whole team, right, that like wasn't really stepping up. But really, usually when it is, who's going to be that guy, it's usually Zekken.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And then on top of that, there was just synergy issues across the game, players not swinging together. It was the Sentinels that looked completely out of sort in that game.
Yeah, but Bang had a banger. He was pretty consistent, he looked good. And I mean, you talk about players having to step up, I feel like he already did in that game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right, is Bang one of the new additions onto this roster, right? Massive shoes to step into with Tens formerly in that team. I think Bang's a phenomenal player. Like, this is one of the
You're
best.
You're his #1 fan.
I'm actually Bang's #1 fan. Like, I think his site anchoring is elite, and he'll do it on his own so consistently. Like, he doesn't need assistance coming coming in. You don't have fast rotates or util to help him out. He can just do it all on his own. So it was great to see, even in the loss, that form is still shining through. For the first time, he's stepping onto an international stage in a Sentinels jersey.
But he had to step up because of how much the rest of the team was struggling. You think of the Lotus, he was put in a position where he's like solo retaking late towards C when his teammates is dead. He was in so many clutch situations. He's a great player, but you can't just rely on him to be winning games. And it was clear with how hard they got shellacked by DRX in that opener.
They lost the game.
Well, for now, let's check in with the Vibe Merchant and hear what Zelsus had to say after the loss to DRX in this Omen player moment.
Hey guys, I am Zelsus. Losing to DRX in the way we did, I mean, it was just an embarrassing loss, to be honest. I felt like they just kind of walked all over us and we didn't really play well, considering DRX in the past, they kind of just stuck to everything they did and everything they know. So they learned how to adapt, which is good for them. It's a very strong thing to do, especially in such a short time. Switching 2 comps like they did on 2 maps is not an easy task, especially considering the schedule that they probably had in the last couple days. So kudos to them. I mean, second map was a lot closer than first map, thankfully, but we didn't just get swept. I mean, we usually start slow in our tournaments and in our series with map 1s, so it's not like a surprise to me.
Back, be cleared out by Bang. Zelsus far forward, and Bang is absolutely ready for it. Gets the shutdown gunman on the floor, shots into the smoke.
Like, there's so many scenarios that could happen, you just have to take it each day. But when you're in an environment like this, I think everything comes down to team play and comms, so that's a very important thing for me to help the team focus on, in my opinion. Whoever we play, I mean, you're in the same boat as us. You're 0-1, we're 0-1, so if you doubt us, just know you're just the same team that we are.
Tell us how you really feel, Zelsus. Tell us how you really feel. But they will be going up against Team Liquid in this scenario, of course, in the elimination. But let's take a look at this comp that Liquid were playing back in EMEA. This was their permaban until it got to the best of 5s, where they kind of had to show us. Do you Do you guys think that this is something they could bring out again today?
No, I know I was like hyping up like some solo queue comps and agents working on this map, but the Reyna is one step too far.
Yeah, I agree. I think that in the club, it was a gimmick comp that didn't really pay off at the time. If they do want to show Lotus, I expect them to have something prepped. SEN got owned on that map, but they're not a bad Lotus team. Hey, it worked against Heretics. They looked very good the first time they played everything worked against Heretics, to be fair. Oh, that's sad, that's sad. But for now, let's get into this elimination match even. Send it down to the stage and bring out your teams. It's Team Liquid and Sentinels.
क्या स्टेज है भाई Sentinels, let's go.
Team Liquid.
Team Liquid and Sentinels, they are no strangers to the pressure of elimination, but only one of them can survive today. It comes down to the teams, one of them that won the first global tournament of the year back in 2024 in Madrid, and the other one that had to answer to every single person doubting them in this community. It is the ultimate do or die. Both these teams had very mirrored paths in their respective kickoffs. Rough starts, going down to the lower bracket, but they both recovered, went on massive runs to make it to their respective finals, and now they both have that same task here, but only one can continue.
Sometimes that pressure, you can just use that as fuel to just go on a run to make a serious dent in the tournament.
Heavy match.
And right now, both these teams can be gearing up for the most important match of this tournament for themselves.
Yeah, and very important map veto as well. The reason we showed you guys that Lotus comp is because Liquid, it was their permaban, but in some situations, they banned the Pearl, they let the Lotus float, and this is one of those situations that I can see that happening because I wouldn't want to play against Sentinels Pearl.
Yeah, it's pretty classic too, right? EMEA teams banning the Pearl away against America's team.
We have never beaten America's on Pearl, never.
You don't want to match up there, so it wouldn't be a big surprise.
Oh, here we go.
Team Liquid take Pearl out of the pool. Sentinels want to start off on Lotus.
So I think Lotus has to be a new comp for Team Liquid. I will be shocked if they are going back into a Clove Reina double duelist comp here at a global tournament.
I think this is a trap. I think Liquid want Sentinels to pick Lotus. I think they baited them into this. And again, the last time they did this to a team, albeit maybe you didn't like the comp, but they did perform really well and they were prepped.
Absolutely. And for Sentinels here, my one kind of difference to that is that I think this will be the map that was under the most scrutiny for them in these last 2 days after getting cooked by DRX here.
Yes.
To go back, figure out what went wrong, and make improvements.
And that's the thing, right? Coach Kaplan loves to get zero sleep at international events and watch those balls on blue.
I don't know if he loves it, but they make him do it every event.
He has to do it. He has to suffer through that. But truthfully, what it means for this team is they learned so much in the losses. This first map is going to be really, really exciting, especially depending on what Team Liquid are going to rock here.
Here we go. This is so interesting. What do you make of this?
Yeah, thankfully they've made a change and they are playing a very good composition. You're up against Sen, who's playing the fight. You basically have to be locking in that Yoru for Camo, and you're pairing that with the Breach Teo. Just a good, honest comp.
Yeah, here's the thing though, in terms of the agents themselves, Nat is the only person here that really has reps of playing Cypher on this map. Paddy has never played Breach on Lotus, Kiko has never played Omen on Lotus, Kamek of course never played Teo here either.
Yeah, and to be fair, there is a little bit of a learning curve, but at the same time, usually this map is going to come down to big team fights around Rebel space, around C space, so surely they put in the work to know how to fight together with these new agents.
Sen, though, lost to a very similar comp for DRX, so they're going to be prepping for a very similar comp to this one. I imagine they expected, at very least, that Yoru to come out from TL.
And in Americas, they played against basically the same thing in G2 on this map, except it's a Viper instead of the Cypher, so very similar ideas when it comes to those brawls.
I'm looking to see how Sentinels changes the way they're anchoring C. Zelsis got kind of exposed by DRX. C executes consistently on that one. So I want to see how they're changing up, how they're solving that side of the map coming back into this.
Yeah, and also for Kamek, I know there was a lot of question marks, he looks a bit shaky, but his Tejo in EMEA is one of the best. He's very, very good, very reactive. I just want to see him play with a little bit more confidence.
Absolutely, and the other guy I'm looking at is Camo, who, despite Team Liquid's loss to EDG, he looked really good in their debut. I love him on the Yoru.
Yeah, the Yoru is looking so sick, and again, you've got so many ideas to combo with your teammates when you've got the ultimate going down with the Breach, all these different ideas, the fast rotates as well to sort of help out your opposite sides, your weak sides of the map. This is going to be a very new look for Team Liquid coming into the match today, but I think they've got some serious chances even on this opener.
Yeah, this is what I talk about when I said preparation, because even though they were perma-banning this map, they were all telling us, you know, talking about how they actually had something cooked. You know, they knew what they were doing. They just didn't want to play it. But for Sentinels, how do you react to this? How do you react to some of the changes that we just seen?
I think this is likely what they expected, or at very least the comp they're familiar playing against. So I almost turn more towards like individual player confidence. I'm looking at Zekin. He is a big game player for this team. He was one of the biggest reasons they won in Madrid. They went on their run in America's kickoff this year. He's got to be better than their first game.
Yeah, he's got to be an elite duelist for this team to make a dent here in this tournament and go for a deep run. It's also interesting that we just haven't seen him take the Yoru yet at this event, right? He's played the Jet. This is going to be his second game on the Rays too. It's a map where it makes sense for the agent, but I've got to see more from this guy.
And I also want to see the vibes, you know, a little bit better, because against DRX, when we saw them on stage, it was a little bit muted. There wasn't a lot of screaming, a lot of BM. I want to see more of that from Sentinels today.
Yeah, you heard it from Coach Kaplan in the interview after losing that map 1 to DRX. He felt like the team's entire vibe was off. Players weren't clicking. It was something that really went wrong on every front. But the vibes is what wins games for Sentinels, and you gotta look at Zelsis to bring that up.
And of course, John QT versus Nats. This is such an interesting IGL head-to-head.
It's the ultimate old versus new. Nat's such a classic player, but IGLing still a new role for him, having to prove himself here at Masters.
Yeah, and speaking of old versus new,
I'm so sorry.
Let's send over to your caster. It's the completely unbiased duo of Bren and Sideshow.
Yeah, absolutely. Contractually obligated caster, by the way. But yeah, let's get into it, man. It's do or die for both of these teams here at Masters Bangkok. Situations that both of these teams have been in before, actually. Lower bracket runs is something that they've got frequently at the back of their minds, that they know that they've got experience doing it. Liquid have done it, Sentinels have done it. But here on the global stage, a different ask entirely.
Team Liquid have basically copied DRX's homework to try to shore up their map pool here. One of their weakest maps, Lotus. Remember, they stole the homework of Sentinels to shore up Pearl. And so can SEN fend off the copycat comp?
Let's go, first round.
We got to see learnings from SEN. Off the back of that defeat, I mean, it was brutal when they played against DRX. Everything was going wrong for them.
Pretty much the same pistol round. And here's that TP.
And here it is, an adjustment already. John dominates the angle in the The anchoring is tested.
Round.
Zelsis and John side by side, shoulder to shoulder, make short work of Team Liquid.
It is crazy for Team Liquid to try to run the Mako the exact same play. You know that SEN have looked at that in the VOD review and gone, well, we're never going to let that happen to us again.
Yeah. Team Liquid going back to the old walkabout. Cleaned up momentarily, and it leaves it just a Paddy Tech in a 1v4. An open side over towards A, might be able to get a plan, but
possibly
past that point.
Seen magic from him before at international events on this map, pulling out low HP, insane clutches. This one though, I think a stretch too far as soon as the door opens as well. They even have a flash to try to slow him down. It's going to be difficult for Paddy to do anything other than just get the plan here and get some extra money for the team.
Going for it, he's trying to force the fight nice and early here, and Zeka does want to square up, takes his head clean. On Lotus, we're already seeing adjustments from the last time they loaded against DRX, already mentioned as well.
Yeah, and the idea here is that you go for the teleport and then you use the stun to be able to TP into the back corner. Mako did it twice actually, once on the bonus and once later on in a rifle round as well. SEN super ready for it this time. I'll give credit at least to Team Liquid. At least they didn't do it on a bonus. They did it on a pistol. They tried to make it slightly different. But you're going to have to wake up a little earlier than that to catch SEN.
All missiles away. Good chance to set the tone, I think, for Lotus for Sentinels. All grouped up though, pack mentality from Team Liquid. Hopefully get a plant down onto B, that's what they're going to be wishing for. John catches that contact, bullet to the head too, but too much damage. Hold on, they're just swarming themselves in as well, and out and through potentially. Taking control of all the extremities and the lanes here. Paddy wants to try and take a fight. Tango up top, but no snakebite pushing them back, and a little bit of unawareness there. John getting caught lacking. Lance down. Sentinels are going to try and do this one with a bit of discipline. Cleanly at that. Damage has done to a variety of them, but that's just taking back and control of Heaven, perched up, and he's out with the Bulldog in their hands, along with that Outlaw. Difficult spot though still for Team Liquid themselves, and he kills.
Nice.
They're leaving it just to that. It's a 1v2. That's a safe defuse from the rate.
Nice round.
But that's an astoundingly expensive conversion. It's not like Team Liquid forced into that. But SEN only managed to keep an Outlaw and a Bulldog going forwards. It's not going to be the best bonus in the world. They were pushed there, and one of the reasons they were pushed is because Zelsis either forgot or didn't get to pop the Thorns as they were going through into B. Normally you want that Thorns to be popped and that should shut down basically an eco rush like that. I mean, look at how bad this bonus is.
Yeah, just Sheriffs and a Ghost, right? The supplement of 2 weapons they're able to save as well in a rubble of fight. Nice and early. See it now, sees out through the back, long the snake bite, they just shoved absolutely everything into the fray, and the salvos, but they just clean up Zeka like that. Smoked through as well, a bit of spam alongside it. Team Liquid happy to oblige and partake in the bloodbath. Here's the rate here, an off angle, he's got to try and make a play here, but what can you do against the rifles? Not too much. Folds with ease. Leaving it just down to Zelsis here. It's inevitable at this point for Team Liquid.
SEN couldn't really put up too much resistance. And there was a chance if the Season 8 had caught perfectly onto Kiko, maybe they could have snowballed it forwards. Zelsis not able to land the shot there onto a player that would have gone down in a single bullet. But you don't want to keep the Outlaw either.
No. Being hunted down. And he spotted out.
NT.
That's the closest to ult though. So you're not in danger necessarily of a large ult snowball forming off the back of that bad. See here, the rubble fight. Now, if you think about how DRX they actually didn't opt into rubble fights very often. It was Hyunmin who went over there with his teleport, with his gate crash, to try to bait out trap plays and then escape. It looks like Liquid are opting more into it. I wouldn't have said, honestly, that this would be too successful. You see that gate crash going all the way over to the door.
Yeah, second, just trying to use the cover of his own smoke as well. Gate crash, as you mentioned, as well. So cut up all the available angles. And I'm happy to concede up the space over towards A Rubble. Meanwhile, Nats, peekaboo. No player's going to be meeting eye to eye with him. Still, doors opened wide, and that does apply a bit of pressure now to Sentinels.
Bang was often trying to hold on to that one to re-clear through tree, but this time invested it in the rubble fight. So how do you root Paritek and Camo out of this spot? Camo has no escape hatch. Thinking about recontesting. There's 4 players over here, but what's the go button?
Doors open again. There's a flash into the face of a few of these players. Seizes narrowly dodged and juked as well. Meanwhile, fight taken, but Johnny's got way too much to overcome into that spot, and full evacuation. Team Liquid, they got 5 players surviving, holding their ground for now, but again, okay, so a bit more proactivity from Sentinels.
Nats could find the timing on the lurk. He's realized there's no thorns here, obviously no wall as well. No vice wall, I suppose I should say. And he's taken deep information. Sen know that this is a possibility, but do they think about Nats being quite this deep?
Very cautious themselves. A lot of contact plays. Make sure that they can hold all the angles. Adjusting to the side of the smoke, and bang! Sniffs that something's up. Can tell that there's something odd about this situation. They know that Heaven's not going to be cleared out. Sen themselves grouping up now for the retake. Now, it's explosive at that. Team Liquid looking to try and dominate this one angle up through Heaven as well. They can take away this space, it makes it that much harder. But Sentinels just paving a way across the site. They've managed to get themselves access to it. Kiko just dropped onto 10 HP in a Dream, yet still Dreams might be made manifest.
Nice round, WW.
Balls in the end there, so Sentinels showcasing much better discipline this time around.
And crucially, winning important duels. That's another thing that was going wrong for them in the game against DRX. DRX were on fire. Individuals, like Hyunmin, for example, who we've already talked about, were sparking Sen out. In this round, Narrate hits 2 big kills. Managed to take down Camo, then Kamek. And even that fight that we were watching up in Heaven, even though Bang got pressured in a 2v1, he still managed to take Nats with him. So important duels going the way of Sen to put them on the board in a retake over at B. Here's another Rubble contest from Team Liquid. Currently not playing the composition, apart from the pistol round, in the same way that we saw from DRX.
All eyes, there won't be any contestation.
Let's go. Support to it.
Fawns with a reveal, that's a bit of spam through the wall on top of it. Bang with the Guardian in hand.
Gate crash broken as well, Brent, so Camo doesn't have an ability to go deep into tree. And Bang saved the paranoia this time, so they've saved quite a bit of util to go for maybe a reclear over at Rubble, but the personnel isn't necessarily there.
It's going to be challenged though, potentially. This is all in, very much so. Throwing to lead the charge. Okay, crashing to the back. And where's that all going? Onto the top of the box! Blind as anything, and Bang just couldn't stand the test.
I mean, Bang heard the ultimate, but he must have assumed that it was in pit instead of being on top of the box right behind it.
Yeah, a bit of confusion there. Yeah, Team Liquid. Give up any sort of space whatsoever. Look at that, Norofet reveals all Zekken. Just lit up, and now rolling thunder right into Spawn. Try and hold your ground down, but stunned up once more. Camo is taking liberties and taking names.
Liquid dominating over towards A right now. We're not seeing Sentinels be able to win Rubble duels against them. We're not seeing Sentinels be able to go for reclears. They're playing passive, reactive, and they're not coming up with the right moves at the right time.
I mean, Bang was smoking there as well. That's why he wasn't really aware of the ult coming up behind him.
Like I say, though, he should have been able to hear. You know, LAN is different in terms of the noise cues. It's possible. Loud crowd, loud white noise in your ears. Possibly missed that. But throughout this map, and the previous one played by Sen against DRX, I just haven't been a fan of Sen's ideas on the defense. This is new though, this is an idea.
Very all in, but already you've seen the dimensional drift and maybe getting a bit of value indeed. Just playing pop the targets, pop the heads if you can with the rifles. Wait a second,
Zekken.
Yeah, got his head on it. Drop down to just 61 health, though we'll have to concede a bit of this space here. Team Liquid. Full access onto the site. Man down on top of it. No real weaponry for Sentinels to work with. Maybe if they get a pick, they could think about offloading Celsius' ults, but very unlikely.
Yeah, getting back in here is going to be more difficult in a couple seconds. Kiko with the smoke. They already have a trip down. He's not going to go for it, actually. He just wants to keep rifle out.
Sentinels have walked up most of the way.
Of course he does.
Yeah. Destroyed. Fall anyway, so 4 surviving from Liquid now. Bank is sat on the boom.
And in terms of these rifle rounds, it's been remarkably one-sided, and Sentinels are struggling. This is not the same dominant Sentinels that we saw at the start of last year. The one that won kickoff, came into Madrid, storming forwards. They've actually, if we're being real, I think SEN have only played 2 great matches all year. They win against MIBR and then they lost, actually, in the grand finals to G2. They were playing some really good Valorant. Before that, they weren't happy with their performance, even though they were winning quite a bit. And after that, at this event, they haven't been happy with their performances either, and it's a rough beginning here. I know the score is tied at 3-3, but that's because SEN countered the specific set play that they had seen before, and it got them the pistol in the follow-up. That's 2 out of 3 of the rounds that they've won.
Team Liquid have been running away with the gun rounds. Timeouts 4, as you mentioned, too. And SEN do have a lot of ults to work with in this particular round, so you can cook up something here.
I think they're just playing too passively. Yeah. They're giving Team Liquid full mount control or full rubble control, whatever they want to go towards. And they're not mixing in enough punishes for that. It's okay to give your opponents rubble if you're going to occasionally mix in some massive re-clear strategy where you catch them with a paranoia and you jump on top of their heads and there's a bit of a wipeout. But it's easier to do that actually with Liquid's comp. Like when the side swap, Liquid do a ton of that kind of stuff.
4 ults हैं और एक के बाद सिर्फ एक ult
kind of anchoring sides and hoping that that's going to get them the win. And it's been a rough game plan for them at this tournament on Lotus.
ये round का बनाना चाहिए देखो.
Switch it up too much compared to when they played against DRX, but
this time they're just like, okay, let's just try to stack 4 players and win a fight over here with ults.
And actually just try and brute force it. Squares up. That head-to-head between the superstars, though, it's all Zekken.
And that's a massive first pick. They've stopped Team Liquid taking rubble control, and now SEN can kind of sit back. This is the spot where you're happier playing a bit more passively.
The player advantage.
क्या चल रहा है?
Use the impetus onto Team Liquid to make the moves here. Nats is calling. Sort of play grouped up over towards B main.
He's realized that he's been able to find a timing into B in a prior round.
It's fake pressure from Team Liquid over towards C at the exact same time. There's no recipients from SEN, so they're not going to be calling this. The idea was to show a bit of misinformation, but now the door's open wide.
And Nats has actually spotted Zelsis over towards B, pinged out his location, and they're thinking it'll be easier to exec C if the site anchor isn't there. It's possible that John could be here. Sometimes they do have the Viper anchoring. Double die.
Yeah, okay. TP up onto the box on top of it. Kamek. Hold up. Wall. Double jump over. So full committal now by Liquid. Thorns are popped off a little bit prior, and Nats is going walkabouts. This guy! Oh my! Happy to find the gaps in the defensive plays by SEN.
Oh my god, and they're going for the contact walk through waterfalls. Zelsis has no idea. He's
Not
about to get
a clue!
That's masterful calling from Nats.
And this is what they do best. Team Liquid putting a squeeze onto you now as well. So many unknowns circulating around Sentinel's minds. The plan's down, still not ready for the Heaven Peak himself. Bang!
W.
Straight back at you. Now disadvantage to Team Liquid.
W.
Backs to Zekken. Nats left alone. Only 33 health to do it in a 1v2. There's a nade to dodge and Duke 1 HP.
W round.
What a hero Bang is there. Gets the 2 kills that open up the round completely and allow Zekken to get the timing and finish the round out. But it's Bang put in a tough spot, delivering exactly when his team needs it. That round, from a macro perspective, was all Team Liquid. I guess apart from the rubble fight at the beginning, because that really was Zekken being able to get the better end over Camo, set them up in a nice defensive position. But after that, you saw Nats mid-rounding beautifully. And it felt like it was Liquid's to win. Sentinels still have 5 ultimates. Huge benefit that they didn't actually even have to use any there.
Saving them for a rainy day, apparently.
Might be raining right about now.
Yeah, it's a lot of presents. Team Liquid grouped up here. No pushback, not from Sentinels. They're happy to play this one a bit more passively with this Nightfall. It's primed and ready. Paranoia at that, but who's going to be playing off of this? That's my question. Nightfall coming through as well. There's a drone in the face, though. You're suppressed up. It's still Decay. Maybe kick it in on top of it. Showstopper! Where the hell is it? That one to the moon? Paddy! Skill 2. Kiko Kamek making short work of these Sentinels players. Celsius 1v3. He's had a difficult time of things recently. And Anchor played his vice position and role. Ups and downs in terms of his performance, but now he's left to do it all. Discipline, name of the game here for Liquid. Look at him. Not going to give him absolutely anything here. Paranoias. He's going to always hit. There's a steel guard and committed, but there's salvers in your face. There's a flash in your face. Kitchen Sink's going to be coming next. Best of luck to you. Again, no open fight, Team Liquid. There's no mistakes here with the way that they're playing. Double face up into heaven.
He's throwing good money after bad there. That ultimate towards the end is almost never going to get you the win in the 1v3. They've just got perfect control over the site. They still have util to be able to use. And when you combine that with Zekin's ultimate, which, as you said, went into orbit, when he was trying to punish the player, he sees that a little flare towards the back. He's trying to get a bit of splash damage on somebody at back rubble, but it looks very silly, doesn't it? And there's the war chest expended. 3 big ultimates: Nightfall, Showstopper, Steel Garden, gone for naught.
I think it's the play that SEN were trying to go for. As you said, bit of a refight. Oh, the phone. Zekin go for that peek and camo. Brave to get back posted onto the angle. TT by Bang, didn't even hear that one. So happy to pluck camo out of the picture here. And Team Liquid left scrambling, all grouped out. They don't really have any map control here. But they're going to go for the reclear themselves. Aftershock, Salvo, smoke into the face of Zekin. He's spamming, spraying, praying.
Nice angle.
Sentinels, no one's hearing them.
3v3. Arey bhai,
3 versus 3. TP up into the spawn. What the hell's occurring here? Kiko.
Oh, this is wild. Is he looking to try to get a timing on John? Is he just trying to pull players towards him?
John's only got a judge, just sat down into the pit.
I mean, you say only got a judge. I wouldn't want to walk in there.
Very true, but
they're going to try to pinch by the look of things. Kiko's calling the rest of his team back over to this pit. They still have drone to work with. They have drone. The drone can inform a stun from Patty. And Kiko,
just going for it.
I don't really like going for it before the rest of the team's in position to help.
30 seconds left.
Sentinels are so split up there.
This is so slow from Liquid.
Yeah.
Tally-ho in Mount, guys. You gotta go forwards.
Might be going right into the wall. John QT, Judge in hand, salvos, a misstep, a gap, but they're spamming it. Almost the expectation of it. Only 13 seconds left. They're going to try and get themselves into this.
Nice. W round.
The snake bite at the end.
What are they doing? Why aren't they Tejo droning that?
Yeah, it's a confusing
one. W round.
They have drone so that they can stun the Viper when he breaks it, and then they have Kiko on the flank. Why are they contact walking all the way through Mount and then just spamming into the pit and then running in there? What is going on in Liquid's comms there? I think that is a hit the red button moment. Kaplan's like, yeah, well, we'll take those, I guess.
We'll take it.
We will take those.
OP,
so
OP in the chat.
Hit the panic button, as I said.
John OP. Yes, John OP.
I don't think the overall ideas have been too bad from Team Liquid. They've generally speaking been able to scrap over towards rubble. I'd say they've ended up getting the better of it most of the time. Here they missed the teleport from back, but were still able to get into a 3v3. But that is a crucial one for SEN to be able to win. They came to that round with a judge and an Ares. That's one of the first Ares purchases that I've seen in pro play for so long. But Narrate was gunning with that one, the poor man's Odin, to try to keep SEN's head above water.
Won't lie though, shaky game from both sides.
But it's expected to be shaky from Liquid, because this is the very bottom of their map pool. Yep. They ban Pearl, although if they play it, they're going to steal Sentinel's comp. And then they're either going to ban Lotus, or they're going to steal DRX's comp by the look of things. So those two maps, we know, are at the absolute bottom of Team Liquid's map pool. And so they're expected to be shaky here. The fact that it's dead even, basically, is actually a worrying sign for SEN. They need to be putting some clean air between them and Team Liquid on this map.
Horn's not quite broken here. Nice setup. Over towards A. Zelsis is going to be praying that they walk straight into this one, but it's just camo as well, trying to absorb a bit of it, down to it. reveals the hands that the setup has moved around. Five players grouped up. Team Liquid don't really have anybody they can pivot into in case things do go wrong over towards the A hit. And now, oh my god, they're trying to jump spot and make this wall out. Narrate and Zelsis have stepped up.
Nice.
First time that this defensive setup's been tested with the Vice over here towards A, and it works perfectly. John's also there, ready to collect this pivot into B. And all of this information allows Bang to push out. SEN playing this round very nicely.
Yeah, and the wind is taken out of the sails of these Team Liquid players. They were hoping for faster tempo up. And again, back to the drawing board. Old classic and all reliable, which is contacting all the way. And speaking of contacting, Bang is getting constant information. He's clearing up the question marks across the map. Barrel spotted out, but I think he's just missed the mark on that one. And yeah,
nice.
He's going to be missing his head too. This is Sentinels putting a squeeze onto these players and they're just making it look like child's play.
Oh, Narrate on an individual level has been having some rounds. There's a player that if he steps up could make all the difference for SEN. I talked earlier about how SEN are not the dominant force that they were in 2024. But one of the reasons I think is that they're still trying to find their rhythm with this new roster. They're trying to settle people into roles. Narrate's looked his best when he's been playing the Fade. He's been looking decent when they've played Lotus in the past. But you can get more from this guy. I know you can. I've seen it before. And if he plays up to his potential, then that could add a real extra bonus to how SEN are performing.
Yeah, maybe the narrative of SEN heating up over the course of these tournaments. Waking up from the slow start might not be a fake one.
They need it.
They do. A bit more spread though from Team Liquid. Last few rounds have been all in over towards A Rubble.
Fake rubble control, fake mount control, sorry, here. So Camo, he trips the trap. This is perfect information for the rest of Liquid. They can start accelerating over towards A. They're going to know that the Vice setup is over here, and they've already interacted with it in the prior round. So there goes the Clone trying to bait out the wall.
Do just that. Going to be triggering it. Up and away we go. Hold on, that cage. Probably not intended for the top of that one.
Not where that was supposed to go.
Now we're seeing it. Rolling Thunder. It's going to cleave its way in through the side. The rate is cleaned up momentarily. It felt like he had to take a fight there. Push forward, past the smoke on top of it. How the hell was that one? Almost the open sightlines in time, and the Armageddon's going to be clearing them all the way out. Zelsis, he can't even escape it. Not the ire of it. And the advantage now lies into the hands of Team Liquid. One player up. Forward into the position. Satchel up on top. It's a high ground perch. Potentially to play around here and still unable to win these fights out. It's Nats and Kiko. Full control, and Bang's able to pick up those pieces in a 1v3, and that discipline shines through once more. You can see it. Smoke into the face though disrupts the play. And still no swing from Paddy. He's waiting for it, but straight through the smoke. Safe hands from the IGL.
That's how Team Liquid's composition is supposed to work. You see that when DRX run it. They have the Yoru play on the opposite side of the map to the rest of their team, walk forward, disrespect, and if there's a trap there, if there's any danger, you teleport out and you trigger a reaction on the opposite side. This time, baited that mound trap completely, and this Teho ult is fantastic. Look at that. It's almost impossible to dodge if you're deep over there. I guess you could run towards Pit, but that's exactly where the rest of Team Liquid are hoping that you go. Lovely round from Liquid.
We're right back into the next final round of this first half. Dimensional drift that was earned, so Camo's getting a lot of info, and again, that fake pressure, fake presence, spots out of two players.
He's going to see this is the same defensive setup as before.
Line stun connected onto him, I think, actually, and Camo's going to be falling. Defense was necessary from the rate. Protects his teammate's life.
But it's another good call from Nats. They put a load of pressure over towards A and just walk in B. They're not going to think about this timing.
Well, John's got his crosshair trained on it. Yeah, expecting it.
Nice.
At this point, Team Liquid, you know that they end up trending into that. When the going gets rough for them, a lot of walking around, but they at least have a plant down onto the B side. But these retakes from SEN, in particular, have been pretty nice and sublime. We're seeing it at the Nightfall. He's going to set the stage and a bit of spam as well. Augments this push coming through. The wall just cannot be dealt with. It's all on the shoulders of Nats. Too much to overcome there. So 7-5 is a finish for this first half. The question is, are they going to be happy enough with this?
They certainly cleaned up the play. Those last few rounds were actually pretty good from both teams. But SEN with the advantage because they won the pistol. I think another one would be really nice for them coming into the next.
अरे बाबू तुम डिफेंडिंग में हो ऐसे घुस के मारोगे तो क्या चलेगा मतलब चलेगा लेकिन
had it with your old phone. We've got you.
At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us on any plan and get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Like chat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Like कर दो सब लोग. Half time है. WWL. W round, W half. Let's go.
Both of these teams almost head to head in terms of that scoreline. I mean, 7-5 narrow lead being held here by Sentinels, but we've kind of been prompting these questions as well because we want to see something better out of Sentinels based on their first game's performance. Liquid are playing on a map that they don't opt into. It's one of they either ban or avoid entirely, and they're playing a completely new comp as well, and they've still managed to drag it to 5 rounds. So the next pistol round, all focus going to be on it.
During Sentinel's game against DRX, on their attack side, they ran a mound setup. So they went 4 players over towards mound with Zelsis lurking B. They tried to just hit onto a C. Here you see Team Liquid anticipating what looks like they're thinking this round's going to be a B exec, I think. They've got 3 players, 4 players in that kind of area, ready to run a trap. This might just be to find the lurker, though. Because Zelsis was alone at the outside of B, they might be just looking for whoever's alone, and that is Narrate, but they've missed the timing.
Yeah, just giving up on it entirely now. Kamek. Ooh, wait a second, he's missed a few of these players. Gate crash. Instant reposition here by Camo. Seem to have realized that at least this is going to be leaning over towards it, especially now with the drone being utilized. So getting a bit of a move on, rapid approach up through the top, but there's a gap into the side of the smoke, and Kamek head clean off. Plant now down, nothing to dissuade this one, nothing to push this one back, and Camo even traded into the process.
Good trading, good teamwork from Sen, and the Thorns are very difficult to get through.
The jump spotting here, Sen have got full control over towards Heaven. Essentially the entirety of the site. Fault line's a good connection though. Hold on. Paddy swinging wide. Nats has found his own! And they have gotten away with murder!
What is that from Nats? He's sat inside the Thorns. Bang swings around the corner and goes for a right click. Rough.
And if you said you can't be losing that.
No, the utility was great though from Team Liquid. But you're right, in the sense that it's a 3v4 and they have full post-plant setups. But Zekin completely got caught. Patty managing to find 2 without a trade. We were just talking about how good the trades were, and then Hank's not really able to get the better end of Patty, who took down John Cutie at the back. I was all ready to say Sentinels might end up winning this map off the back of double pistol, but here we go. Got a very serious game. Team Liquid again with another kind of trap setup, trapping over towards the C orb this time. They had Paranoia and they had Stun ready.
Bloody hell, what a misplay, what's going on there? I mean, the trip just tangling up all of these players, and the goal for Sentinels was really just to get onto the B site. Nats though, shoring up the gaps, double face in the end, and it's a beautiful shot from the raid at least to return that fire, but not going to be so lucky that time. Definitely did some damage to Team Liquid, but my god, a scramble in the beginning.
Heavy damage. I mean, it's actually very similar to what we saw in the first half, where Sen came into their attack, the defense bonus with a low amount of weaponry. I think that's going to be pretty similar here again. Just an Outlaw and a Bulldog save. So decent shots from Sen. And Team Liquid again going to go for another trap. They're kind of just picking an area of the map and making it impossible for Sentinels to go there. And it's a complete gamble for Sen. They don't know where the trap is. It could be Rebel right now. Bang might end up getting caught, but in fact, as we can see, Team Liquid stacked almost everybody C-mount.
Deep mount controller from Team Liquid with the drone and the push through. There's a lot of info, and you can see Camo's like, okay, well, I'm going to be reinforcer towards the A site.
Here comes Zelsis re-clearing.
And he does. Oh, wait a second, the time is kind of missed onto this one. And in the danger zone, Zelsis! Oh, I mean, he's just picked to pieces. Bonus round conversion. Highly likely at this point for Team Liquid. They are in full control. You're going to be walking, waiting. Oh my god, you missed the TP onto that one. Just the slightest of gaps, but all good. You have 55 seconds to work with. You can slow this one down. And John, cracking shot. He's opened up the side potentially. All the setup's going to be going down. Camo, blind as anything. Snakebite at your feet, flashes around, a horn too much to deal with here, but he has been lit up, and there it is, swarming into the positions. Everything accounted for. Wonderful salvage of the operation here from Sentinels.
Straight onto the clone.
Yeah, take that. Cover going out. Kiko's got to do it all with a ghost in hand. Don't think you're going to be finding same missteps from Sentinels into their post plan. In fact, very much willing to give up a lot of this space here. This is going to be missing. Dodging, juking. All eyes on Kiko. Too many players to really try and take down. So, very getting cheeky. It's a three-piece into the round for him as well. So it's an ult earned up with the Nightfall.
He is currently being the X factor for the team.
Yeah.
Zekin gets caught. Zelsis misplays this situation pretty badly, I think. Just completely running forwards there. I think he must have anticipated he was being pushed from B, but Narrate saves them. He's 15-9 currently, almost top fragging in the server, only Nats above, and he's bailing them out of situations. He did a bunch of damage on the previous round to keep the economy honest of Team Liquid, and now helps sail it through. He's got the Nightfall online.
Sentinels all grouped up, shoulder to shoulder. There's 5 of them, and that's going to be that stun connecting. Someone's going to be taking that bullet to the head, but back now. Wants to try and take that fight. Takes down the counterpart while he's at it. The Nightfall now, clearing the way. Even a potential path into the A side, but as that nade rebounds, Carrick is going to be forced to respect it. Slow down a little bit of patience inserted, but still the shots landing. Kamek wins it, and that defense is in order here, but still backs to the side.
Nice again.
Unleashes. 2 left to stand here for Liquid. Trying to get in here a bit fast and loose, and even the armor getting committed out towards the tail end, but choked out of the sight entirely. This Team Liquid stepping forwards. Nats smoke in his face. A bit of util to help him with the push, but it's all being watched for. No missteps.
A save from Kamek by the look of things. He doesn't want to go for the 1v3. He doesn't want to charge up Zekin's ult any closer. Huge double kill from the fearless entry player of Sentinels. But also, from a team strategy perspective, this is the first round where we've seen Liquid's setup at the beginning be exactly the same spot that SEN go for. So we've seen them try to trap B on the pistol, they trapped C in the previous round as well. This was a trap on A, but it didn't actually find the value. They're going for a bit of a re-clear. Throw the salvos out very early. Kiko goes for the paranoia, but he doesn't throw a one-way rubble. So when he takes the duel, it's just straight up fight. He's not advantaged. Ends up losing it. So if that's what Team Liquid look like when you go into them, maybe you don't have to be too worried.
Maybe just seeing as well, I think the difficulty for Team Liquid, you can copy a comp, but in terms of the amount of actual work that you can put into it in a short amount of time, it's going to be next to nothing, right? And
the small details make all the difference with comps at this kind of level. And you also just need match reps to figure out kind of how you slightly adjust something to counter what your opponent's doing. Now, another player to focus on, if you're looking at the difference between Team Liquid on this map and DRX when they played this map against Sentinels, is Camo versus Hyunmin. Hyunmin was absolutely dominating Sentinels, and Camo's at the bottom of the scoreboard with only 5 kills across 16 rounds.
Struggle for him.
So that makes a massive difference. And currently, it does feel like SEN flexing a little bit and starting to build that clear air that we were talking about being a requirement, a necessity, if you want to feel confident about them winning the series. Because Abyss and Bind are great maps for Liquid.
That's a silver lining for Liquid as well. You can take a look at this map, Lotus. Normally, you're going to be shrugging this off, but there's still chances for him to come back into this one, so they're not going to want it to let it slip at least for now. And you can see Sentinels gearing up. Bit of an A-Rubble fight, clash and a brawl. We will be getting it. Blood will be spilled. Fault lines, snake bites, absolutely everything. Nade into the corner, but Zekken happy to lay claim to that space. Paranoia delayed, a flash is dodged. Satchel out and away, and the bullets flying forwards. How the hell is Sen surviving? And the deep push from that. It's a reaction from him. He's taking risks on it. He's going to be hearing it. The scurry of footsteps. Maybe buying info and time for Kamek. He's going to get the position, but he's got the util into his hands and the stun. At least with that connection, the response and the peeking out of the smokes and the angles. Team Liquid.
Here comes Nats.
From the side. Picked up a gun in the process. Anybody watching this one? Oh my! Had to be snappy. John's just wrangling that rifle around to make sure that there is no funny business occurring.
Liquid are trying to fight at the start of the rounds instead of working this A-Rubble as a re-clear setup. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're not having as much success with it. Of course, this was an eco as well. But I think if they try to bait Sentinels in a little further before triggering off all the utility, save the fault line, save the salvos, they might be able to catch Sen. Because these rounds were destroying Sentinels. In the match against DRX. Zekken one away from getting his ult online. So that may end up being a serious focus for Sen here.
Liquid going for a push straight down, up the gut, in through mid, that's a fault line to trigger, but that was off of Kiko's contact, and he's already fallen. Camo, you don't want to overstay your welcome here, even if you've got the jail-free card.
Yes, guys, I'm back.
Sen can be happy with this one. Slow it down a little bit, you're in control now of the situation with the open pick.
And Zekken, of course, still with the showstopper.
W चल रहा है machine.
Super difficult for Team Liquid to hold on. They want to fight forwards before Zekken can get in position.
I love potential.
अरे कैसे पीक दे रहे हैं?
Flash is dealt with as well. Oh my, he's doing it all. Still showstopper has a second, but he's cleaned up. Tried to sit nice and pretty into the cage. You can't escape the eye of Nats, and that neural theft is going to be pointing it all out.
2v2
The spike is committed. Sen have to go for this. Does Nats even realize?
Didn't even connect.
क्या बात है? Short है. SEN आ गया अपनी form में आ गई SEN. Let's go.
The spike, 40 seconds left to play with.
Time है.
Kamek is left.
A भी मतलब नहीं A तो नहीं.
It's a 1v2 where Kamek does not have very good information. And John, if he gets the plan, can play around the Viper's pit. It's a bit of a weird spot, like you don't know whether you necessarily want to commit the ultimate. The Sen are taking a risk here, but just because of the time they have to run into A. You can't throw all of these angles. If Kamek was tucked in some corner and a gamble correctly on the A site, maybe this could all be over.
अरे जल्दी करो भाई, time नहीं है.
It's going to be what, like 10 seconds left? There was salvos in the back pocket of Kamek. If he was here, could have just single-handedly won the round out, but wait a minute. Hold on. Is that going to be a kill confirmed? Not quite. A little bit too slow.
Let's go. Round there.
Even just being used to try and secure this round, but Kamek's all the way up into their faces. Decay damage kicking in, but he needs to isolate these fights, and he just can't get it done.
Round it.
Sen get to 11. Off the back of what was a very scrappy brawl out here on C. The breach almost made the difference. Zekken catching a glimpse for a moment of party tech there. The Camo, unfortunately, just getting roasted inside the snake bite. Kind of the final hour here for Liquid. They've got bad economy. If they lose this round, it would be over. But they've got enough to be able to get rifles at least online for this round. One final hurrah to try to defend and keep things going.
Very much all in. Last hurrah sums it up nicely. Full committal by Liquid. Paddy has to hold down B! Crosshair placement is just impeccable! Zekken! He's rinsing him, man! And that's steps wide with the Guardian in hand. I mean, it's just wild sprays at best. Team Liquid.
Zekken form में आ गया, Zekken form में आ गया.
They've been hit with a haymaker at the very end. What an entry from Zekken. That's the kind of quality, that's the kind of form you want to see from this guy. Trying to save, but they haven't even got Phantoms in battle. They're saving Bulldog and Guardian. It's rough.
It's the bottom of the barrel. The only chance they've got to maybe scramble back a couple of rounds, but this is going to be sent up to 12. Money flourishing, man.
You look to save
for Zekken to get the double kill on the entry. He was so sharp with those shots. That's the kind of stuff that Sentinels have relied on ever since he joined the team. He's an incredible player in those spots, those moments.
Zekken going hunting.
No.
Gone away.
Second OP in the chat. Second OP in the chat. Second OP in the chat.
That's going to put another bad weapon of some description, Bulldog Guardian, something like that,
in the chat
of Team Liquid. In fact, I mean, we can see the eco here, but Kiko looks like he's going to be going into the next round with no armor.
Yeah.
So that's the value of this final kill that you're watching. On top of that, Sentinels on the attack side have Visol to be able to work with, and Hubert is feeling good about that one.
Here it is for Team Liquid again. It's all or nothing.
And once more, stun salvos used at the beginning of the round instead of trying to use them as a trap play. Are Liquid really getting the value out of having this mount control?
Attack is solo pushing up here.
Yeah, but at least he's the Omen that can teleport away. Wait,
he's a minute. He's the breeze.
Bye,
Spotted out the information to steal guard. These Liquid players tethered to the spot. It's a mad dash though, running around, and a lot of chaos being sewn into the mix here by SEN with the door opened wide, making it feel like it's A, it's C, they don't really know. It's twists and turns into the round, and Camo is forced to offload this ult just to get the information. And now it's all going to be revealed as well, made to look like a fool. Still, setup is here. It's playing off the side anyway. Salvo's up and through. No one to play off this one. Primed and ready are Sentinels for any sort of attempt at a flood attempt, but actually, as I say that, they just leave a massive gap into back still. Doesn't matter. All the players are Liquid toppling in the end. Decent show of things from Nats, but nevertheless here, Sentinels, 13-7 finish on Lotus. We needed to see the step up. I think we just got a glimpse of it.
I would definitely say so. I think considering how close the first half was, SEN really did manage to pull ahead there. 13-7 finish, only 2 rounds gained for Team Liquid.
Let's go W in the chat.
For Liquid. Abyss is coming up next. A good chance for them to answer back in the series.
Abi dur gel.
Can you see my hairs on my chest? Yeah, it's alpha. That is alpha. Yes. What'd you say? Hey, don't say that to your teammate. Do not say that to your teammate. I have it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
HyperX mouse पर Logitech से ऊपर नहीं है. अभी जो यहाँ पे तुम्हें 1-0 दिख रहा है ना, अभी यहाँ पे 2-0 होने वाला है. लिखवा लो, स्टैम्प भी मरवा लो. सॉरी, स्टैम्प नहीं है मेरे पास अभी. हाँ, स्टैम्प भी मरवा लो, साइन करवा लो, स्टैम्प लगवा लो. अभी यहाँ पे 2-0 होने वाला है. W game. मैं 1 मिनट में आया बिल्कुल.
I'm here right now with Kaplan of Sentinels. Now, just curious, what are your thoughts going into the next map? Team Liquid's pick of a bit.
Feeling comfortable. Nice half to start on. It's usually very aggressive, and we're having some fun today. We're trying to be loose, and I think it's going well so far.
Is Qbert okay?
You know, he puts the job first, and everyone had a lot of frustration they had to let out, and he's a real one, and team first for Qbert. Not that he has any choice, but, you know.
Holler if you need help, Qbert.
We are back.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Let's go.
I think Qbert, alongside all of the other Sentinels fans, had a great time on map 1. I'm back here with Mimi and Enza. This is the Sentinels I think we expected coming into this tournament. It's good to see them win a map.
That it is, and a massive bounce back from how poorly this very same map went yesterday against DRX.
WW.
Yeah, straight up. Honestly, I was happy to see what Sentinels were able to do, especially when they were put in a lot of uncomfortable situations with multiple different people stepping up. Obviously, in the last series, Bang doing it, but we had Celsus, everyone coming into the play. Now, I wanted to look at this round because we're doing some pretty impressive stuff macro-wise. Look at this one coming in maps right here, right as the team is execing into B, and then they choose to like walk back into Waterfall, get this pick while Celsus' attention is turned.
है भी मतलब बहुत साथ के प्लेयर है सब मतलब बहुत टाइम से साथ में खेल रहे हैं सब
just stole rounds away 3v4 here. They go for this swing right as the spike is planted and just pull that right out of Team Liquid's hands.
And this is another one where it's a similar situation. 20 seconds into the round, they go for this re-clear on a Rubble. Nats gets the opener onto Bang. They trade out onto Zeltis as well, and it puts them into a pretty favorable 3 versus 3, where they're going to send the Omen ult, the classic Angel TP, back towards spawn, which puts John QT on a complete island inside of this pit. And you see the util they're using to clear. Missiles going in. They're even trying to spam this corner, but they miss out on the spam, run into the pit, and the Team Liquid players all fall down, and Sentinel steals that round back.
It's crazy because I genuinely think Team Liquid could have run away with that first half had it not been for the individual rogues of those players you saw, and Zekken especially stepping up so massively compared to the first series. He's here to play in Bangkok now.
Yeah, the second half for Zekken was just unreal. He was lights out throughout this one. Definitely the guy that Sentinels needed to be contending yet again.
And the vibes are good, right? We wanted to see them smart a bit more and get into it, and we did see that energy on stage. And that brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment. This goes to Team Liquid on round 5. It wasn't a bad start to this map.
No, not at all. I love this exec look. The important one, Kiko with the Omen ult. So as they speed up into this site, first teleport gets broken over into tree. But then Team Liquid, as they go for the second phase of the hit, absolutely bully Bang in back sight. This is a thing of beauty here as a drone comes in, the smoke, and now that ultimate. So there's going to be an ultimate up on top. Then the second teleport with the Yoru. This poor guy, he's stunned, he's blinded, there's nothing Bang can do.
Yeah, it was really beautiful from Team Liquid. I think it's important to put this map one in context for Team Liquid. This map has historically been their permaban. It was their first time playing a new comp, and despite that, their attack side macro looked absolutely on point in this game. The issue came in that second half, and then crumbling there. But there's a lot of series left to be played, and already I think that this is a Team Liquid that, yeah, little silly there.
John QT out of the air.
Yeah, I mean, they had to pick their poison, right? There's a reason why they didn't want to go to the Pearl. It might have been a similar result if they did end up going to the Pearl. But Abyss is up next, and I'm going to show a bit of my EMEA bias, but I do not see a world where Liquid loses on Abyss. They never had before, and it's not just the fact that they never lost on this map. Every time they played this map, they look like the best Abyss team in EMEA.
They're just so honest on this map. They play a pretty old composition, but they just play it well. It's great coordination between the players, so definitely a good opportunity for them to reply this series.
Yeah, and I wonder what Coach Lohan had to say ahead of map 2.
We're here right now with Lohan of Team Liquid. I just wanted to get your overall thoughts on that map. Why did you think the momentum slipped away, especially on that second half?
I mean, I think we don't have enough reps on the map. I mean, we didn't have enough time to prepare. I think we had a good plan going to the map. But unfortunately, we lost a bit of the control on the city side. And, I mean, it's up to them. They played better, to be honest.
And you're finally in a jersey. What's the occasion?
Honestly, it's too hot to be wearing a suit right now, so I have to go with a jersey today.
You are so real for that. Good luck.
I'm
Let's go, flirt kar raha, flirt kar raha.
He's always been the suit guy, you know?
He's the most dapper coach in Valorant.
Yeah, he looks great in it as well. But he admitted that they were a little bit less prepared maybe on Lotus, but they can't have the same issue on Abyss. Then it's going to be really, really dire.
Yeah, obviously Abyss is very comfortable territory for them, but I think the really interesting thing heading into Agent Select for me is that both of these teams are jet players on this map. Basically every other top team in the world has transitioned over into the Yoru. It's been a couple weeks since we've maybe seen the map, but I'm curious to see if that sticks.
I have a funny feeling they probably will stick for the side of Liquid. They have
Liquid, I think it could change for SEN,
there you go.
No.
It doesn't. So they had some struggles on this map in the finals against G2. I really love their attack side with the double smokes where they can constantly pressure into mid, force their opponents to reclear. But on defense, they struggled quite a bit with G2 abusing mid lurks of their own when SEN is playing no Sentinel. And I'll look for Nats to do the same on this Cypher. I think his lurks could be so impactful.
Yeah, it's synonymous with Nats at this point. He's going to be abusing that. But Sentinels too, I think what they need to show on their defensive side is a lot more mid-fights, right? Throwing those smokes into the space, taking that territory early so Nats can't just walk them down in that space.
It's do or die for Team Liquid, and I'm really looking to Camo on the Jet. That rookie player has been so good this tournament thus far, and he's got to show it again here.
Team Liquid have only ever been eliminated from one tournament where they didn't win a single map. Saisho and Brent, I don't want to see that again. This is do or die.
Between both of these teams. Now, Sentinels have got that buffer of the first map win, but you got to think and imagine, as this has been talking about, as we have been talking about, this Abyss map is going to be a bit of a comfort zone now for Liquid. You know, Lohan was talking about the fact they had a lack of reps on Lotus with that particular comp, which you can imagine. 2-0 here off the rip, just an early glance at the mini-map. This is going to be a brawl.
Team Liquid going to go for the flash and dash setup. So you flash, you recon, you smoke bottom mid as well. And the idea is that Camo should be able to get kills through the smoke onto Sen. Zekken can try to counter this by getting into the smoke as quickly as possible. What the fuck? And I said that they were going to do that. Actually, they're contacting down mid.
Set up, man, and blood is going to be pouring and taken. Sen managed to salvage it ever so slightly, just stopping it, but still, Paddytech is hard committed into the corner. Look at that, head on a swivel, there is that defense in order. Return of the fire there by Team Liquid. Happy to supplement the fight.
Different setup, slower setup as well, but it also probably made Sentinels feel like that space was safe for them to walk into. If there's going to be mid-aggression with 4 players, 5 players in there, expect it to be off the rip, not 6 seconds in. Meeting them in a brawl like this at the bottom. What a great start for Camo. He's someone that did not get online at all in map 1. He got destroyed. In terms of first duels, he was 1 and 4 as well. I think part of that is just going to be not as comfortable playing Lotus.
Yeah,
being asked to do
not being set up properly as well, because as they mentioned, don't have a lot of reps on the comp, right?
You're expecting him to look a lot better here in the head-to-head against Zekken.
Early signs of life here for Sentinels, though. It's all in towards the A site. They'd love a plant as well to keep the money flowing at least. And they've got open access to the side at least on that. So John will commit and stick the plant, but they don't have guns. Don't have a player advantage either. Chance might be taken, but yeah, I mean, Narrate just not quite ready for that one, is he? Swinging around here, both players locked in towards the back of the site. Sen quick to crumble. But it was an eco.
It's the first time that we've seen the follow-up round after the pistol, though, be clean for either of these two teams. So Liquid are going to have an opportunity to do something potentially aggressive on their bonus round. Try to catch Sentinels off guard. And there's plenty of places that you can do it. You can do A main aggression, you can do B main aggression like we saw from Kung Kung in the finals of Champions. You can do that flash and dash with a recon play that I was talking about that I thought they were going to run that pistol. Tons of different places that you can try to get set up. Throw a set play out of the strat book.
Deep dart, Camo looks like he wants to maybe walk up off the back of it.
I think this is going to end up being like they're faking some kind of mid pressure and trying to walk out A.
The dash is active early from Camo.
Yeah, dashing into the vent after they break it. I haven't seen the team do this before.
It's interesting. Roundabout way of potentially taking Heaven control up through mid, but Narrate obviously aware of it.
He's been so good with the first duels today. 4 and 1. I think make that 5 and 1, I assume.
Racking them up here. The picks, Sentinels. Bit of a scurry now, maneuver over towards the B site. Stars down. orchestrates. Gonna be a hit over towards it, and the drone spots it all out. So getting the information off and a counter spam. Picture perfect, isn't it? Shows that control of the round is going to be held down to SEN here.
John's 2 away from having his ult online. He could be the player to go and try to hunt for a kill or something.
Celsius. Flash into his face. Luckily, anti-flash positions played.
It's really nice positioning actually from Celsius. You're anticipating them going aggressive through that smoke. And so he's trying to tuck close to it.
Nice round, double round.
If they're ready for what Team Liquid are throwing at them on this map, this might really change the feel of what we're expecting on Abyss, because I got to admit, I'm coming into this one expecting dominance from Liquid. But credit to Sentinels, they have been able to get wins on Abyss. I was surprised at their success against G2 when they played it domestically in Americas.
Double round is a canopy.
With all that being the case, Camo now managed to pick up the big boomstick. Enough money for it. Not a lot of options for Sentinels to deal with an op.
Now that they're running the Tejo rather than the Sova.
Yeah. Normally you'd have that Sova drone, but
yeah.
Looking to try to clear places out, maybe break a trip as well. Nats has also showcased in some of the regional games on Abyss an idea of running a deep cam, kind of where Camo is currently playing. So they have multiple different ways that they try to hold on to mid control and mid information.
Cleared away and now getting a bit of a move on. The second few bullets just tagging on to second, slowing them down, and that dart is not dealt with. So Kamek, good value to be had. Drone now going to be offloaded, but Sentinel's not trying to slow down here. They want to try and brute force into the site. It's going to be hard. Same could be said about the retake of Team Liquid unless they get a few more kills. Still, they have that player advantage. Sambo's in through the back. That's going to be flushing one of the players out, but no one was ready actually for that. Celsius. Challenge going to be incoming potentially any time now, and there it is. Still a lot to do. Stun, good connection, slowing these players down to a crawl. Cloudburst just cannot save you there. Locked out of the site, Narrate. Close quarters combat. The 2 heads taken clean away. Kiko, no choice but to scurry away.
SEN look very prepared against Team Liquid's retake style on this map. We already saw in the prior round Zelsis tucking close to a smoke, anticipating the flash through. This time John with stun out, just ready completely to counter Camo as he was trying to get through the backing spawn there. I like that. Good positioning from Zelsis in both rounds, tucking up somewhere aggressive. And another factor to all of this that's been present all day today, Narrate is the X factor right now. He's the player that's turning up bigger and better than what he's been able to demonstrate before. He's really struggled playing Omen on this map. Even when the team has found success, he's had, you know, when we listen to the comms at various times, Narrate has sounded frustrated. On the defense side, his job is to pick up this weird mid-gap that he really struggles with occasionally. But today, top of the scoreboard, 6-3, he's lighting people on fire.
He's frying on. I mean, listen, when it comes to mechanical skill, Narrate, he's got it in spades. The only thing that really goes amiss for him sometimes is, you know, that paper mache mental, I suppose, right? I mean, I'll be upfront about it. It's no secret, and you can tell just by listening to the replays themselves. But when he's turning up, when he's firing, it's a difference maker for Sentinels. It's forced Team Liquid onto the back foot. Immediate timeout. This is round 5 because the bonus is a gun round. I mean, it's 2 back-to-back gun rounds. The economy's going to be weakened now for Liquid as well.
And Liquid's ideas haven't really been finding success either. Of course, the walk down mid on the pistol round was the exception to that rule. But otherwise, when Sentinels have been able to take site and push them out, they've got pretty good control. So that might influence Lohan to be talking during this tag timeout about not playing so much of a retake heavy setup, maybe giving up mid a little bit more, playing with Nats, Cam or trips towards mid and trying to hard anchor sites perhaps. Get Kiko or Camo in those kind of positions to either fight extremities or play inside smokes on site. We won't see the adjustment for this round, but keep all of that in mind as we go towards round 6.
Kiko for Team Liquid here. It's weaker money across the board, but he does have the hero rifle. Might be getting what he wished for, honestly. A lot of players running towards him.
That teleport from Narrate is a really good counter to the flash and dash recon strat that I was talking about earlier. So if they had gone for that in this round, Narrate's already up, teleporting in inside the smoke with a flash. That's Not intentional, but it doesn't matter. Zekken will do it. There's no danger here anyway.
Faking it out, I'm not too sure.
I think he missed it. I'll give him the credit though. Yeah, he was faking it.
Yes, of course.
Great fake.
That's with control up towards Heaven. That flash in your face. Got to respect that one. Backing away. So Sentinel's just hoping they can poke and prod. Find a few stray pieces. Team Liquid themselves though, open up for the fight and bang. He's lucky to be alive there. 5 HP, but as long as he stays alive, a lot of danger is going to be removed from this round.
Zekken's got to make sure he doesn't fall.
Same price में दो burger में double patty डाल दी.
Don't know if he knows, but he's found the perfect timing there past those players.
वो तीनों में डाल रहे थे.
They've also passed him.
और क्या?
Signal, this one still grouped up, lined up, and Zelsis throwing them down. Camo down the spot, expected that word, eh? Stab to the back, Zekken in the spot, John QT to finish.
And into the next round, really key rifle round. This one coming up is what Lohan took the tactical timeout for. Team Liquid need to stabilize here after 3 rounds from Sentinels. And the problem is, Sentinels, they can just decide to charge forward here with some kind of null command setup. Armageddon for post plant. It's really difficult for Liquid to hold on. What's the adjustment look like? Not really. They're not playing for mid, but they're not also putting the cam in mid. So there's going to be a little bit of a gap there potentially. But it's more heavy anchoring kind of setup from Camo and Patitek on B at least.
Salvesen flying. Purpose of that is just to break the doors.
And also Nats in spawn, the purpose of that to avoid the null command for Zelsis, but he's basically out of the round, isn't he, until this KOL gets used.
You consider the KO salvage being used like that, but it does essentially force Kamek to keep a watchful eye through mid. It's almost broken right off the rip.
Cheers.
Back through to re-clear through main. No one home from Team Liquid, but they have players towards the back of the site. Now that no command Armageddon to be used in conjunction. See if they can carve out a path onto the side. And not anticipating it. What a beautiful position to play in by Kiko. Nats, he's straight into the fray. Dropping down and away in a reaction. And distraction is all that is needed.
What a great adjustment there. What a perfect play coming out of the tactical timeout. Instead of playing that retake style, they flood in, they get aggressive. And Kiko, even though he wasn't able to use his smokes, he plays around the opponent's cloudburst, tucks in.
Perfect position.
Isolates the angles. And Zelsis, he thought he was clear. He's wandering in with util in his hand.
And that's what we wanted to see from Liquid. Straight back to it though, and Sentinel's not slowing down whatsoever, are they? Prone to lead the way, up top! Nice. Storm in hand, Zekken! Slices and dices, but finally gets his target. Drops him down, 70 HP left, Paranoia connects, but a lot to deal with here. Wait a second, still the open box with the cloudburst into the back. That signifies absolutely everything! Return to the fire, Paddy's there. Equivalent exchange, but still with that player disadvantage for Liquid. John with the plan is alone onto the site here, giving it up almost entirely. The Sentinels playing off. It's got to be a bit of bait for them. Maybe if you can pull out some of that util from Liquid. Good anchor smoke as well for him to play around, but Nats is fully aware of this one with the shorty. Yep, skipping a hop. Right into his face still. Only 2 players left alive now, and Team Liquid have got a lot to do. They're up left again. Revealing positions. But everybody dropping, and speaking of dropping, Nats with a perfect lineup! The damage done! Softened up the rate. 4-piece for Nats.
What a beast! What an absolute beast Nats is! He saves his team. His calling's been spectacular on the attack sides, and all year this year he has been pulling out multi-frag rounds just like that. He hits him with the Red Bull clutch in a spot that, I mean, the double kill. Yeah. Out of the back of the smoke dissipating is pure vintage Nats Phantom's play control with 2 targets lined up. I think he was anticipating the trade coming earlier on. Eventually takes down the 8. That's a round to pull out.
Yeah, that's beautiful work. Right when they needed it too.
Head scratcher for John. How do we lose that? And Sentinels are going to take the tactical timeout after the Red Bull clutch. it's interesting as well, just if you think about how these two teams have been formed. John used to be a Sentinel IGL as well. Nats is the only Sentinel IGL at Masters Bangkok. The meta has moved completely away from that, and yet Nats is still having so much success calling around himself on the attack sides with his Viper setups or his Cypher setups, and still being able to perform wonderfully. In this map, Sentinels don't run.
Welcome to the stream, bro.
But on the others,
big fan
they kind of shoved Zelsis onto that role as John seeks better pastures to call from. But you only have to look across the stage to see an example of somebody doing it superbly.
Yeah, and he does do it all quite well. Haven't seen too many examples of it in this series, but you know, he does adjust his setups for aggro information with his cam sometimes on the defense. Give him that edge, I imagine, with his calling overall, but no change in play for Sentinels. They want to run it right back at Liquid once more. That's okay. Well, Cloudburst went miles up and over here. Suppression across the board onto a multitude of targets. Team Liquid, it's all been slowed. Wasn't a bit of concern for them still. The flash doesn't really quite connect to the refight. Team Liquid, flawless in motion.
That's a brawl, that's a team fight. Sentinels thought that they'd managed to get an option in there. They tried to double swing it. Zekin came around, danger there, around the cliff at the same time as John swung through. But there wasn't really any utility going back onto these guys. The rest of Team Liquid were able to fight with 3. Caught them in the crossfires. Kaplan is not happy about that one. He'd be expecting at least a flash to come out from Zelsis to assist them.
I think it was. I think he missed.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Brutal. A little bit too far back past the box where the players are perched up. But for now, it's towards round 9, and this is different from Sentinels walking forwards.
This trip has been here pretty much every time, but you don't have a shock dart to go up and break it.
The downside to running a Teo. Could commit a salvo for it, but
They've been inside vents basically every round.
Chance for a fight. It's Kamek and the Rate, they spot each other out here.
They're very solo, Sentinels.
Yeah, danger zone here is individualistic. Updraft the movement. Second barely alive. Shredded to pieces in the process. They didn't give up the kill, and now putting the squeeze onto these B players, but as you said, it's individualistic and a little bit uncertain from Sentinels. Paranoia swoops forwards, nade, it's going to be rebounding, ult popped off, and well, the gun just wasn't out. Couldn't have anything to play around here, and Camo, he's on a bit of an island. Doesn't really know where these players might be. Still damage done, the rate from the side, that's a bullet to the temple of Camo.
Kamek's on the flank though. He's coming around deep from B main. I don't think they're thinking about it yet.
They made a call though to flip the site entirely, so they might not even have to worry about this one. If they can try and force that fight out, and now they're going to be aware of it. Take the price in blood. Bang going down, jumping through, and the gun. Well, Yuta was just pulled out there, so it's an instant trade-off. The Rate wins his. The most important fight that he could possibly do. 6 bullets left, and the dart is dealt with. They know where the last player is. He's planning for him on top of it. Kamek, defuse, sticking.
Nice round, nice round, nice round.
It's enough for the Rate to work with.
Nice round.
And a Red Bull clutch at that.
He's been so good today. It really makes all the difference for Sentinels having him come online. We were looking at a Smokes v Smokes matchup here, thinking, well, Kiko, he's been on fire. He's been a top 5 player, arguably, heading into this event. But it's all narrate right now in terms of the Smokes impact on Abyss. Not that Kiko's having a bad game either, by the way. But it's just narrate. He's finding them openings. He's finding them clutches. He's helping keep Sentinels in a game where Team Liquid otherwise are
looking to run this one back again. This time they have an abundance of ults. All going to be utilized here. So Armageddon's going to be forcing Camo out of the fight here. Salvo's up through heaven as well. There will be no swing occurring. What just happened? How has happened? What just occurred? Team Liquid gifted a lifeline, but Senna trying to batter their way back into the round.
You can't win a round where 2 of your players jump off the cliff.
Gotta see a replay after that, but still, they're fighting tooth and nail. They don't want to give this one up. What a blunder, or possibly an outplay. Yet to be seen, but the round has been slowed down all the way through.
It's got to have been a blunder. They must have body blocked each other. They must have body blocked each other in midair. There was no assist. There's no trip there. There's no bullet tag. I think that's just a straight-up beef.
Mad dash here from Zelsis. Trouble is, Nat's full setup, still active, still alive. And a double push down mid. John might not be long for this ward. He's making all the noise into the ward and the creep in from forwards. Can't even isolate a fight. Leaves it to the 1v3. Zelsis has been tested. Pushed in positions before, but clutches. It's been a rarity for him, but he needs to isolate at least one of these fights. Team Liquid are not giving him anything. Cam was still up, getting that info, and yeah, instantaneous is the trade. Reciprocated, and I gotta see that replay, man.
Yeah, we've got to see what happened. Gotta see it. I mean, what just occurred? Sentinels lost not just one player, but two, right as they were about to run their execute. What is going on here?
Oh no.
They body blocked each other, they must have done. Yep, they both went for the jump at the same time.
No.
That's brutal, man.
There's a wry smile on the face of the Wraith, but he knows what rounds like that
can mean.
Yeah. I mean, the suppression coming through as well. Zekken couldn't even use the updraft to save himself in that spot. How do you pick yourself up after that?
The gift from the gods for Liquid, isn't it? Mana raining from heaven, along with two Sentinels players.
Slurp it up. Similar play seen from Sentinels before, but last time it was individualistic. Here's a no command. Going to be emanating out now.
That's called the timing.
Out to the side. Paddy from the side, and that's still active, still kicking it. So is Camo. Intruder cannot get this guy out of here. Finally removed from the fight in the fray, but again, open sight lines up through the top, and that's a wide swing. It's relentless on Liquid. They can sense it. There's weakness in the air from Sentinels, and they're just putting out right now. Team Liquid happy to stamp them out.
That's brilliant identification from Nats.
ये क्या चल रहा है भाई
SEN के साथ? The exact same round a couple ago. Ended up in that B split. Nats identified that this round was exactly the same as soon as they broke his trip. I mean, he's taking this timing around behind Narrate super quickly and calling for the full rotate of everybody into the B split. This is what the difference looks like when you know this kind of hit is coming. That's what prep looks like.
There's Rapid once more here. There's no slowing down. Last round of this first half of Abyss. The SEN hit. Really brought to a crawl. It's a dart up into the face as well. Dash. Oh, he's just trying to find usage out of it. I mean, Zekken being forced into the fight once more. Out through into main. Kamek. Nice. Not expecting that from the side. Oh my. It's odds and ends. It's scraps from Sentinels that they managed to bring into this one.
And it's a great teleport from the Wraith. Deep onto default. Getting himself into a position to use the Judge. They've salvaged this.
They have certainly still.
He's
got a Judge out back. Heaven's not watchful.
Prediction
No one was watching his back. I felt like he was forced to cannot drop the ball like this. Nats, defuse, sticking, smoke in his face. He's got that safety here. Right clicks with the classic, but Arm's been hurt by Buller's leg. Bang!
Bang OP.
And he certainly did when his team needed it most.
What a sick way to end the half there for Sentinels. They managed to recover this round with weaponry. It looked like it was going wrong. Up until the end. Bang, what a demon.
Similar scenes to that first map that we've seen, 7-5. But listen, can
W
drag it back to stay alive in Bangkok?
Meri jaan. Let's go. W round.
Red Bull gives you wings.
कोई नहीं W है नाइस ऑफ हैवी मैच चल रहा है
Just shy of 2 rounds here. Liquid are going to be holding on to that lead. They're going to hope to just stretch it that much further as well. Onto their comfort pick of Abyss. Sentinels, despite the blunders, the missteps, they've made it competitive.
They certainly haven't. Credit to them for that. On map 1, though, we saw a pretty similar occurrence. It was 7-5 at the half, and then SEN ran away with things. Team Liquid were left with only 2 in their pocket on their attack side. So maybe there's an opportunity here for something similar, where we see Team Liquid's attack. Remember, if you think back to even the games where Team Liquid was not playing as well in EMEA, they were slaughtering people on Abyss. Yeah. And a lot of that was just how clean their executes are on their attack side. If they find a weakness, they are going to hammer one of the sites over and over and over again. And right now on the pistol, there's nobody B at all.
Inside here, and up through mid, around, no noise made. Maybe an attempt to catch Nats here with a trip going down. It actually does signify quite a lot, and they want to double face him. Yep, SEN cleaned him up. IGL out of the picture, but that fast reaction is called for, and Team Liquid are going to be taking the space over towards the B side, getting that plant down. No pushback, and another player themselves. Team Liquid, they understand the necessity of risks. You're a player down. Try and take the fight up close and personal. Camo, he's got the one, dash forwards and back and around. Camo, too much to overcome. It's nice in the micro. SEN getting a bit of a move on. 2 left to stand. Kamek, Kiko, what can you do from this spot? Finding your ones. Tapping away with a ghost in hand. This is it. Discipline and aim at its core. But it leaves it down to that 1v1. John QT, just 10 HP to work with. Kiko, jump spot, shot doesn't land as well. It's an impossibility. And Kiko somehow just finds that light at the end of the tunnel for Liquid.
That's a monstrous clutch. The 2 players doing so much. That's the kind of Kiko that you've been seeing all year in EMEA's kickoff. I love the strategy from Sentinels. I think they came out with a really nice anti here on the pistol. Hardcore punishing the normal Cypher default that a lot of the time Nats is going to be doing on the attack side. But, I mean, Liquid, this is individualism towards the end. Nice team play as well, covering angles for each other, but mostly just shots hit.
Call is made. Zika around straps
attacking में है, defending में है, कोई मुझे ये
quickly realizing that it's an open A site.
It's the wildebeests crossing the Serengeti here. They are stomping through the spawn from west to east. It's going to put a little bit of pressure on Kamek and Nats.
It's going to be broken here, but yeah, awareness from Liquid, and they make a call, a reaction of their own. They want to flip the site. The trouble is, plant is not really there for them. It's plant for main and heaven.
But also Sentinels have anticipated the reaction, and now they're going up towards heaven. I mean, they might end up just trying to die to Spike here. This,
likely, doesn't it? Yeah, it's going to be a slow round.
Listen, at that point, though, just throw yourselves into the abyss.
Stop wasting our time.
Quite. But, I mean, they're waiting for Zelsis to try to play some exits at the moment.
See if they can get at least the one. Not quite. Okay.
Imagine dying to the Spike on Abyss. Like, why?
I know.
Dragging it out. Maybe they're scarred from accidentally throwing themselves off the map earlier.
Yeah.
They don't want to relive the same thing. Second and narrator, like, I am never going down there again.
Don't blame them.
Headshot.
Okay. Clean round by Liquid. Essentially handed to them, and yeah, the spam one to the body. It's getting a bit personal potentially here. Reminder, it is do or die for Liquid though. Strong start to Abyss. Kept it going.
Ace split super fast here actually.
It's going to be applying quite a bit of pressure now onto the Sentinels players. If they can push them back, it was a knife thrown back and doesn't really deny the drone from sweeping through. Liquid have got that space, but it's an anchor smoke. And how do you get through this one? Nats wants to leap right in. Bang!
Nice.
Bang! It's a 3-piece. Can't quite manage the fourth, but honestly, it's a miracle in itself. And it leaves it just down to Kamek. 1v3 scenario. Plant stuck. At least wants the money for his troubles. So Drone's going to be spotting him way out there. And he's removed from the picture.
If Sentinels somehow win here on Abyss, they'll have Bang to thank, I think. The 2 rounds that Bang has given them have been massively important. Got them round 12 to make the half doable, and then has stopped the bonus round in its tracks there. Nats makes a call to jump into the smoke together. I think Camo was not only just a fraction late, but I think he also got caught by a flash. And the timing just didn't work there. It was a nice call to double up in the smoke. That slightly delayed spacing, and Bang tears him to pieces.
Even footing, round 16. Guns in everybody's hands.
I'm wondering if at some point here Team Liquid are going to call a bit of a slower round, because one of the biggest problems that I was seeing with Sentinel's defense in America's kickoff was this gap over towards mid. They don't have the Sentinel, so there's no trip, there's no cam, but also they were just leaving Narrate to just kind of hold it as he is in this round. And if you pressure Narrate out, it creates a lot of timing gaps. SEN was struggling with that, and I feel like Nats is the perfect player to either call around it or just find his own lurk timings around it. He's one of the greatest lurkers we've seen in the game.
Bit of pressure though. Not good. Making their way over towards the hoping that they've pulled players, Sentinels that they can anchor over. Make the B side a little bit more weaker. There's a lot of util as well yet to be expended, and now okay, trying to send it, but right into the bullets, and the open arms here of Zekin still. It's exchanged. Good return of the fire there by Nats. TP though. See if they can see this fight occurring. Nats is the one who's trying to take point and contact right into the fight once more, spraying it down. John! My God, man! Still. Tries to retreat, tries to escape. Zelsis going straight back in. Picks off Kiko. Kamek once more left in an almost impossible scenario.
Nice round, double round.
Stay.
Dead even that round though, up until Zelsis was able to get the win against Kiko. That's a massively important duel that you would honestly normally expect to go the other way, right? Kiko's just been so good for those 1v1 scenarios, and Zelsis comes out on top. Every time there was a kill though, immediately traded. Like for example here, they barely spot a glimpse of each other, but Nats manages to get that one out. The double kill from John as well though deserves so much credit. Oh yeah. And Team Liquid have bad money now. This map has not really played out how I was expecting. I seriously expected Team Liquid to be getting a bit more of an advantage in these fights and causing a lot of pressure through mid on their site execs. SEN have done a great job holding on. And now they've got a chance to make a serious game out of it. Tie things up.
Exactly. Liquid, there's no slow spread of players here. It's very much all in over towards the A site. All grouped up, and they've been slowed down once more by the knife. They've got a lot of players and a lot of bodies ready to receive this one. Open arms into the fight that's just taking place, and a flash in the face of Camo still. Fury. It's going to carve and cleave its way into the side, but Narrate hears that TP. It's going to be calling that there could be a playmaker inside that smoke, and almost just the aim in time. Spam was necessary, and Zelsis able to clean this one up. Paddy rifle picked up into the upgrade, but so much to do. Not enough resources at his disposal. This is Sentinels now, essentially in full control.
The last 2 rounds, Sentinels have had a 3-player stack on the site that Team Liquid has gone for. They're getting the right read on where the exec is going to end. And they're also rotating very quickly to reinforce these positions. I think Team Liquid need to get Nats activated on the lurk. He's following them in the midst of the site execs. You see him here, entering. He's got to be lurking.
Nice, let's go!
I think that's got to be the way that you punish the fact that Sentinels are stacking the correct area, over-rotating, don't have the Sentinel utility in mid. Honestly, Nats find that value. And at the moment, they're just playing things fairly straight up, fairly standard. And it's not throwing SEN off.
No, it's all in from Liquid, praying that the execs will pave away the success in some of these rounds here, but either the util's been disjointed, or like you mentioned, I mean, Sentinels have just been able to stack bodies and defend it. necessitates the timeout here from Team Liquid because they've been losing a string of rounds at this point. You've got to try and get something back on your side of things here. Momentum is on the side of Sentinels. And it's elimination. There's no second chances. Might have the lead for now, but it's been slipping away.
And if SEN win this one 2-0, they're going to be feeling primed to go forwards. Feeling great for their chances to be able to make it through the playoffs.
It's early days yet into this round, but just from the glimpse of it, Kiko hold on to the paranoia. Be able to use that anytime soon.
How many caught there? 2, 3? I don't think Paddy Tech got seen, so maybe only Kiko and Camo. They're expecting something through mid. I mean, they are thinking ahead already that out of the tactical timeout, Nats is going to try to be lurking mid. There are 3 players watching it.
Bang. Isolated as a result of it. Here it is, TP's off and around to the side here. Bang! There's the challenge, flashing up and over. There's a dart on top of it. It's too much to overcome here. Players weren't in position, as you mentioned. Sentinels were anticipating a mid play. Slowed down a bit now, though. Zekken with the operator in hands. It's going to be awkward to try and play this retake, unless he's gifted one, which he is. The deep peek by Kiko does not come up with anything at all. Team Liquid to an aggro hold out towards the back. And god damn, man, I mean, Zekken, he's not slowing down. Alongside his team, the blades whittled away. Kamek with a chance, potentially to contain. That is unbelievable.
The multi-frag rounds coming out from Team Liquid. Nats earlier on and Kamek now.
What the fuck?
They should not be able to find the opportunities to do this kind of stuff.
That is what they needed.
It felt like the operator had found its value. The trade from Zelsis late. John with a bit of a whiff and Narrate was not in position. Both trade timings too slow. And look at the frustration building over there. And that's only from one round being lost, by the way. SEN, other than that, still pretty much in control of the half. And their ideas worked. They read the fact that Nats was going to go for the lurk play. Here, do they read this?
Oh my, the dart reveals it. Kiko steps forwards. It's coverage. Equalised, at least by Zelsis, up and over the shoulder, but you've removed Zekken from mid. Leaves massive hole in the defense of SEN. They are seeking to reclaim a bit of information, a bit of space, going to be gathered, at least with the drone being broken. And the raid, time to shine, son! Armageddon is the cherry on top. Not quite necessary, but listen, that was primed and ready before he got the 3-piece.
And they did just lose at 1v4.
Surely.
Then there's nobody looking. He is not looking this direction.
Camo, snappy. Good adjustment with the spray, but now he's revealed his hand in the position at that Narrate. Backing himself around here to pull and a flash. Spike is in no man's land. So many things that have to go right, and it's just not happening. Not tonight.
The side's completely flipped there. It's Team Liquid that come out with a really good set play. Their macro ideas, brilliant to be able to open that up and create the gap in mid. And individualism, the multi-frag round. On the side of Sentinels instead. Narrate, the player that's been, in my opinion, performing the best for SEN so far today. Streaking out ahead with a really important round. Just as he was looking frustrated coming off the previous one too. Not allowing his emotions to affect his game, or at least negatively affect his game. Powered by rage.
Slow going by Team Liquid here. Money's not good.
Yeah, the eco's
terrible. Up and over. This signals the hit's going to be coming through. Oh my god, Zekken, he's quite survived there. Put the dash out to the fight, but Camo locked on. Player potentially spotted here. There's a Blade Storm still, and he's hopping, skipping up and around. The rate finds himself another one. Paranoia sweeps back and away. TP to safety, buying time for the rest of his team to get back in. John is perched up onto the high ground. Kiko rips his head clean off anyway. Decapitates from that position. It's a 3 versus 4. Good advantage for Sentinels, but that might not matter at all. Team Liquid start hitting these shots. hard committed, up onto the site. Team Liquid already one step ahead, trying to play around the Cosmic Divide, TP up and away. Paditech, he's got walkabouts, he's running straight into the Amazon Rivers at Biden moment potentially, but listen, SEN are all over this site. He's grabbed right behind, but
nice round.
Get it done.
Sentinels navigate the chaos to draw us level at 10-10. A difficult round. Team Liquid made them sweat. But as the rifles come back on board, I feel like this map has been constantly both teams making adjustments to what the other is running and trying to anticipate what the adjustment is going to be before they even go for it. We already saw the round where they took the tactical timeout, Team Liquid, and Nats went for the lurk. That was caught by Sentinels.
We're doing it. Let's go.
Bit of self-belief. Nats is in mid again.
No emphasis placed though by Team Liquid to try and get a lurk going. Slow going for the first 10 seconds. Drone once more. Knife around the back, and it does tag.
3 players ready to fight this. Team Liquid keep going into the stacked site. They have really struggled to find the weak one.
Spots it. Can't forget the damage in, but okay. Well, dashing forwards into the smoke. Can't really survive that one. Too much spam occurring. Hunter's Fury. Kamek is desperate for the connection, desperate for a kill to potentially help his team out. Well, okay, flash up and over. Bang trying to play off it, but will be going straight to the grave as a response.
Spike planted.
Delta's peppering away. Hoping he can get a few of these tags onto these players.
2 Cliff, and the salvos are going to connect.
And here it is, pushing them out wide into the open still. A lot to account for, a lot to contest with.
Nice.
Sentinels leaves it down a second. And with the tap, fades away. Smoke in the face of Paditech, not to be denied that kill. It's just these players in this server, man, they're taking time, taking their own turns to turn up.
Yeah, that's a massive 4K for Paditech. He had 6 kills before the start of this round. He almost doubles them here, playing in a really difficult situation too. The ideas were not bad from SEN. They had a flash there for Bang to try to swing out, and then they knife to see if anybody's cliff. And because they are, they double salvo. That puts Team Liquid in bad positions. But Patty still delivers. Gets the 4K by tucking around behind the salvos. And Liquid take one more step further towards sending us to bind.
Praying for it. Bit of spam second. Dash to get the hell out of there, and a speed up called for Team Liquid. Want to hit the go button.
This is the weak site, finally. Nats has discovered it.
They're not getting through.
It's all right, that was just a teleport.
Nice. But you're right into the sight line of Zekin. Tracking the money, he's lucky enough to do that damage as well. He's found himself, his team, an advantage.
You'd expect Team Liquid to go for some kind of post-plant aggression here. They've been doing it every time they're down players. Does anyone follow the drone? They're all just playing off-site apart from Kiko. I mean, he has got to be the hero here for Liquid.
Knife tags one. Knife tags one. That was Kiko. Flipped up onto the site. Immediately dealt with. 3 players left to stand here. Liquid, once more, are going to need a miracle. Util already expended, and this is it. Senna swarming the site. Full control, up and over it. Bang, sticking onto the defuse now. Dart, it's barely even away. Rain down and find that connection. But it's a little bit too much. Sen just raising up walls in front of Team Liquid. And look at that string of rounds on the timeline, man. It's a sea of green for Sentinels on that defense.
God, the opening kill on Camo is brutal. Team Liquid needed more ideas in the post-plant. They just ended up falling back, and Sen are super happy to play retakes in those situations if you give them all the time and all the space. 11-11.
Put the Nikes on.
Very chill, very cool there.
अभी ये राउंड भी बहुत जरूरी है. ये राउंड जिसका आया उस पे एडवांटेज बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएगा.
Nats and Paddy have only got classics
Pressure
to be able to work with, and they're finally doing something through mid. Team Liquid have not done very many of these slow, defaulty kind of rounds. Not exactly sure why.
This is working. Important transition there. He's hoping to retreat back over towards Heaven, so open and pick for the way a Team Liquid drone. Paranoid up! You're taking a peek and a wonder. Narrate very much alone.
I mean, this is going to be a thrifty here.
I mean, it definitely is. Zelsis now is entirely isolated and he's going to be squeezed at a moment's notice. They picked apart the defense.
This was too easy. As soon as Team Liquid put a couple of bodies in mid and tried to split, they destroyed Sentinels. Stop doing the execs, guys.
Almost comes back to, maybe you should just play mid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
It brings them to 12. You know, weird map of Valorant, just in terms of where the momentum's lied. It's felt like SEN just had it in full control, even though Team Liquid were ahead by a few rounds, thanks to the pistol rounds they managed to pick up. But with this,
we were actually thinking, if you want to take things back to what we were discussing on Lotus, we said a lot of Sentinels need to be good here. They need to have some clear air between the two of them because it's their map pick. I think the same could be said here. The fact that Team Liquid are getting pushed so close on a map that they're 4-0 at, and Yitsu was talking on the desk about how Team Liquid look like the best team in EMEA on Abyss. Well, there's only one round in it right now, and we're in the final round of regulation. We might be going OT, and SEN have a chance to 2-0 this.
Most important one to play for. 12-11. There is that frustration.
It's a tactical timeout for Sentinels. I think you've got to anticipate some kind of mid-play and a split again, because it worked so well in round 23. You're telling me Nats goes back to just running a B-pop or an A-pop with no defaulting and no information? I can't see it. I feel like if you're Kaplan in this moment and you're thinking about a strat, it's got to be to do with either holding mid with, you know, Zekken taking a deep line, trying to do a walk down mid, do some kind of collapse onto Nats, assuming that he's going to lurk. That's where my head would be going for a defensive game plan to drag things into overtime. Because Zelsis has also got the null command for the retake, so you're not as worried about trying to, you know, find it difficult to get back through the post plan. They're going to have no util.
Team Liquid, they should be set up, primed and ready. Potential map 3 to bring it all the way as well. A chance for that second lease of life into the tournament that is Bangkok Masters. You don't want to exit early. Sentinel side of things, they are scrapping together a buy. I was thinking maybe they wouldn't be able to get any sort of buys going together, but Zelsis, he had money for a rifle of himself. He gave it over to Narrate. Don't blame him for that. Narrate has been frying, opts into the Stinger himself.
There are 3 outlaws on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, okay.
But only one player has regen armor, and that's Zelsis.
Revealing area. Knife out, sliders to Jiggles. He's seeing and hearing the drone. Knife sweeping forward. It's going to be cancelling that one out, pound for pound.
I didn't quite see, but I've got to assume that Team Liquid also have rifles that they can go back to here, right? It was just the start of the round. Yeah, here they are. Okay. So there is a hidden arsenal back here that allows them to play with some better weaponry.
So reaching the mini-mark. Tension in the air.
They haven't actually found any information. They don't know what the defensive setup looks like here at all, and Nats is not going to go mid. The drone fully clearing out mid, and they're going into the heavy, strong side of Sentinels again. These are the kind of rounds that have not worked for Liquid.
Flash up and over, dash forwards as well!
Nice.
No way! The race is a menace to society! And he's put a stop straight away to the funny business that was that exec.
Round. क्या मस्त राउंड निकाला बे. अरे यार ये बड़ा राउंड पिछले.
Team Liquid were banking so heavily on the fact that SEN were going to do something aggro in that round. 3 players posted up with outlaws, and then they just decided to go into a pop. Pick a site randomly and decide to go into it. The execute heavy style here today has not worked, and the deeper we go into overtime, the more I'm feeling like Sentinels are going to get into the groove. Narrate has nearly dropped 30 kills. Still outperforming the Omen on the other side when Kiko's putting up a great performance of his own and has been all year.
This is all in by Sentinels. It looks like it, and Team Liquid are going to be stacking this with 3 bodies of their own. Ready to receive. Salvo's primed. Contact most of the way. Paddy's going to be holding on to that knife now. The Salvo's clearing the way, at least to a degree. That's going to be suppression, yeah, across the board. You've got to call for a cancel, surely, if you're Sentinels. Been slowed down here. It's a play by Team Liquid. Couple for centers. You have no prior map control. Wasn't a slow default. You were all into the play, and once more you're going to go for the re-hit once now. The Cloudburst at your feet, Camo, perched up high and mighty! And a crossfire is elite! Bodies topple and fall. And John, not long for the world there. Once more Team Liquid, they find themselves on the brink of getting to map 3.
We'll see whether they can convert their second attempt at a map point. The re-hit here from SEN, they got completely cancelled out. They were hoping that the rest of Team Liquid had spread out around the map, but there were still 3 players here.
Okay, time for a break.
Nats had his Sentinel utility over towards A. They double cleared mid.
This is a nice spot.
Zeken's picked up the op here in what could be the last round of Abyss. He's hoping that he's going to be able to find Nats. He picked him through a smoke last time he brought the op over here. That's so unlucky. No, is that there's no shot. That's a lineup. Is that a lineup?
It's a lineup.
That's crazy.
We can take control potentially of mid. That's insane
Wait,
work.
That's so nerdy.
All's quiet though. Once more bang. He's been a playmaker, but what a timing to take!
Not nice.
Surely that's it for Liquid. Celsius. No hope in hell. He's trying to spray away, but running out of bullets. And Zeken now forced to play the retake with the op. Now listen, he's done damage with this into the pass, but up close. Flash into the peak. Bloody hell, even a reveal on top of it, but Camo still can't quite claim it. Spam countered over the rifle players, just can't get it done. They can't remove this guy. Surely this is it. Tapping away, rifle aim on point for Team Liquid. And they've dominated all the appropriate angles. Kiko falls though, taken out. Heaven still not dealt with. Player on top, Zeken. This is precise. Dashes forward to escape that ire. Camo spamming away up on top of the ropes. He knows the damage has been done with a shorty, but time ticking. Needs to be held. John. I don't think they have it, Bren.
Oh shit, भाई क्या round दिया रे.
But they still had nearly a second on the clock. I thought that was about to be a dagger to the heart of SEN. But they did an amazing job there on the retake.
Oh shit, भाई.
Camo was so difficult to root out of these spots. But the rest of Sentinels came swarming forwards and picked up all the rest of the support staff. How's John managed to get these final 2? Paddy was shooting him in the side of the head. Couldn't get it.
Let's go. Let's go.
John performing like a beast was one of the reasons that SEN ended up getting where they are right now. He had a tournament in kickoff on an individual level, even when the whole team dynamic of Sentinels was not quite working. And now they're going to take a tactical timeout, reset, try to calm down the adrenaline that must have been rushing after that round. If you're Liquid in that spot, you think you've already won. Also, they're going to be thinking back to those kind of situations when they reared them in their head against EDG on Split. The missed Astroport, a similar kind of situation around that you're supposed to close out deep in overtime, and you don't.
Full support दिया.
Tiny mistakes can snowball.
पर अगर वो Zekon को मार देता ना वहाँ पे तो GG हो जाता.
Team Liquid pushed and pressured. I mean, both teams on their map picks, but honestly, it's a bit of a difference here because we're talking about Liquid like they should be heavy favorites when we headed over to Abyss. It's 13-13. It's almost like SEN are playing with house money at this point.
There's only been one blowout half in the map so far. In the match, sorry, so far. Second half of Lotus. SEN super fast up mid here. So they've done this before and it ended in a B split. They broke a trip that was around here. Zeken realizes it's not been placed this round.
Salvos might have been used. I'm not too sure where they placed them, but
I mean, there's double trips over towards A as well, so.
Not like paranoia early anyway. This is putting the pressure. Potential squeeze, but it's cold.
I think this is a fake. They're faking the B split to try to trigger the same reaction out of Team Liquid, and they're going to end A.
Zeken, he's hunting, hoping. Can't quite pounce on the opportunity that was that kill, and Kamek stands his ground, wants to hold it down on top of it. It's a fake dash forwards into the smoke, but supplementary util narrate is up in the face of a potential player, and that IGL up through into the smoke as well, and it's damage. Needs to be done, narrate. Still moving forwards here, with Nats crumbling. Kamek onto the side, and the timing's just so damn unfortunate. Sentinels complete control of the site, but Heaven needs to be watched for, and Zekken has got to put his crosshair onto it. Eyes watchful for it. Flash into the face, dodged by Kiko. Need a steady hand in moments like this.
3v4
for Liquid. Pushing forwards. Make it 3v3. Opportunities available for them. Flashes and Utah's going to be used to tap onto the plan as well. It's going to be forcing that reaction out, and the kills flying through. Liquid! Once more, it's both of these teams, man. I mean, listen, no right winning some of these rounds in the situations that they're in.
Very similar to the prior round, honestly, isn't it? Team Liquid just get given the space on site. I was looking at Narrate to be the player that made the difference in that spot. They had a 4v3 post plan, ended up becoming a 3v3, and Narrate was positioned at default. He was denied the 30 bomb for Liquid to move forward. Really good work, holding angles for each other as they slowly took space on the retake. And you got to see there in the coach camp, Lohan calling the tactical timeout. He's like, all right, we won, that's great. But this is also our third opportunity to close out Abyss, and I'm going to make sure that they have the strat so that there is no future round, so that we don't need another opportunity to do it.
It's the trouble. Just look at the amount of times it's been match point.
Yeah, like I said, this is the third opportunity for Team Liquid, and they have to grab it. They should have won the previous one, but somewhat bottled it. There was a couple of moments where it felt like Paddy should have been able to trade out John, but at the same time, the SEN players were on fire. Zekken and John hitting beautiful shots when they came through for the retake, down numbers. That's always the case in big moments like this. It's not normally just one team choking. It's a combination of factors. You get step-ups in performance from somebody, nerves on the other side. Difficult to control emotions in spots like this. Players in the robots.
Clutch time.
Starting to see how much this tournament really means to all of them. Many players in this server with a chance to lift a second trophy.
Clutch time, clutch time.
Liquid though, one goal at a time, I suppose. Staying alive seems to be the first priority. Doing a good job of it, but they got to convert here and now. It's a high-low setup. A lot of damage done here to Zekken, and now turning up the heat straight away forward. The raid! Sky not willing to give up that space. Still the trade is intact. Wants to spam straight through. Flash even connecting. Zekken's got a lot to do. 9 HP though. Only avoiding depth. Like dodge, maneuver, players maintaining control of all of this, and that's been cleaned up, spotted, out for a mid, crosshair placement, it's perfection from Zekken.
He's just played a difficult situation so perfectly. Kamek, he won a 1v4 earlier. If he could get a 1v3 to complete Abyss, his team sitting pretty.
The net tightening, and Zekken just plays the round to perfection.
That's masterfully done. He's on such low health. 9 HP the whole time, playing around this spot. Narrate also has been in every anchor position, playing a beautiful game. But the amount that Zekken was on an island once the other two fell,
oh my god,
makes it particularly impressive. 14.
Zekken.
He's actually taking super late timings if he is going through mid.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because he's worried about being cleared, as he has been in previous rounds. And then when he takes a super late timing, he's got to win the fight. And he just doesn't quite there. It really hasn't been the value on their attack side that I was expecting. And Sentinels pulled out a really beautiful mid-take into the B fake, into the A split. The last time we saw them on the attack in round 27. They just couldn't quite close it out.
Sound was again used by John to break open the door.
But they didn't break the trip. No. I think they're trying to fake mid pressure currently, and Nats is just going to know that this is a lie.
Still keep one eye trained potentially. Did the door not break? Why is Kamek so hard committed onto this angle?
Nats is around heaven.
It just seems weird in case they do just contact up past it. Now, okay, here it is. Challenge. Kamek. Can stand this test, but okay, no, just backs himself away. It's a bit of a stalemate call from both of these teams, and players looking themselves up through B. It's a dash play, fast. At that, flashes to accompany. Camo wants to try and draw some blood out of some of these accompanying players. Now SEN, they haven't sent a spike this way. I mean, there's 30 seconds left into the round. It's a mad scramble now to see if they can supplement this one, gain access to the side, but the knife is going to be tagging them, and where are the kills? They have to be found!
Nice.
The rate! Can't quite wrangle the rifle in time to hit the second one, but it's a trade intact now for Liquid, and a plant online for Sentinels. Nothing pushing this one back. Drone. Slightest of pauses. Bated breath from Team Liquid. Starting to make their moves, and Kiko, he's delivering. It's already 2 for him. Look to do a bit more damage at that. Smokes into the face of these players and just lined up for all of them to topple. Team Liquid, they can spam the last remaining players. Elsis did not stand a chance in hell here. But how many more times are Team Liquid going to be finding themselves on that point?
It was a smooth, controlled retake. And SEN were very late to get the spike over here. This brawl over towards the B connector, it had to come out with an effective player advantage for SEN, otherwise the round was going to be chalk. But I think your question is the perfect one. How many chances does Team Liquid need?
Yeah, nerves in the air.
One attack round is all it's going to take for Liquid. And they've just gone, by the look of things, for the gamble A-pop.
Only presence through A main is just that cam. The knife, oh, that's a tag onto
Gives it away.
2-3 players.
Does anyone try to rotate though? I mean, Bang wants to just keep holding mid in case Nats takes the timing. So these players on A, they are alone for a while.
Yeah. Now here it is. See if they can find kills that they need here. Paranoia up into the face there. Zelsis cannot stand it down. Attempt to hold it down. Knife gets the information.
And no salvos.
Yeah.
Suppression.
Exactly, so no denial of this plan coming through. This is Team Liquid now primed, surely. Hunting and hoping for map 3. Paranoid sweeps, that's a dash through, straight into the back on top of it, but Bang has already been dropped outside.
Nice.
Into it, the kills might be flooding through.
Clutch time.
He does feel. He's up a little bit of this teal. The rate off to the side here. Still, it's a post plan that needs to be played by Liquid. A tap to try and force that reaction. Double faced up. Zekken can't quite land it. Smoke's finally online with a one-way.
Nice.
And will swing it wide. Not enough in time. Nats is the one to do it all in that spot. And Binds now is on the cards.
It took everything for Team Liquid to get that one over the line. What a play for Nats to finish it out. It required their IGL going truly bonkers. But if that was the map pick for Liquid, they are going to have to come out with something special in map 3. Anybody's game.
Remove the hands from keyboard, boys. Focus on our protocol. Boys, this map, remember, we're standing together. Listen for the first calls. Be always next to each other, boys. And how we're going to win this map? Sending it. Sending how? Sending together. How are we gonna send it together? Nothing. I don't know. You guys create, but let's send it together, okay?
अरे क्या रे भाई? वन हो गया रे. GG, yes, GG's. यार एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे. कैसे हार सकते हैं? कोई ना अभी जीत रहे हैं हम. अभी ये वाला मैप जीत रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट मैप लो. Let's see क्या होता है अभी. Final match.
I mean, first match, to be honest, we started well. The first map was going pretty good. Unluckily, some few unlucky moments happened during the game. It went to the 4 overtimes, maybe even 5. Pearl Dino went well to us, and I think EDG had a moment also after winning such a hard map. It's also interesting to play against them because they kind of play different Valorant from what we see in the EMEA. People play different, and here they actually have an interesting play style, and I think for last time when I played against them, when it was Master Tokyo, they changed their play style fully. It was good to play against Kankan and Chichu. This time they won 1-1 on international events then.
Up towards Heaven, and Camo still causing all sorts of difficulty. Here's it, the rumble, the footsteps! My God, man!
I mean, we're gonna have the same preparation. I'm not gonna let anyone give up, even if it maybe felt on the second map for some of the people that we gave up. We came here to try to show the best Valorant, to try to be the best team. Maybe we're not gonna show that up, but I definitely can say that we're gonna be fighting. At least we will give all of 100% for us for next game, and you can trust in that.
बात तो डब्लू है, कुछ भी हो.
As I said, full trust in Team Liquid to win Abyss.
Yeah.
It wasn't even close.
Yeah, one of the cleanest games of Abyss I've ever watched, personally.
One of the longest, that's for sure. That was crazy. Like, how do we get to that point in multiple OTs where the defense side is the one that's winning every single time? Whenever a team was down in numbers, they were just clutching up with individual heroics.
Yeah, that game 3 5v3s were lost. I mean, constantly teams going down when they had advantage. It was a ridiculous, I mean, it was just like a highlight reel of individuals. That's the point, but Team Liquid got out the better of it.
Yeah, and a highlight reel of Nats, because it feels like not just on this map, but every map he's played so far in this tournament, he's been putting up numbers.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful that he's the one to secure the last kill of the game and win in OT, because from the get-go, he was having so many highly impactful rounds in this first half. This one especially, getting that second kill on the collat with the transfer, getting a 4K to secure the round. Like, so many of these rounds that Team Liquid stole back was off the back of Nats.
He had some really impactful lurks in the second half. In the first half, Sentinel's playing this double smokes comp, which blows up mid-control. I think he did a good job of not only having his util there to support, but sometimes with a camera, setting up trap plays or re-clears in that area of the map. It was very good individual play from him, and, well, the overtime was extremely sloppy from both teams, very individualistic. I thought the calling was pretty solid, especially on the defensive side for Team Liquid earlier on into that game.
I would like to see something else on the attack, especially when we go on to bind, maybe something new that they prepped. But also we have to, you know, laugh a little bit at some of the more whimsical mini boo-boos that we saw on the side from the side of Sentinels.
Well, my question is, there's a certain round where two players fall off the map, jumping and bouncing into each other. Do we even have OT if they don't fall off here?
No.
Like, genuinely, Zekin and Narrate both jump at the same time. It's just absolutely heartbreaking that this ends up happening.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh no.
I love the laugh into instant depression.
Yeah, just falling back in his chair.
We're jumping
you have to laugh about it.
Yeah, you can't do anything else but laugh that off. But yeah, honestly, if Sentinels had won that round, they could have snowballed that attack side a lot more. And little miss. They also, by the way, it's all coming back to me after the long overtime.
Slow down, one at a time.
They almost won that round after two players.
They did almost win that round.
They did. Every round that looked like it wasn't winnable, they somehow managed to win, and it was vice versa for Liquid as well. But as we head to bind, this is where I get a little bit worried for Liquid. I have a lot of faith in Kaplan's prep when it comes to, you know, these kind of situations.
It's a weird one, right? Because we've seen Team Liquid play the bind, but the only time we've seen Sentinels play Bind was in their very first match of kickoff versus 100 Thieves. That was a win for them. They had Narrate on a Gecko, they were still playing some Teo. You know, not too revolutionary, but really it's been ages since we've seen this locked in for them.
I have no idea what to expect from SEN, and this is definitely not a map that is like at the top of the map pool for Team Liquid either. So it could very well go either way, but I feel like in the chaos, we've kind of lost the plot. But to reset the stakes, it's an elimination game here. Loser goes out in the first round. Sentinels was just a few rounds, one round away at multiple moments from being able to go into the playoffs cleanly. And now they're going into somewhat uncharted territory.
Yeah, and honestly, I know, Ginsu, you're not loving TL's chances on Bind, but the more I think about the way this series has gone, the more I kind of like them if you ignore the history of Bind as a map for them. Because if you think back to Lotus, I thought Team Liquid were playing fantastic macro, especially on their attacking side. I think Bind is a map where Nats can really slow things down, try to exploit on the lurks and make things happen. And also, it's a very brawl-heavy map when it comes to the execs. And Team Liquid, while it was a little bit back and forth, I felt like had the upper hand when it came to that last map on Abyss.
Yeah, I do agree with that one. And for Nats as well, obviously, this is a map he's always been incredibly personally comfortable on. His lurks are absolutely iconic on Bind.
Everyone knows what he does. It's getting to a point where I think you can even read into where he puts his walls, especially on the defense.
You said the same thing about Abyss, and you were right about Abyss, but they still got away with a lot of the stuff.
Yeah, but it was a clean win for Liquid, that's why.
High sensi, low sensi, bada crosshair, chota crosshair, without crosshair.
You telling me that Nats said that he does play the same way, but he doesn't need to change it.
Yeah,
it's still good, right?
It's not Nats that the issue for me here on Bind, at least. It's, you know, some of the ways that they play around the sky as well. The way that you can kind of read into what they want to do depends when and where Paddy flashes. They like to do the 1-4 a lot of the times, and also, like I said, on the defense, they like to play around that Viper wall. And a lot of the times, if you just watch their VOD, you do the prep the way the Kaplan should be doing, you can probably come up with a lot of really good antis, which we already saw on Abyss.
Let's see what we've got. So Team Liquid are... Yeah, okay, so Sentinels, this is a comp change. Narrate had been playing the Gecko previously, and it's just switching over into a Sky.
Yeah, I don't think it's a massive change. If you're playing a like solo Flash Initiator, there's not great Gecko-Teo synergy, so that makes a little bit more sense to me. Scouting Yuto with the Sky, followed it up with the Teo. But gonna see Zekin back on that Raze, another exciting head-to-head against Camo. Very interesting to see Yoru from neither of those players the last few maps.
Yeah, because we'd been seeing like all the Jet and those types of things. So honestly, it comes to me again about the brawling of these two teams when it comes into the side hits. So actually really effective retakes from both teams on the last map. Bind notoriously hard to retake.
And I cannot believe it comes down to this map as well. Blind, the winner will get a chance to make playoffs tomorrow one last time. Here is Bren and Sideshow.
This is it. It's going to be the last time we see one of these two teams here in Bangkok. Elimination. It's all on the line, and Team Liquid, listen, hard pressed, but they did manage to drag it to this third map of Bind. And there are some unknown Sentinels. It's not they like to second stage ban, float occasionally, but who the hell knows here? In this Sentinels core, they've never known elimination in the group stage, preliminary stage, excuse me, of the global event.
Well, here, take a look at the pistol round from Team Liquid. They're going to stack 4 players over towards B, anticipating this. They've got the right read.
Certainly do.
SEN running a very familiar pistol round.
Going to fight us with flashes. Take a flash over the top. Sky flash as well alongside it, but they are walked all the way up. They might just miss the timing here. Team Liquid flash up into the face. Yeah, Paddy. It's not long for this ward. Kamek swinging around and wide. He needs to return that fire. Camo over the shoulder. Bit of stray bullets and spam as the smokes are just dropped down. Advantage here for Liquid. They found it.
I've got to assume that Paditek there got killed by a player that was full blind. Nat's going to pop the wall. He's playing the weak side of the map almost all the time for them on the defensive bind. He's got this orb up at default as well that makes it pretty difficult to get nice plants.
3 players up through heaven here. Team Liquid just trying to barge their way back into the side as well, and the fight is going their way. John, drop down to just 11 HP. Bang up and over. Clean shots necessary for Sentinels to stand a chance. They slow it down with the salvos, but everybody's positions accounted for. Team Liquid start off strong here on Bind. That pistol round win.
And what a lovely pistol strat it is too. You're going to see a lot of this from Liquid. Watch out for where Kamek and Paditek are playing. If they're playing on the same side of the map together, they're probably going to try to set up some kind of either trap play like this or a flash re-clear. I think Liquid currently, I'm actually a big fan of their bind. I've been watching a lot of it. I think they're probably the best team that isn't running a Vice on this map. Now the results have not necessarily borne that out. But here they've got a chance to pull out a win in a big moment.
Bringing the ankles ever so slightly here, but yeah. All good.
Judge from Kiko as well, over towards the hookah. Very difficult to clear out.
All quiet for now. Bang has that showers control. The rest of his team, Sentinel's probably going to be calling for a B long take. No, they're changing their mind. Or they were going to be looking for TP options.
Coming back over towards A. Don't know whether Bang's going to anticipate that Kamik's got his number here.
The orb's up, the fuel's going to be running short, surely, and yet Wall's going to be dropped down. Faced out wide there with the rain. That's the Salvas up towards the back. Camo is going to be forced to press forward to catch by his side. It's all good, no worries.
Look at that setup there again. Another different defensive setup over towards A instead of having the orb over towards default. He puts it short. Anytime the attacking Viper wall goes up, he's going to match the same amount of fuel on his orb. And that makes it much more difficult for you to be able to get the lurk timing down short. His Viper setups are very unique, very creative on bind. He's kind of meta leading at the moment.
Beautiful, beautiful. Nice camo.
Just like he was back in the day. Oh yeah. But it's been a while since we've seen this creativity from Nats, and I think him now IGLing has allowed him to craft these setups where he calls around them. Sentinels have got to figure out what the defense looks like. He's got a wall again here, Nats, for Camo to try to take a fight.
Oh, Bulldog, damage done, kill found.
That's a brutal opener for Sentinels.
Yeah.
One of their drones has gone missing. One of their top performing players in the series so far has gone missing. And it's so easy for ult cycles to start forming on bind. It's probably the #1 map for that kind of stuff to get out of control.
Snowballing away from you. Play it down now. Forcing his contact plays once more. Look at Nats, he's already there with a setup, as you mentioned. An exchange when it comes to the fuel timings. Just up and down they go. Nade to the floor. Bang. Let's get the one kill, but Nats okay. Just can't quite retreat there, but there's a molly at the feet, and John, yeah, very ready for that one. So good util from Sen, flushing out these players.
And a bit of a mistake from Camo as well. Does Kamik try to find a timing here? He has.
Got away in.
He's worked in way further forward than they're going to think.
It flashed through. This is a beautiful timing, and yes, Elsis none the wiser. Bullet to the side there. It's weaker weaponry from Team Liquid, but they're doing decent work with it. Nevertheless, here with man after the back as well. Through the 4 kills. Need to be found. Bang. Trying to maintain control and composure in for the round. And swinging wide. What? To molly to the chest and a ghost to the face.
I mean, Kiko launches a projectile like he's using the snowball weapon. And then he hits him with a ghost headshot.
Yeah.
That should be a clutch that Bang is winning every day of the week, I think. The peak timing, there's nothing to fault him on. And then he headbutts a molly. I want to see the final kill from Kiko. How is he so precise? Oh, he just tiny little sidestep. Maybe the molly did extra damage.
Yeah.
That's brutal, though, for Sentinels. Utterly brutal. They lost Narrate at the very beginning of the round and couldn't close things out there. The timing from Kamik, the right risk taken at the right time. Sen are taking a tactical timeout
after losing the bonus.
After round 3.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things I've loved about having Mini on the broadcast in EMEA, goated coach from Fnatic, is that you get the insight on these kind of timings. And I remember Mini saying at one point, you are never calling this for a tactical reason. You're calling it for some kind of, you've heard something in the comms that's gone wrong, you've heard your team's got like a bad mentality or a bad approach to things, something's gone skew with early. One reason why that might not be the case this round, it might be more tactical, is that Sen actually have enough money that they can force here. So you might be trying to give them an extra round idea from the strat book that they can pull out to just stop Team Liquid's snowball developing. As soon as Camo and Kamik get ults online, this could get out of control so fast.
Might already be the case. As you said, I mean, Camo, as soon as he gets that ult online, he's 2 away. As it is, Vi is scrapped together. Flash dodge, but acknowledgement. That's what they were really looking for on Team Liquid side of things. Paddy's going to be getting that information. Has to back away and respect it. Here's the Boombot. Here's the dog. And it's a double drone approach in through the B side, looking to try and squeeze these players and see if they can listen. Man, Team Liquid! They're doing damage, but Raiden Bang, he sidestepped the damage. The bullets while they're at it, out through the back. They would expect that kind of timing. That he's straight in the fray, straight into the fight.
Down B.
Running a mockery over all of them. John QT, that's an Armageddon expended, but way ahead of this one. It's a slow ult at that. Isolates the one, but does he know where Camo is? Does he know where Camo is? The answer is no.
Nats has just done the same thing to them in this round that Kamik did in the previous. It's just taking the timing through the smoke. Kamik does a decent job of being able to get one in this situation, but Kiko wasn't able to get much more in this spot. But this play here, as Nats just walks through into backside, doesn't get traded. In fact, snaps onto Narrate.
Nice, nice, nice. Why so easy? Let's go.
Oh.
4-0. And Sentinels, they put everything into that previous round. They put attack timeout in there. They forced up. This is going to be 5-0 before we can blink. And that's even before we start talking about Showstopper and Gecko ult. This is a very rough beginning to a crucial elimination map for Sentinels.
Yeah. It's ringing at the back of my mind is that Sentinel squad, I mean, it's been potentially bespoke, built for success, and triple face down short, one way to deal with it. Camo's been perched up on those high ground angles a little bit prior, so I think they had some level of awareness. But how do you convert it past this point?
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting.
Drone. Not broken in time, so Paddy's going to be spotted out there. Retreat back to a bit of safety, but he's going to try and hold this one down. It's a crash used in response. Detainment, I believe, potentially there.
You don't really want to fight it, though.
Okay. Coming up close. Might be where these guns thrive with a flash into your face! Rapid fire as he approached from second, but he's isolated alone, and that was just because of the mosh that was laid down earlier by Kamik. Instant TP.
Nats left the site.
And taking the pivot. Yeah, Nats is not home. Able to get the plant down potentially into this spot, but a lot of unknowns here.
They're not going to think about this, though, are they?
Sentinel, surely not thinking about it, and yeah, there's no coverage up towards the top. Attempted to trade Narrate, he's just spamming right clicks, jumping around!
That's your own wall, Bang! They're swinging through their own Viper wall to try to fight him in the chaos.
And that just puts an end to any chances of Sentinels there in round 5. It's getting tallied up here for Team Liquid after a tenuous, hotly contested Abyss.
And Nats is having so much value. He's the player that closed it out on Abyss.
Yeah.
That got them the attack round when nothing else was working. And his setups and his individual ability are taking them through to a 5-0 scorching lead in the decider.
Pit drop down. Be blocking off a portion.
And one-way showers, a really standard setup here. And even if you do try to go fast through showers, if you somehow make it through, Camo has a showstopper. Yeah. So it looks like A is weak, or at least weaker, because there's only 2 players here. But how could you possibly get through? I guess you could take showers and try to pit out, if Bang wants to try that. But I think Camo would just have a field day there with his nade and with his showstopper.
Yeah, look at him. I mean, he's just holding util into his hands. It's walking, contacting, called by Sen, but how the hell do you navigate this one? Snake bite drop down as well. It's going to be a nade. They're going to try and get all the way past this. Showstopper going wide as well. And bullets are flying, exchange, the handshake across the site. 4 versus 4 in through the smokes. Drop down, Shorty in play. Bang. Spraying down with pellets, Camo. Drop down, sent straight back to that spectator seat. It's 3 versus 4. creeping through onto the flank though. Shoulder to shoulder. It's a pit drop down as well, but this might just give them more ins. Kiko moving forwards, and Zekken, he doesn't anticipate this whatsoever. Yeah, with a pit in their face, there's no instant trade-off. Molly at the feet as well. It's going to be locking these SEN players out and wide. Sliders the gaps, they managed to get past it, but still they need the kills, and they need them now. Trade in sight. It's a 1v2, and it's just stuck all the way.
Nice.
Nothing to play for there for an 08.
The value from the wingman. He's hopped on it at the end there. Little buddy getting him the 6th.
Nice round.
The flank. Same position that Nats won the prior round from, by the way. And SEN did a great job of getting through these ults. A great coordinated play and a sick satchel outplay from Zekken to completely bait the showstopper from Camo. But then a nightmare, like you talked about. The Viper's Pit almost gave them a bit more of an in because the player Lamps couldn't cover short. Zekken's head's on a swivel, the pit doesn't cover his position, and he's timing, essentially. He was looking at short only about 3 or 4 seconds earlier. SEN are getting outclassed.
Second timeout by Sentinels. Outclassed is the right word to describe it, man.
And even when they get part of the puzzle correct, even when they're able to navigate that really tricky ult setup from Nats and Camo, they fall at what should be anything a bit more of a basic idea of just covering the flank retakes. You know that Team Liquid have been pushing out on defense, or at least trying to quite a bit, because that's how Nats ended up behind you in the previous round. Sentinels need a turnaround, and they need it now. It's going to be so tough, though. This is the issue with the bind ult cycles. Kamik's nearly got another wingman online. Kiko still has Orbital Strike. Paditek's about to get up to his Seekers. There's no point here, really, until the end of the first half where SEN are going to have an ult advantage. And they're running the same strategy that they pulled out in the pistol. Teho drone over towards Hookah. A bit more of a fight towards B long.
Deep flash, swing on top of it. Oh, ADS up with a Bulldog. Listen,
nice.
It's not great even on the best of days. Sentinels made out on the better side of that engagement there. Now you're going to see the Seeker trying to pave the way. Kiko very much alone when he's trying to make this play here. But John, do you take that? Oh my goodness! Hit a barrel, just poked through and gave him that perfect timing. Slowed all the way down and it's pulled rotations, and Paddy and Nats, a lot to overcome. It's a TP pivot. They had no control of showers when they made this play here, SEN. There's danger. They could have got caught out, and having to use the drone now to clear out through short. Still,
you can't lose this to Nats. You can't lose this to Nats.
But he is the definition of a ratty player. He defined it, man. Made it popular. No coverage.
God
damn!
No access to the A site. No access at all. How's he done that? They flashed, they knew there was a player over towards triple, they had the info about it. Why is nobody covering the plant?
So many gaps in the way to set a play in, and no more timeouts. No chance for Cap to hit the panic button.
Nats is 13 and 4, Zels is spitting out frustrated commands to the rest of them. SEN are going to need a miracle, they need divine intervention to be able to win here, because everything Team Liquid touches turns to gold.
An adjustment to the setup once more, Team Liquid. Moving Nats over towards B, deep snake bite as well. Blocks off any chance for Sentinels to get B long control. And they're creeping, crawling Camo.
Oh, Nats is inside another smoke.
And look at this position. Trade. He's 13 HP. They can't even remove this guy. Look tight to the corner, another smoke to replenish. Did they expect him to be gone at this point? The answer. Listen, they're going to be getting the answer soon enough, potentially. Here's a Trailblazer used by Paddy out towards the back, and that's all respect a bit of that space as well, as the smoke will be going down soon enough. Salvos going to be used.
With the orbital strike, they still have an opportunity to scorch the earth of B.
SEN going to be trying to cut this one up now. It's all about partitioning up the sites and winning the fights out, but how the hell the Team Liquid getting away with still orbital strike does the job, does it well. Kamek runs it up close into the corner, and Celsius had to be the playmaker. He was that case still, he's brought into that 2v2 and not out. Danger, yeah,
You just gave Nats a smoke to play around.
Oh dear, 14 seconds, there's no clearance into the site, you can see it, they're fighting demons at this point, and his name is Nats! Creeping round, and my God! He will not be denied!
It's a vintage performance from Nats. Kept in the cellar for a couple of years, but once you cork it, beautiful. An absolute beautiful Nats vintage. And he's home, isn't he? This is, if you think back to maps that you would associate with Nats in his prime, it's Bind. It's the Bind Viper. And like I said, he's back up there. He's creative. He's finding his timings. He's calling the team around his setups and becoming a superstar IGL Sentinel, the likes of which we have no comparison to at Bangkok.
And it's all tempo, it's all pace. Sentinels, my God, Nats! This guy is relentless! They're already dead at this point! The Team Liquid, they don't give him a chance!
Book him a flight! Book them the flight! Team Liquid are sending SEN home, packing a goose egg on the side of Sentinels currently. They can't get anything to go right.
18-5, the scoreline for Nats. Double the next top fragger, Kawa sitting at 9. There are 4 players in this match who were hoping, hunting for a chance of a second trophy lift.
3 of them on Sentinels, John, Zelsis second. 1 on Liquid, Nats. 1 little Nats.
Versus the entirety of SEN Society. So far, he's putting them to bed. Team Liquid. Camo pushed, he sees the barrel, and it's just poking out as well. Mistakes are piling up at this point. Miracle, nothing short of divine intervention is what's needed and necessary. He's in the walls, man! He's in the walls! Good luck toppling him. The damage is done.
10 rounds on the board for Team Liquid. 20 kills in the bank for Nats. He's got a KPR of 2. Every single round he's given you 2.
Unbelievable.
And he's taking these fights, taking these timings. Lohan can't believe what he's seeing. What a gift to have a guy like this on the team. By the way, if you're an IGL, it means you don't really need to frag that heavy. Low frag and IGLs quivering at the sight of this game.
That's doing it all as an outlier. The only Sentinel IGL at this event. It's domination. There's no room to breathe at this point for Sentinels, honestly. I don't even want to talk about chances and ins for them to even come back into this series because...
They haven't looked close.
No. The timings are getting missed. Trades are off. And they can't get a handle on Nats himself. As you mentioned earlier, I mean, it's looking like he's in prime form. Rolling back the years to the Gambit times.
If he can hear.
Team Liquid have realized that if they went for a push like that, it's exactly what Sentinels are waiting for, but at some point the clock is going to become an issue. And when the clock becomes an issue, that's when you don't clear corners, that's when you don't have the time to have people backing you up. The re-clear, almost there for Zekken. Nats again with an opportunity.
Camo's here to play spoiler. Oh, the rocket denied! It's a beautiful drone, gets the suppression off, but it's a quick reaction! Lining them up. Oh my God, blink of an eye. Zelta's even going down a second, bloodthirsty.
They finally shut down Nats. Popped his pit, got run down. They threw bodies at the problem. Kiko, I beg you don't win this.
I mean, surely, SEN, there's got to be no gaps here. There's got to be no gaps, and the swing comes through off of the sound cues, but Josh, finally, I ain't gonna sell you a distant dream, mate.
No. I mean, the most huffed up Sentinels code in the world couldn't give you faith in any level of a comeback here. Because also, once Team Liquid go to the attack side, Nats' setups are just as good, by the way. Just as creative. Running attacking walls that nobody else really is.
Celsius, you saw in the replay, he's trying to be that emotional anchor for the team, but dire straits. Here for SEN.
They've left Nats to cover the A site on his own.
Go to the side here, the flash does not connect.
Bank के kills हैं,
finishes हैं. Said they've left Nats alone. He's practically a one-man army at this point.
push ही नहीं करना चाहते भाई.
Liquid still getting really active.
वो बिल्कुल भी push नहीं करना
really aggressive. They thought about going for a sun push in the previous round and decided that's exactly what Sentinels were waiting for. But Kiko posted up here is giving them full information. Do they clear this? Because he could get one.
They do.
Nice.
I think it was the smoke that kind of spelled it out there.
Well, now, as soon as there's a player pushed up like that, you expect the rest of B to be free. Nats does his fast TP play.
Brady just can't win out the duel there, facing too many players. Tango with Plant. Has to go down here by John. No contestation, but it's a rapid play at that. Look at it, footsteps maneuvering. Team Liquid, they want to get straight back into the fight in the fray.
Nice.
Second is eager. Drawing blood earlier. Set the tone of this round at least. Round 12.
कैसे मर रहे भाई नेट
should not be favoured there. Hopping up. And the playmaker himself doesn't fight towards onto these players. SEN are just not ready for it right now. Wingman scatters forwards and look at the squeeze they put on him.
Nats again. 2 big kills in that spot. Kamek also controlling the flank. Team Liquid have every angle shut down, every moment. Liquid, with Nats at the helm, dropping 22, have just put a wrecking ball through SEN City.
क्या चल रहा है यार? ये क्या हाफ है? क्या हाफ है रे भाई? 11-1. क्या चल रहा है अरे भाई मेरे को नहीं समझ आ रहा भाई क्या चल रहा है क्या दिक्कत हो रही है कमबैक का चांस है भाई 10 राउंड जीतने पड़ेंगे अगर कमबैक करना तो 10 round with non-stop.
The sensible side of things, listen, the halftime will offer a critical opportunity for a bit of input on the coaching side of things, but as we said prior, the damage at this point is already done. It's 11-1. Elimination on the line here for Sentinels. Team Liquid are the ones who are delivering it. I spoke actually, it's Nats who single-handedly delivered it.
Yeah, 22 kills in the first half. It's got to be one of the best performances I've ever seen in a single half.
Yeah.
Utterly dominant. And Sentinels, they're on the verge, on the very tipping point, the edge of the abyss. And they are 99.9% going home here. They're still going to try to put one foot in front of the other. But for the 3 players on Sentinels, the core that's going for that second trophy, that started so strong last year, it's got to be gutting to look at the scoreboard and realize this is almost certainly your last moment to have any impact in Bangkok. What a performance from Liquid.
They don't want to slow down. There's a bit of pace behind this with Liquid. They will be going into a variety of players. There's Util into the hands on the rate.
They've run this pistol round before, double flash through Nat's wall.
And he's trying to go for this one here, and Zekken caught to the corner, back against the wall. It's a bloodbath. The pace to the A site in it.
Beautiful setup. Sentinels not ready. They looked like they had some kind of idea that there was going to be a short push going on. Well, they couldn't stop the double flash play.
2 versus 4. But John just can't quite whip the ghost around in time. This is Liquid on the verge. Absolutely unreal stuff. Zelsis, time is ticking, son. The hourglass running dry. It is do or die.
That's the case of the entire match today. Elimination games, do or die. And it's not with a bang, but with, I don't even want to say a whimper, a flattening that Sentinels are exiting here. Liquid look immaculate on bind. Every idea that they've had, every timing they've taken has worked to perfection. SEN are going to force. What else can you do in a spot like this? But Liquid are going to be aware of it.
Absolutely have to.
Going back to the normal wall here for Nats. Allowing them to go for double swings and take the fight with a flash. They're so aware.
Putting the wall up as well, just spotting these players out. Tucked to the corner. Instantaneous smoke there from Zelsis. Liquid set their sights over to a different direction. Bang jump spotting, doesn't see anything, and the walking from Team Liquid might be finding the weaker side.
We know that Team Liquid love the contact. Are they just going to try to go all the way up here? Catch,
they
bang?
Hit a jump spot. They're pre-aiming it.
Beautiful.
Not long for the world. And this might be it, the impetus. The first death blow of many. Wingman sent in, Salvos to deny this one, but the plan will go off without a hitch anyway. Kiko follows through, star player removed. Team Liquid able to send Sen City home. Narrate swinging wide, but it's just one man. And it's all nuts. Leading Team Liquid forwards.
What
a beast of a performance, an all-timer. Classic Nats delivering on bind with the rest of Team Liquid to support. 455 ACS from the Sentinel IGL. He is back. I don't think he was happy having Chishu steal his thunder.
No.
He wanted to show that he can still be the master.
Chishu's probably watching this game like, yeah, that's my GOAT. Go on, son. Have a chance here for Sentinels. We will be saying goodbye to them, but for Team Liquid, it's that second lease of life. They're not out of the danger zone just yet, but with a win like that, they put out a statement.
They certainly do. I think teams are going to be scared of them on bind. Only other teams that are super strong on that map, I would have been talking about Trace, to be honest, but we've already seen them go home earlier on. Didn't even get to see their bind. They didn't play the Vice Deathlock at any point. But Liquid showcasing depth to the map pool. Yeah, definitely. Because even the Lotus and Gold are at the absolute bottom of the map pool. They've stolen some good compositions, and at least in one half on each of the maps, they've been competent. The more work they put in, the more time they have, the better and better this squad gets. A reminder that this is the 10th match of this year for Team Liquid. They played the maximum possible amount of matches during kickoff. And here they're going to play the maximum amount again because they've won and then they've lost.
I've heard that storyline before.
But Sentinels on the other side.
Yeah.
And maybe the narrative was just the opposite way around. Where a lot of the Sentinels fans looking at their squad and thinking, all right, we're the lower bracket team, we heat up, we get revenge matches. Liquid have been quietly doing it all year.
Yep, certainly have.
But Liquid don't remind me of Sentinels from last year because they don't have the big names necessarily. Obviously, Nats is the outlier. Yeah, they remind me of Heretics.
Yeah.
अरे भाई एक तरफा आ गई यार इस चीज का
team, but they have
अगर ओटी जाके ऐसा मतलब बिल्कुल हार्ड गेम जा रहा दोनों के लिए
No, the contact in plays, the pushes on defense, the timing, the way that Nats calls around his setups.
ये बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया, बहुत ज़्यादा.
Better calling around Nats setups than here on bind. They put full faith in him, full trust, and he's delivered a masterclass.
25 kills at the end of that. 13 to 1. Not going to see dominance like that every time. But my God.
And Lohan might be right. he might be the best. We're going to be having a look at other players going up against him, seeing if they can match this kind of performance. But what a day for Liquid.
Certainly is.
It's such an unknown who they'll end up facing next.
That's what we're going to be finding out as well, I think, soon enough as well. We're getting the Verizon post-match interview ready and waiting. Not quite yet. Got some signing to do. They've got to meet some fans. Kiss some babies.
It's a great venue. If you're not able to make it, it's a wonderful venue here for the fans to be able to interact with the players. They're so close compared to some of our previous events. Fans very much feeling like they're a part of the show out here. And Liquid, these players can't have thought at the beginning of the year that they had a great chance of being able to make it to these events and put on such a show.
Considering the start, a kickoff that they displayed.
Yeah.
Probably not, but they had that turning point, a resurgence. And honestly, the big question, I think, for a lot of people watching them was, when was it going to run out? When we were going to see the old Liquid, but there is no old Liquid anymore.
No, I think at this point, if you don't believe that Liquid have made some serious permanent improvements and developments, you're just coping and seething. You are just coping and seething. This team is genuinely good. Yes, a lot of what they're doing is based on form, because it has to be when you play Contacty. Yes, a lot of it has to do with pushes on defense.
Well, let's send it down to the floor for the Verizon post-match interview.
กลับมาแล้วว้าว look at the crowd กลับมาแล้วนะครับผมก็มาอยู่กับผมเหมือนเดิมและคีโก้ของเราจากทีม Liquid บอกเลยนะว่าเมื่อกี้นี่คือสุดๆแล้วจริงๆนะครับผมของ Valorant Masters Bangkok ณตอนนี้ซึ่งคำถามแรกที่ผมอยากรู้มากๆเลยว่าเกม2เนี่ยเขากลับมาได้ไงเพราะการที่เขาสามารถชนะได้ต่อชีวิตทีม Liquid ในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้เลยก็ว่าได้ครับผม First of all Kiko congratulations on your win that was an amazing performance by you everybody here is really impressed by it I really want to know because your performance in Game 2, Map 2, really extended the life of Team Liquid in this tournament. So I would just love to know what game plan did you had and คำตอบนะครับบอกว่าก็ต้องบอกเลยนะว่าตอน overtime เนี่ยขึ้นอยู่กับ Nats กับโลฮานเป็นหลักด้วยความที่เขาอ่านเกมกันออกแล้วช่วยกันทำให้เรามีคลัชได้เยอะมากๆนะครับผมทำให้เรากลับมาได้เท่านั้นเองก็บอกเลยนะว่าได้กำลังใจไปเยอะมากๆเลยจริงๆสำหรับตัวของคิโก้เองและตัวทั้งของทีม Liquid ซึ่งมาคำถามต่อมาซึ่งผมเองเนี่ยก็มองว่าแฟนๆชาวไทยหลายๆคนน่าจะชอบนะครับผมก็คือว่าเขาก็เป็นลูกครึ่งไทยอยากรู้ว่าการที่เขามาเล่นรายการ Masters ที่ประเทศไทยเนี่ยส่งผลยังไงต่อเขาบ้าง and next question I mean, we all know that you are half Thai, right? And there are so many Thai fans supporting you all the way through. And look at all of them. Look at that. Look at that. Can you hear that? Wow. Does this have any impact on you being able to compete in an international stage for Valorant in Thailand?
It honestly feels amazing. To be honest, to hear the crowd cheering after every winner of the round, and we take a lot of the energy from the crowd, so it's amazing to be here. To be honest, I love it.
ก็บอกว่า เหมือนจะไม่ต้องแปลเลยนะครับผมแต่สำหรับคีโก้เองนะก็บอกว่าคือชอบ energy มากของทุกคนนะครับพลังงานที่ส่งมาให้ระหว่างแข่งหลังจากที่เขาสามารถชนะได้ทุกเกมขอบคุณมากๆแล้วรู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากๆจริงครับที่มาเล่นที่นี่โอ้โหยอดจริงๆสำหรับเกมเมื่อกี้นี้นะครับผม and Kiko of course as you can see all the fans are supporting you but I think that will be it I will leave you to the fans I see all of them are taking off their cameras and they're so ready to just congratulate you as well but this will be it for now. Congratulations again. Best of luck in the next round. I will leave you to your fans.
Thank you so much.
but we are still not done. Let's hope I don't trip over this. แต่สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับเรายังมี draw show อยู่ด้วยนะครับนั่นก็คือการจับสายต่อนั่นเองเนื่องจากว่าเราสามารถหาทีมเนี่ยที่ไปในรอบต่อไปได้แล้ว So please let me introduce you again. Victoria. All right, Victoria, please take it.
Yeah, we have the round 3 of Swiss. This is the last round of Swiss before we hit playoffs. Vitality and EDG already through. We'll see them whenever we come back from Dark Days. We have 4 teams. It's super simple. Regional matchups are allowed, so we can see DRX T1. There's technically no Swiss rematches, but none of them played each other, so it's fair game.
Amazing สำหรับตรงนี้นะครับผมกฎกติกาจะมีเปลี่ยนไปนิดนึงนะแต่ในเมื่อตรงเนี้ยเราค่อนข้างที่จะจับทางได้แล้วว่าใครเคยเจอใครมาบ้างเพราะในรอบต่อไปไม่มีใครเคยเจอกันมาก่อนเลยในการแข่งนี้นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยจับตาดูได้และที่สำคัญนะครับผม T1 ยังสามารถจะเจอกับ DRX ได้ด้วยเช่นเดียวกันนะครับไม่มีการจำกัดไม่มีการจำกัดเรื่อง region นะเพราะฉะนั้นเรามาดูกันครับผม Victoria thank you very much please proceed on to the draws
All right, I will draw the first teams for each match first and then their opponents. So the first one
สำหรับทีมแรกนะครับ Seems like they have a lot of people who want T1 play.
All right, so the other match will be
อันนี้จะจับอีกคู่หนึ่งนะครับอีกคู่หนึ่ง
G2. All right.
เอาละครับ
T1's opponent.
สำหรับคู่ต่อสู้ของ T1 ครับใครดีโอ้ Victoria I think you jinxed it
I know I did all right so last but not least we will see G2 TL
โอ้ G2 ทีม Liquid นะครับสำหรับรอบต่อไปใน Swiss Stage นั่นเองนะฮะโอ้โหบอกเลยว่าเดือดแน่นอน Thank you so much Victoria for this super exciting matchups and of course the fans will be super excited as well but again guys this will be it from the stage and I'll pass it back to all of you
yeah absolutely and we'll see TL in the second match tomorrow because they played second today so that's the order for tomorrow
okay
yeah
สำหรับตรงนี้ก็เป็นตาผม and again sorry for that but I'll throw it back to all of you bye bye